Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In front of us are picturesque cliffs. The brunette is looking at 4 people. We see his hand. The guy is holding a broken sword. It is said that this is on Suho. The guy is very angry. Someone says that he is bluffing. In front of us is Alex Morgan, a warrior. He says that it would have been better if the young man had joined the others from the very beginning. According to him, civil servants are really very stubborn. The girl standing next to Alex says that she completely agrees with him. The magician, whose name is Suzuki Endo, smiling, says that Suho is called the god of the sword and other loud epithets, but the lack of innate talent still affects him. The girl, squinting one eye, says that she hates guys in suits. Suho is coughing up blood. He looks at his hand in surprise. Clots are visible on his palm. We see the guy's right eye. He remembers how he saved one of these people, and one of the girls treated him. A huge dragon towers over the squad. Suho asks how the people standing in front of him can do this to him. We see a battle between people and the dragon. The victors joyfully raise their hands. The young people smile happily. Suho reminds them that they have been fighting side by side all this time. The members of the squad frown at the guy. He demands an answer. In front of us is the healer Isabella. She says that, unfortunately, nothing can be done here, since Suho is the only one who objects to their plan of action. Suho, who is standing on the edge of a cliff, asks if his comrades are not ashamed, since they conquered one of the 5 gates of calamity together, and if they had done the same with the other 4 gates, then humanity would be safe. Suho indignantly asks if the young people really want to leave the gate from which monsters are breaking out, and what is the difference between them and the monsters threatening humanity. One of the hero's opponents states that at least they don't kill people directly. In front of us is the archer Hex Hood. He says that he already told them what would happen to them if all the gates disappeared. The hero stands on the edge of a cliff in front of his former comrades. Hex Hood continues his thought and states that if he does as the guy wants, the previously respected hunters will immediately lose their position and will seem like disgusting thugs to ordinary people. He asks Suho if he wants to become the man everyone fears. Hex extends his hand. Calmly looking at Suho, the man says that he likes him and will accept him into the party if the hero says he wants to return to it. Suho looks at Hex with disdain and asks if he thinks he can make such an offer after stabbing him in the back. In front of us is the young man's right eye. Suho understands that he has little time. Purple threads are spreading across his body. The hero thinks that Suzuki's poison has poisoned his body, which was already badly wounded, and now he has no chance to survive here. We see the back of the hero's head. He holds a broken sword in his hand. The guy whose eye we see looks at his former comrades. He thinks that he can only try to take at least one of them with him for the good of people. A white whirlwind swirls around the young man. Suho thinks that this is his last duty as a hero of humanity. Alex looks at the guy in surprise. Suzuki says that there is no need to be afraid, and the guy is just bluffing, because, in the end, he is just a swordsman whose weapon is broken. Hex moves Isabella behind his back. He stares at Suho and says that he is somehow different from his previous self. Suho rushes past the first 2 members of the squad, striking with his sword. Isabella calls out to Suzuki in fear. Hex, who saved her from the blow, thinks that Suho is incredibly fast, and if he was even a moment late, he would have suffered too. The archer looks at the hero standing in front of him and tries to understand how he managed to strike if his sword is broken, and the poison makes it difficult for the young man to even breathe. Alex holds his hand. Isabella says that she will heal him. A bright yellow glow appears under the girl's hand. Isabella looks at her hand in fear and asks why healing is impossible. She looks at the hero in shock and says that this simply cannot be. Suho stands in front of his former comrades with a sword in his hand. Isabella says that she has only heard of such things before, after which she asks if the hero really has an intangible sword. Suho holds a glowing weapon in his hand. We see the lower part of his face. Now we see the eyes of the young man. He thinks that he has finally received this sword. The hero falls backwards, trying to figure out why the blade appeared only now. Suho falls down the cliff. The system congratulates him on achieving the unity of the divine sword. The hero falls headfirst. The system displays several messages. It informs that Suho has awakened the supreme mastery of the sword, mastered the intangible sword, acquired his first SS rank skill. The last window expresses hope that the young man will become even stronger, since he has achieved transcendence first. We see another system message, this time about the reboot of the player on Suho's system. The hero looks up. Rocks fall near his face. A fireman carries the boy on his shoulder. Suho looks down in amazement. The fireman looks back at the young man and says that he is injured. He asks if the boy is okay and informs that a gate has opened in this area and he will transfer him to a safe zone. Suho is very surprised. He does not understand what the fireman is doing here, as he felt his death a moment ago. The young man looks ahead in surprise and tries to understand where he ended up. His mouth opens in surprise. The guy sees a half-destroyed city and monsters in front of him. On the ground lies a fallen pole with Cinderim written on it. In front of us is the hero's profile. The guy remembers that this station was infected because of the open gates. Suho sees a goblin and a bright flash above the monster's head. In front of us is an arrowhead. Suho thinks that this is simply impossible. The arrow pierces the fireman's back. He falls to the ground along with the hero. Suho, raising himself, sees a goblin in front of him. The fireman, with an arrow sticking out of his back, shouts for the young man to run away immediately. The hero grabs an axe from the ground and says that he will borrow this weapon for a minute. Suho goes forward. A fireman with a strange expression on his face warns the hero that fighting monsters is dangerous and that he needs to run away. Suho throws an axe at his enemies. The goblin looks at his opponent in bewilderment. The next moment, the axe plunges into his head. The monster falls to the ground. Suho looks at his hand. He realizes that there are no wounds on it. The guy looks to his right. System notifications appear above his head. It says that the awakening conditions have been met, and the hero has awakened as a player. The last window says that the system wants the guy to become even stronger. The hero, looking at the blue windows, laughs. He thinks that everything is happening exactly as before. A system window hangs in front of the guy, offering to choose a profession for further development. It turns out that he can become a warrior, a magician, an archer, or a healer. Suho works with the system window. He thinks that now everything is exactly the same as it was when he awakened as a player. The hero's finger touches one of the menu items. The guy clenches his fist and hears that he must get out of here as soon as possible. Suho smiles. Because he instinctively almost chose the warrior class, he asks the system to postpone the choice. The hero turns to the firefighter and asks him not to worry. Suho calmly looks at the firefighter and says that he can deal with all the enemies alone, because they are just goblins. The monsters named by the guy growl and smile predatory. We see the hero's face. He rushes at the enemies. One of the goblins raises his sword. The guy runs forward as if nothing had happened. The monster strikes, but misses. He looks back in surprise. The hero takes an axe out of the head of an already killed goblin. The weapon is in the guy's hand. He runs at the enemies. Suho strikes the goblin in the back. He cries out in pain. Blood splashes around the hero. The goblin falls to the ground. A sword appears in Suho's hand. He thinks that goblins are dangerous only for beginners, but not for him. The monsters look at the young man with fear. He puts the weapon in front of him and says that he will deal with everyone now. A severed goblin head flies up. Suho moves quickly, destroying monsters in his path. He confidently deals with another enemy. Dead goblins lie around the guy. He holds a bloody sword in his hands. The young man's hand holds the weapon tightly. Suho thinks that he got a little excited, and his anger does not pass. Suho clutches his head. He understands that in such moments you need to stay cool and not act on emotions. We see a glowing spiral. The guy looks down thoughtfully. He thinks that he has returned to the past, and this gives him a very good chance. We see the young man's eye. Suho thinks that this is an opportunity to start from scratch. There are many system messages in front of him. The hero pays attention to one of them, which contains congratulations on mastering the diagonal strike. Suho realizes that he has not received messages from the system about basic sword skills for a long time. In front of the guy's foot lies a goblin sword. Suho thinks that this weapon, although a bit short, can be useful. The fireman asks the hero if he is a player. He confirms this guess. Suho looks up and informs the system that he has made a decision. The guy is standing in front of a huge system window. He declares that he is choosing the healer class. Suho walks forward. The system asks him if he is sure of his choice. The hero answers in the affirmative. The system informs that the guy has become a healer and received 5 additional stat points. It also informs about acquiring the healing light skill. Suho puts her hand on the fireman's shoulder and asks for permission to look at his wounds. He asks again in surprise. There is an arrow sticking out of the fireman's back. Suho asks him to be patient for a little while. The system reports the activation of the healing light skill. The guy's hand emits a bright glow, reporting that the selected area is being restored. Suho grabs the arrow. He pulls it out with a sharp movement. There is a gaping hole in the firefighter's protective suit. What's strange is that there is no blood under the hole. Suho asks how the firefighter feels. The young man in the helmet looks in surprise at the place where the wound was recently. He says that nothing hurts anymore and asks if he is a healer in front of him. Suho says that now, apparently, yes. The firefighter asks why the word, now, was heard. The hero looks thoughtfully at something and asks the interlocutor to wait a little. There are 2 system windows hanging in front of the guy. The first one reports that he is receiving a gift for using the first healing skill, and the second one offers to choose a weapon from the system's arsenal. Suho looks at his hand. He thinks that although he chose another class, his weapon is still with him. The system reports the summoning of the novice sword. The hero holds the weapon in his hand. The system suggests that he received the novice sword. The guy examines the blade. His eye is reflected in the blade of the sword. Suho says that he will go to conquer enemies. The firefighter points his finger at the young man and warns that it is very dangerous. Suho moves away from the firefighter and says that everything is fine, and he will be able to benefit from this. We see the hero's soul. He thinks that he also has sword skills obtained before choosing a class. A bright flash occurs in front of the guy. Suho thinks that talent-based skills can be used regardless of class, while the skills of the selected class are automatically strengthened when the player levels up. Stones fly near the guy. The wings emit a bright light. Suho thinks that the light of the Holy Spirit Isabella was also originally a healing light. He remembers himself with a broken sword in his hand and thinks that if he had managed to heal his wounds then, the outcome of the battle would have been completely different. Suho stands with a sword in his hand. He thinks that this time he will become both a healer and a swordsman. The guy remembers the members of his squad who dealt with him. He understands that in order for everything not to happen again, he must get ahead of them and become stronger. Suho holds a sword in his hand. He thinks that he must quickly increase his level and gain skills. The guy looks up. He understands that in front of him is a gate, the appearance of which is impossible to predict. A portal shines brightly above the guy's head. Suho thinks that last time he almost died because of this gate. But this is completely different, and despite the fact that his skill level is low, he should be able to cope. Despite all the difficulties that may arise before him, the hero believes that the mastery of the sword is imprinted in his memory, so he can just start all over again. Suho puts forward his left hand. Red streams flow through his fingers. The guy closes his eyes. The system reports that he has entered the gate. Suho opens his eyes. He is standing in the middle of a lush forest. The system reports that he has found himself in a red-green area. The entry conditions are unknown, as is the maximum number of participants. Green balls are visible near the hero's leg. Suho walks through the forest with a sword in his hand. He thinks about the monsters raging behind the gate as if it was their world, but on this side they are all dead. The forest is littered with goblin corpses. There is a sword in the throat of one of the monsters. The hero thinks that these creatures may have come out of the gate in an attempt to escape from something. Suho frowns at the goblin's corpse. His face is calm. He understands that he has found out who made the goblins run away from here. In front of the hero, someone is carrying a dead goblin in their hand. The guy also understands why these gates are marked as green and red. Suho sees 10th and 12th level hobgoblins in front of him. One of them takes out a sword. The monster grins happily. It points its weapon at the hero. Suho smiles slightly. He mentally asks the monster if it really wants to kill a person for a change now. We see the profiles of the opponents. The guy knows that, unlike the usual green goblins, these have red skin, their bodies are larger, and their muscles are stronger. Suho reaches for his sword. He stares at the enemy, thinking that, nevertheless, they are goblins. The hobgoblin opens his mouth. We see the mark of the blow that the monster deals. Suho pushes off the ground. The blow that the hobgoblin dealt flies a few centimeters from the guy. 3 pigtails are visible on the horned head of the monster. Suho looks down. He thinks that now his level is too low to pierce the skin of this creature. In front of us is the hero's left eye. Now we see his legs. Suho pushes off the ground. He aims at the hobgoblin's head. The guy thinks that he just needs to find a weak spot and hit it. The tip of the sword is aimed straight at the monster's eye. Suho hits exactly where he aimed. The hobgoblin lets out a piercing scream. The guy's hand holds the sword tightly. The hero thinks that, of course, such a tactic will not work with a huge difference in level or when the monster's characteristics are too high, but on a regular hobgoblin it should give a result. Suho sees splashes in front of him. He takes the sword out of the enemy. The guy looks at the defeated enemy in bewilderment and thinks that he dealt with him instinctively. Suho rubs the back of his head and says that nothing can be done about it. He looks to his left and says that next time he needs to be more careful. The hero looks at the second hobgoblin. It seems to him that he should use this opponent until he finds another. The enemies look at each other threateningly. The hobgoblin opens his mouth and screams loudly. The monster delivers a series of blows, but the guy manages to dodge each of them. In front of the hero, a trace of a sword strike is again visible. Suho thinks that by repeating one action several times, you can acquire a skill. The red monster waves its weapon excitedly. The hero understands that he needs to dodge a few more attacks. Another blow from the monster hits the ground in front of the hero. The system congratulates the guy on mastering the evasion skill. Suho smiles faintly. He originally expected to acquire this skill. The opponent's hands are holding weapons. The hero thinks that he can start mastering the next skill. A bright flash is visible between him and the hobgoblin. Suho strives to get the parry skill. The guy's sword glows. The hero thinks that this skill has its own long history, and there is a special weapon that suits it. The hobgoblin looks angrily at the enemy. The hero reflects his next blow. Suho thinks that this skill is the basis for other important skills. The opponent's weapons collide again. The system congratulates the guy on mastering the parry skill. We see the hero's face. He thinks that he is very lucky. The hobgoblin trembles with anger and makes strange sounds. Suho understands that he got the skill before he got tired. The guy's hand holds the weapon tightly. He realizes that he can finish with this enemy. Suho hits the monster on the neck with his sword. The guy looks down and says that we need to find other monsters. Thickets are visible behind him. Green spots are in front of us. Suho wonders if he needs to seriously get involved in gaining experience. A stone island hangs in the air with people standing on it. We see a clenched fist. In front of us are several young people. One of them says that it is pure madness to enter the gate without permission, and he wonders what faction the guy who entered there belongs to. The second promises to give the hero a thrashing when he comes out of the gate. The third says that if the guy dies there, he will become the first contender for the Darwin Award. Two people in suits stand in front of the fireman. One of them asks who this person was and if he really introduced himself as a newbie before entering the gate. The fireman, raising his left hand, says that the guy who went into the portal himself said that he just recently became a player. People look at the defeated monsters. The fireman says that the hero dealt with the goblins alone, then healed him and entered the gate, saying that he can get something inside. The man in the suit, looking at the scene, says that they arrived quite quickly, but the young man, who also happened to be a healer, managed to deal with all the goblins. The man with a badge on his chest says that all this is very strange. Weapons and goblin corpses are scattered on the ground. The young man in the suit says that considering that only goblins came out of the gate, the portal does not seem particularly difficult, and yet it is strange that a healer is going to conquer it alone. The man closes his eyes and imagines the hero. He does not understand if he really expects to easily deal with a crowd of goblins without getting a scratch. He does not understand what this character is doing, and comes to the conclusion that he probably just got carried away, since a healer cannot be crazy enough to go there alone. A powerful yellow glow can be seen above the people. The man tries to understand what to do if the guy really manages to cope with the cleansing. He turns to one of his subordinates and says that he will need to immediately report if the situation at the gate changes or if any of them leave. He replies that the order has been accepted for execution. The man has a phone in his hand. He thinks that if the guy succeeds, they will have to get him at all costs. We see the forest. Suho walks forward with a sword in his hand. He is focused on exterminating hobgoblins. The system reports the destruction of these monsters. The guy's sword is covered in blood. Suho approaches another group of hobgoblins. He strikes and chops off the heads of several of them at once. The surviving monster clutches its neck. The hobgoblin reaches for the sword lying in front of him. Suho kicks his hand. The monster trembles with horror. A hero stands in front of him. The young man calmly tells the monster to bring his friends here. The hobgoblin runs away, screaming loudly. Suho demands that he bring everyone he can find here. The guy reaches out to the system window and says that for now he will sort out his parameters. The system shows the guy's current indicators. He thinks that it is better not to focus on one thing, but to increase everything evenly. It seems to him that due to the fact that he killed many monsters and received additional points, his level is quickly increasing. In front of the guy hang system notifications about the mastery of several skills. Suho understands that he has acquired most of the basic skills, and now he needs to move on to the next stage. He looks at the corpses of the hobgoblins over the blue window hanging above them. Suho thrusts his sword into the corpse of the monster. The tip touches the red crystal. The guy looks thoughtfully at the loot and thinks that here really was what he hoped to see. He is not sure about all the other trophies, but the crystal, as it seems to him, needs to be taken. The hero brings the triangular stone to his face. We see the crystal up close. Suho thinks that a magic stone of this size is worth about 50,000 won each. The hero sighs heavily, since he does not really want to dig through the corpses. He thinks that in his past life he did not need to collect such a trifle, but now he really needs money. Suho looks back at the corpses of the hobgoblins. He thinks that he needs to examine them more carefully. The hero holds the crystal in his hands and says that this is the last one. In front of him hangs an inventory window. The young man thinks that if he can sell everything, he will get a pretty good profit. Suho notices something and jumps to his feet. He looks to his left. The guy hears sounds coming from the depths of the forest and understands that the monsters have finally arrived. The monsters are walking through the forest. Suho thinks that if the boss appears, he will deal with it. There are about 30 hobgoblins in front of the guy. The monsters are smiling. The hero thinks that he will be able to get a good amount of experience from them before the battle with the boss. Suho, smiling, asks the hobgoblin he released earlier where he managed to gather so many of his friends. He tells his comrades in his own language that this was the man who offended him. The command to destroy the enemy sounds, and the hobgoblins all rush to attack together. The monsters roar deafeningly, approaching the hero. Suho jumps into the air. He attacks from above and deals many blows. A white trace is visible next to the guy's face. One of the monsters makes a characteristic cry. In front of us is a dense forest, located inside a green-red portal. Something is happening behind the treetops. The hero jumps back and the axe that was flying at him crashes into the ground. Suho frowns at the enemy. He blocks his blow with his sword, mentally calling the goblins little bastards. The guy jumps back again. He shouts at the monsters that they irritate him. The hero deals multiple blows, after which he lands on one knee. He declares that all sorts of small parasites should not get underfoot when adult guys are doing business. A huge monster is visible behind the hero. It screams deafeningly. The system reports that the hobgoblin boss is using the intimidation skill, and the hero has been affected by fear. Suho looks back in fear. The system reports that his muscles are tense. The goblin boss smiles happily. The hero thinks that this skill causes fear, and its effect increases depending on the characteristics and level. He would never have thought that he would meet someone with such a skill in a low-level portal. The goblin squints. Suho understands that in front of him is, after all, the boss of this portal. Behind the hero stands a hobgoblin swinging a huge axe. The opponents look into each other's eyes. Suho understands that he cannot resist intimidation without items and skills related to mental defense. The hobgoblin, holding an axe, approaches the young man from behind and roars deafeningly. Suho remembers a reliable method of defense, and cuts his hand with a sword. We see this terrible picture up close. The system reports that the hero has broken out of a state of fear. Blood gushes from his hand. The hero, smiling, misses the blow. He says that it was dangerous. A trace of the blow is visible in front of the guy. The hobgoblin boss closes his eyes in disappointment. Suho looks over his shoulder and says that he should probably take care of the monster's charges first. The guy's face seems to blur. A headless hobgoblin is visible above the hero. The system reports that all enemies have been killed. The hero, raising his left hand, uses the healing light spell. The system reports that this skill has been activated. The boy's upper limb glows brightly. It is reported that the selected area has been healed. Suho clenches his fist. He stands in front of the hobgoblin boss and declares that he will now take care of this enemy. The evil monster looks sternly at the hero, who, smiling, offers him a pleasant time together. Suho and the hobgoblin boss exchange blows. Pink marks from the boy's sword are visible around the monster. He himself, in turn, is surrounded by white stripes. We see traces of the hero's hits on the enemy's body. There are small cuts on the hobgoblin boss's face and body. Suho thinks that it seems that due to the difference in levels he cannot inflict serious damage, but the effect still accumulates. The hero intercepts the sword. The tip of the blade is aimed at the wound on the hobgoblin's body. Suho presses his weapon and pierces the monster. Green blood gushes out of the wound. The guy understands that this is a good tactic, and using the existing wounds, he can inflict a fatal blow. The monster screams deafeningly. The system reports that the boss is using intimidation again. Suho smiles. He thinks that this will not work on him anymore, because once he overcomes fear, he will no longer feel it. Blood gushes from the wound over which the sword hangs. Suho inflicts many powerful blows on the hobgoblin boss. The monster grits its teeth. The hero says that he is inflicting the final blow. He brings his sword down on his opponent. Blood spurts out from the monster in front of the boy. The hobgoblin screams in pain. He falls to the ground at the boy's feet. It looks like the monster is dead. However, it opens its mouth again. Suho reaches out to the monster. A bright glow appears above the monster's head, indicating that the healing light skill is being used. The monster looks at the boy in bewilderment. The boy, with a serious expression, demands that the hobgoblin boss get up. Suho, smiling, says that he is far from finished. The ground in the forest is covered in green blood. The hero sees many system notifications in front of him about improving skills and increasing ball handling skills. We see the boy's hand. He uses the healing light skill on the boss again. Kneeling, the monster clutches his head. His hands are shaking. Suho looks scary. The system reports that the guy's aura is so overwhelming that it can break the ferocity of the monster boss. Then congratulations on mastering the intimidation skill appear. The guy has a puzzled expression on his face. He can't believe that he even got such a skill. Suho smiles. He understands that he has already learned everything that was possible here. The young man puts his sword in the sheath and tells the boss that he can go, since he has already fulfilled his role. The next second, he chops off the monster's head and adds that he can go straight to hell. Suho chops off the hobgoblin's head. We see the hero's face. The system informs him that he has mastered the decapitation skill, and the monster boss has been killed. System windows hang in front of the guy. They inform that the portal has been conquered and the most useful player has become Suho, who has received additional experience and 1 attribute point. We see 4 system messages. The first informs about increasing the level, increasing all characteristics by 1 point and receiving 1 additional attribute point. The second informs about reaching level 10. The third reminds that the system wants the hero to become even stronger and grants him great power. The fourth informs about receiving 5 additional attribute points. In front of us is the Healing Light skill card, which uses magic to heal wounds. It is reported that with every 10th level, the rank of the healer class skills increases. Now we see the Healing skill card, which uses magic to heal diseases. Suho thinks that this is just great, and now there is no need to worry about debuffs. He sees the skill tree in front of him and realizes that if he continues to strengthen his skills, he can cope with 10,000 poisons. Suho looks at the red crystal. He understands that he got everything he needs in this location. The hero looks up thoughtfully. He walks towards the exit of the gate. It seems to him that now, after a long time, he should see his friends. A stone island hangs above the people gathered on the ground. In front of us is the exit of the portal. Someone notices that the gate is shaking and asks if they have really been conquered. Suho walks forward. Those gathered in front of the gate see him. The hero has a very satisfied expression on his face. He calmly passes by the people who greet him. Someone asks in amazement if this young man really conquered the portal alone. Someone from the flying island jumps to the ground. These people try to attract the hero's attention. One of them says that he represents the Immortal Guild. The second says that he is from the Warring Guild. White streams are visible next to the hero. The guy is standing in front of the young man in a black suit. Smiling, Suho says that he is glad to meet him. The young man with a badge on his neck looks at the hero in surprise. He says that in front of him, it seems, is Young Chul Min from the Korean Hunters Association. One of Min's subordinates asks if he knows this young man. The boss says that he is not familiar with him. In front of us is a multi-story building. The inscription indicates that the South Korean Hunters Association is located here. The hero and Min are sitting at the table. The representative of the association looks at the tablet in amazement. He remembers how the hero extended his hand to him, called him by name, and also mentioned his place of work. Min's face is amazed. The young men shake hands. Min greets him and says that he is from the Gate Management Department, after which he asks how the hero knows him and what exactly he needs. Suho suggests discussing all these issues in the association building. Smiling, the hero says that he was just about to go there to get a hunter's license. Min is amazed and asks if this is about renewing the license. He looks at the tablet in surprise and thinks that back then it still meant that he was an unregistered hunter. We see the left eye of the civil servant. Min realizes that in front of him is a recently awakened player with the weakest class of all. Suho is chewing something. Min does not understand how this man was able to clear the gate alone. The official looks at the tablet in confusion. He realizes that, judging by the results of the professional aptitude test, Suho looks more like a warrior. The hero asks if there are any problems with the results he showed. Min puts the tablet on the table and says that everything is fine, then asks if the guy is really called Suho. He confirms it. In front of us is a corner of the office where the conversation is taking place. Min asks what the guy did before. He replies that he dropped out of college. The official asks if this means that Suho is now unemployed. The hero, smiling happily, says that he was not an excellent student. Min asks if the guy studied to be a doctor. He replies that he studied at a physical education college. The official asks again in amazement, and then says that ordinary people usually choose the warrior or archer class. He wonders why the hero decided to become a healer. Suho looks down thoughtfully. Smiling, he replies that he hates getting injured. Min says that the guy cleared the gate alone and asks to tell what really happened inside the portal. Monsters are visible in front of Suho. The hero says that there is really nothing much to tell. He just entered the gate, and then a hobgoblin attacked him, and he had to kill him to survive. Min asks again in surprise. We see the hero's hand. He confirms that this is exactly how it happened. Red crystals fall on the table in front of Min. Suho says that he got these magic stones from the killed monsters, as well as from their boss. Smiling, he looks at Min and says that he does not know the value of these stones, so he asks his interlocutor to evaluate the crystals. He says that he will try to figure this out as soon as possible. Min takes the red crystal in his hands. He examines it. The official looks at the hero, calls him Mr. Suho and asks if he really wants to become a hunter. The hero answers in the affirmative, stating that he decided to do this after awakening as a player. Min, smiling, states that this is a great decision. The official puts his fist to his mouth and says that he thinks this decision is still a bit impulsive, so he asks for a reason why the hero came to this choice. Suho, smiling, says that he is not sure he can describe it in words, but he internally realizes that he needs to better control his emotions, which he shows to people. The hero looks thoughtfully to his right. He says that he thinks there are many reasons why people become hunters. The guy's face becomes serious. He states that he feels sincere hatred for monsters and the gate, because of which he lost his entire family. We see a small boy standing near the ruins. Now in front of us is a huge gate and monsters that came out of it. Suho says that he realized the danger, but entered that gate alone, succumbing to emotions. He looks down thoughtfully and says that he was wondering if killing monsters would help him cope with his disappointment. According to him, he simply killed the creatures he met, but it did not change anything. We see the profile of the boy. Now we have his eye in front of us. Suho says that this is how he realized what he needs to do. The interlocutors are sitting at the table. The hero declares that he does not want there to be any more victims like him in the world. Min looks at the boy in surprise. He says that people should not be allowed to lose something valuable because of monsters, and he himself wants to serve for the benefit of everyone's safety. Min is shocked. The hero, looking at him, declares that he wants to join the Korean Hunters Association. Suho says that he wants to join the Korean Hunters Association. Min looks at the boy in shock. He looks away and declares that he is really glad to hear this, but is forced to ask the boy if the boy is sure of his decision. Sitting at the table, Min raises his hand and states that joining the association means that Suho will become a government employee. But as the boy probably knows, the salary here is lower than that of players who are members of private guilds. Suho, smiling, says that he is aware of this. In front of us is a yellow portal. The hero states that what he wants more money is free access to the gates, priority of conquest, and the authority to punish players for crimes. Min, surprised, asks what the hero means. He replies that he wants to work in this direction, preferably on conquering the gates. Min is shocked. He does not believe that such a thing is even possible. In front of us is the emblem of the Korean Hunters Association. The official knows that despite the priority the association has regarding portals, the organization usually sells the rights to clearing to private guilds. In front of us is a scary monster with many eyes. Min knows that the reason is that no one wants to risk their life fighting monsters for such a low salary. We see a man in a chair. Min thinks that it is generally believed that they choose their path for altruistic reasons, but people generally want to become association hunters because it is a stable job that does not require entering portals to get money. In front of us is a young man in a suit and tie. There are documents above Min's head. He knows that those who want to become some kind of administrator go to work in the association, and all his colleagues try to avoid visiting the portals in any way possible, while An Suho seems to be a completely different type of person. The hero is reflected in the official's iris. Min thinks that in front of him is a person who wants to work hard and talks about the safety of people, and this can really be the ideal of a hunter in the civil service. The hero presses his palm to his chest. Min thinks that in front of him is an ideal patriot. The official clutches his head. He is dizzy with happiness. Suho asks if everything is okay with him. There are red crystals on the table. The civil servant says that he has not met such people for a long time, and will take care of filling out all the required documents. He says that in order to pass the exam, the guy needs to pass an aptitude test, as well as a written test. Concern appears on the official's face. He says that it is also necessary to pass a practical exam, which will take place tomorrow. Suho asks again in surprise. Min tells him that he can register the hero if he wants to participate in this test. Suho happily asks if that is really possible. Min, raising both hands, says that there are certain rules, but since Suho cleared the portal by himself, he can report it to the management and get approval. In front of us are office plants. The official says that he gave the guy a recommendation because of the incredible talent he possesses, but it will be very difficult to prepare for the practical and written exams in one day. Min is not particularly worried about the practical test, since the hero has already demonstrated outstanding skills, but he thinks there may be problems with the written exam. The hero slams his fist on the table and says that everything is fine. He asks to register him. Suho sits in front of the red crystals. He states that it is always worth taking exams when possible to gain experience, and if he fails, he can take the test again. Then the hero clarifies whether the exam is really scheduled for tomorrow. Min looks at his interlocutor in surprise and admires his courage. He says that the aptitude test can be taken today. Suho, smiling, rubs the back of his head. He thanks Min for the information provided, after which he says that he does not have money for the registration fee, and therefore asks the official to take care of the magic stones right now. Min gets up from his seat and says that he will take care of it while the young man takes the aptitude test. The hero, smiling, thinks that Min is the only one he can trust even now. The official, with his mouth slightly open, looks at the large red crystal. The young man, smiling, thanks the official. Clouds are floating above the association building. Suho is looking at his phone with his mouth full. Min says that the ability test has been passed and he has transferred the money to the hero for the magic stones. We see the bottom of the hot dog wrapper that the hero is chewing. Min says that this is, of course, very awkward, but as a government official, he is exempt from taxes specifically on magic stones. Suho says that this is simply incredible. The guy looks at Min standing in front of him with food and asks if he can ask for one more favor. The official asks what it is. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He says that from what he heard, the association has a library where you can find reference books and workbooks for tomorrow's test. Suho and Min are sitting in a cafe. The hero says that it is late, but he thinks that it would not hurt to study for tomorrow's exam. Suho, smiling, asks permission to study in the library. Min, not putting down his hot dog, says that this is not a question at all, and Suho can study there as much as he wants. The hero expresses gratitude. We see the association's library. Min says that the guy does not need an employee's ID, so he can study here in peace. The official joyfully raises his fist and expresses hope that the guy will cope with tomorrow's test. Suho asks Min to be careful on the way home. The official turns around and walks away. The young man, smiling, looks after him and thinks that his old friend Min has remained exactly the same. The civil servant goes out the door. The guy thinks that he is a kind and very reliable person, who now does not even suspect that in the future he will become the head of the association. Suho closes his eyes. He thinks that it was difficult for him to pretend to be a layman, so it seemed to him that he was teasing his old friend, but if he showed that he knew everything, he would become suspicious. The hero stands in front of the entrance to the library. He turns around and thinks that he needs to find that very thing. The guy passes by bookcases. He understands that he remembers important events from the future, but not everything down to the smallest detail. The boy is surrounded by bookcases on all sides. The boy hopes to get that very skill. A glow comes from one of the books. Suho sees it and realizes that it is very large. The boy takes the book in his hands. The boy opens it. He knows that when he tries to find out information, the book gives short sentences. The system says that this is a book from another world. Suho looks at the book. He thinks that it can be used in several ways. The guy divides the book into approximately 2 equal parts. He opens it and places it right above his head. Question marks appear above him. Suho, closing his eyes, thinks that this method does not work, so he needs to use the only one left. The system window is reflected in the boy's eyes. The bookshelves glow brightly. The system says that the Library of Memories is interested in the hero's story. The book we see above the hero's head begins to glow. The system informs that the Library of Memories invites the guy. We see the face of the young man. Sheets fall down. Suho stands in front of a spiral staircase that goes far up. The system welcomes him. A magical formation is visible above the book. The hero thinks that the Library of Memories allows you to remember everything a person has ever seen and heard, including painful and bitter moments of life. We see the hero's profile. The young man thinks that the human mind exists for a long time precisely because it forgets. But from the moment of mastering this library, a curse of memory is imposed on a person. We see a sad blonde. The hero remembers that the original owner of this skill belonged to the Hexagon Guild, and in the past was a member of the association. The girl sleeps, studying in the library and preparing for a change of job. She used this book as a pillow, because otherwise it was uncomfortable to sleep. In front of us is a closed eye of the girl. Suho thinks that she was very lucky with the skill, and thanks to her he received information about the Library of Memories. A boy stands in front of a spiral staircase going up. He wants to treat the girl to something when they meet. The system asks if the boy wants to pass on his story to the Library of Memories. Suho is thoughtful. He understands that with this skill he will be able to restore all his memories. In front of us are DNA strands. The hero thinks that memories disappear and change over time, so in order not to miss small details, he must master this skill. In front of us is the boy's face. The system reports that his story has been accepted. White debris is visible around the hero. The system reports that the Library of Memories is accessing the boy's memories and begins to record them. Suho looks at his hand. Books fall from the shelves. The boy stands at the base of the spiral staircase. The system reports that the Library of Memories is open. A blue window informs that the Library of Memories stores everything the hero has ever seen or heard. Memories are available at any time and, in addition, the library recommends the necessary information as needed. Suho smiles and examines his hand, thinking that the recording process itself looks a little strange because it is an illusory place. The young man looks down and tries to figure out if he needs to test a new skill. In front of us is the lower part of the guy's face. Suho closes his eyes. Now he opens them. The hero thinks that he needs to return to his past. The guy remembers how he stood on the edge of the cliff in front of his squad members. He realizes that he still feels those emotions. Suho begins to fall down. He clenches his teeth. The guy understands that this was to be expected. We see the faces of the squad members. Suho thinks that they are selfish traitors who left the gate for the sake of survival. In front of the fallen guy, system windows are visible. He thinks that he will never forget these bastards. Suho looks up. He realizes that these memories are very unpleasant, and he needed to think about something else. The young man's eye is shown in close-up. System windows are hanging in front of him. The hero's face is filled with surprise. He is trying to understand what exactly he sees. There are 2 windows above the boy's head. The first one says that the system wants to reward the hero with the opportunity to become even stronger, since he was the first to achieve transcendence. The second one informs that the system of the player on Suho has begun to reboot. The hero, whose face we see, asks again in amazement. Suho is standing at the base of the spiral staircase. We see a shadow behind him. A bright white sword is visible in front of the young man. The young man tries to understand if the system has returned him to the past. He remembers that he achieved the unity of the divine sword and received the first SS rank skill. Suho covers his eyes with his hand. He understands that he was given a second chance because he was the first to achieve transcendence, which he had never heard of before. Suho raises his left hand. He understands that it is not by chance that he returned to the past. In front of us is a yellow car. The hero gets out of the taxi. He looks around, thinking that it is not the reason that is important, but the fact that he returned. The guy goes forward. We see a bright glow. The hero thinks that now he can not only change his future, but also prevent the huge sacrifices that were made when conquering the portals. Suho looks down thoughtfully. He thinks that he should try. The young man hopes that he will be able to clear the gates much faster than in his past life. The young man stands on the sidewalk. He understands that he cannot waste a second of his precious time. In front of him is a magnificent building. At its top, the coat of arms of the private academy of Hunter's Nexus is visible. Suho smiles. He thinks that this academy is the largest in the country, and in the future he will need a lot of money, which he can just earn here. The girl standing at the reception desk smiles. She greets the hero and asks what brought him here. Suho calmly answers that he would like to see Director Kim Sui. The girl asks again in surprise. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The academy employee asks if the guy made an appointment. He replies that he just came. but he needs to discuss something with the director. The girl, a little surprised, says that such meetings require an appointment in advance. Suho says that in this case she can simply tell her boss that a man has come who single-handedly conquered the gate at Syndrome Station. The guy slightly raises his left hand. In front of us is the director's office. The girl in glasses, smiling, says that she is pleased to meet you, after which she says that she is Kim Suei, the director of Nexus Academy. Suho bows politely and says that his name is Suho, and he is very pleased to meet you. Suei asks the guy to sit down. The academy emblem hangs above the table. Suei says that, as she was informed, the young man in front of her cleared the gate at Syndrome Station. Then she asks what brought him to Nexus. The interlocutors are sitting at the table. Suho says that he came for a scholarship. Suei asks again in surprise. The hero says that she heard right, and then says that tomorrow there is an exam for hunters wishing to obtain a license. The young man says that he will also take this exam. Suei looks at him in surprise. She brings her fist to her mouth and asks when the guy woke up. He answers that it was today. Suei, looking at the young man in amazement, asks him to repeat. There is a piece of paper in front of the girl. She clarifies with the guy whether he is really an unregistered hunter who woke up today, and tomorrow he is going to take the exam to obtain a license, and at the same time he single-handedly conquered the gate at Syndrome Station. In front of us is the emblem of the Korean Hunters Association. Suho says that Suei stated everything correctly. Then he says that immediately after waking up he was lucky to contact a person from the association who helped him register. The hero, whose lower part of his face we see, says that he plans to come in first in the exam anyway. Suei looks at the boy in amazement. They sit across from each other at the table. Suho asks the girl to make him a scholarship student at Nexus Academy if he really does come in first in the exam. We see the faces of the two interlocutors. The hero says that he naturally wouldn't refuse a scholarship either. Suho, raising his right hand, says that he wouldn't refuse a scholarship either. The hero imagines himself standing on a pedestal. He thinks that it's hard to become the best as a rookie, but he's a veteran who's conquered many portals. Suei looks at the boy carefully, who thinks that a woman should decide for herself whether to believe him or not. Suei, adjusting her glasses, says that the fact that Suho cleared the gates alone is impressive, but this exam is a bit different, since on average only 20% of participants pass it. In front of us is a news report, which says that only 15% of the participants passed the exam for a hunter's license this year. Suho asks Suei to listen to his proposal. The interlocutors are sitting at a low table. The hero says that Suei can simply ignore it, as well as the request for a scholarship. If he does not become the best on the exam, the director of the academy asks permission to ask something. In front of us are the emblems of 3 academies. Suei says that in addition to Nexus, there are also Hexagon and Prime, and she is interested in why the guy chose her academy. We see the faces of the two interlocutors. Suho says that he chose Nexus, since the situation of this academy is the saddest. The woman asks again in surprise. The hero, looking at her, says that, as far as he knows, the Nexus Academy is the largest in the country, but in recent years its students have not taken first or second place, so there are significantly fewer people willing to enter the educational institution. Suei's eyes are sad. She understands that the young man is telling the truth. Suho stands among other students. The director of the academy thinks that her institution should also show good results. But among the students there is not a single outstanding and progressing student. She understands what prospects open up before her if she accepts the hero's offer, and he really becomes the best. Above the hero's head, the logo of the Korean Hunters Association and a brightly glowing portal are visible. Suei imagines what will happen if the hunter who conquered the gate alone passes the exam with the highest score. If everyone knows that he represents Nexus, the prestige of the academy will increase incredibly. In front of us is a stunning academy building. Suei again adjusts her glasses. She thinks that this offer is impossible to refuse, and there is only one factor that can influence her decision, so the director asks how much money Suho plans to receive from the academy. We see the interlocutors from under the ceiling of the room. The hero asks what kind of scholarship the best student of the academy gets. Suei says that the educational institution refunds the full cost of tuition for a year and pays a bonus of 30 million won. In addition, the student, if he wants, can immediately join the Nexus Guild. We see the faces of the interlocutors. Suho says that he did not expect anything else from an academy of such a size. Suei sadly says that the guy probably expected more, after which he asks the young man to honestly voice the amount that he wants to receive. Suho thoughtfully rubs his chin. He raises 3 fingers and says that 300 million won will suit him. Suei looks at the young man in surprise. He says that this is a very reasonable amount, considering the size of the academy and the benefits that it will receive from the fact that the best student is studying there. Suho, smiling, says that this is not such a big amount of money for Nexus. Suei thinks that the guy is absolutely right. The young man smiles. The director gives his consent to his proposal. The woman looks at the young man carefully and says that she will allocate this amount if he becomes the best on the exam. She raises her right hand and declares that she will give the order to prepare the contract, and the hero can look around the territory of the educational institution for now. 2 young men pass by the magnificent buildings. The hero thinks that with each passing minute the size of the academy amazes him more and more. He has the feeling that it is a whole city, and it seems to him that as soon as he enters Nexus, he will no longer need anything. The young man in the white shirt, smiling, says that Nexus is the largest academy in South Korea. Suho understands that his guide was woken up, and feels sorry for this guy. Looking at the young man, the hero thanks him for agreeing to see him off at such a late hour. The student replies that he has a very important guest next to him, and this is the least he can do for him. Suho says that he sees someone on the playground. It is hard to see from afar, but it seems to be a student. The hero's escort states that this student is training at night again. Suho is surprised that the word, again, was uttered. The answer sounds that in front of them is the most diligent student of Nexus. The young man puts his hands to his mouth and shouts that training is, of course, very good, but Daehan should think about his health. The young man, smiling, states that he is a third-year student, so he needs to work hard. Suho remembers the name he just heard. We see the same man in armor. The hero remembers that in his past life he went on raids with this guy several times, and then he was the best tank in the country. He had incredible defense and psychic power, and Suho regrets that tanks have lost their positions over time. Daehan, squinting, holds an axe in his hands. We see this weapon up close. The hero thinks that, judging by the fact that the guy is armed with an axe and not a shield, he does not yet know about his abilities. Suho, smiling, looks at the young man and thinks that since it turned out this way, he will be able to lay some foundations in advance. Suho looks to his left. He thinks that since Daehan will eventually join the Nexus Guild, he needs to establish contact with him in this life in order to bring him to the Great Hunters Association. The escort raises his hands and introduces the young men to each other. He tells the hero that in front of him is Kang Daehan, a student of their academy. The guys greet each other, smiling. Suho points to the axe and says that Daehan, as far as he understood, will participate in the exam. The hero asks if the guy is going to use the axe as his main weapon. Daehan confirms this guess. Suho asks why the student chose this weapon. He cannot give a clear answer. Daehan, smiling nervously, says that he strives to become a close combat player, and he was advised to choose a battle axe. Rubbing the back of his head embarrassedly, the guy says that, as he was told, this weapon suits his physique perfectly. The student accompanying the hero says that nothing can compare in destructive power with a battle axe. Suho looks at Daehan in bewilderment, and asks if he really only trained with an axe. The young man says in a trembling voice that he is a slow learner, so he only tried to master this weapon. Daehan, scratching his cheek, says that it took him 2 years to relatively master the art of fighting with an axe, although he is incredibly far from perfect. Suho smiles. He thinks that all this is not surprising, since the axe does not suit the young man's abilities. The hero tries to understand what the matter is, the guy's persistence, or his incredible stubbornness, because he should have changed his weapon as soon as he felt that his skills were not improving. The hero clutches his head. Daehan asks what happened. Suho sighs heavily. He understands that the largest academy in the country is very weak. The hero says that he is thinking about something else. We see different types of weapons. Suho says that you need to use what is most comfortable to work with, since each player gets a stat adjustment anyway. He states that in this case you can quickly increase your skill level, although a lot depends on personal experience and knowledge. Surprise appears on Daehan's face when he hears that it seems like an axe is not suitable for him as a main weapon. The hero states that the fact that it took 2 years to master the axe indicates that they are incompatible. Daehan looks at the guy in surprise and asks again. Daehan, dressed in armor, holds an axe. Suho says that the destructive power of this weapon is indeed great, but the attacks are very long and there is a high probability that the enemy will have time to strike back. The hero remembers how Daehan looked in his past life. He states that, however, the guy's physique is large enough to be a tank. Daehan looks at his advisor in surprise. He looks at his axe in amazement, and says that he has been doing the same thing for 3 years. Suho puts his hands on the third-year student's shoulders. He says that if he is durable enough to handle an unsuitable weapon for 3 years, then he definitely has the ability to be a tank. The student asks again in surprise. We see a weapon. Suho says that Daehan should wear a shield on his left hand and use something one-handed with his right. This will allow him to improve his practical results. The third-year student looks at the hero in surprise. He asks if he should become a tank now, and whether it will be difficult, since the exam is due tomorrow. Suho looks the student in the eyes and asks what is the core of the squad. Before us are representatives of different combat professions. Daehan suggests that the core of the squad is a mage. The hero replies that this is wrong, and the core is a tank, because he must attract the attention of enemies and protect the mage and healer, and for this, a shield and a weapon that allows you to hold back enemies are best suited. Daehan happily clenches his fists, and says that he likes the offer and will follow the advice. The hero is encouraged by the fact that the guy did not lose heart, and quickly made a rational decision. We see the night sky. The hero wishes the third-year student good luck. He thanks him for the good advice. Suho and the guy accompanying him watch Daehan leave. The hero looks at the student who called out to him. The guys are standing opposite each other. The young man says that the director asked him to conduct a tour, So he thought that he was dealing with a guest of the academy. But now it seems to him that he is an experienced instructor, since the hero is well versed in contracts and advice. Thoughtfully scratching his cheek, Suho says that he is not an instructor. At the same time, he understands that an unlicensed person who knows so much must look suspicious. The hero tells the student that he is simply an interested party. The accompanying person asks again in amazement. Suho asks if the contract is ready already, since enough time has passed. In front of us is the magnificent building of the Nexus Academy. A student says that he just got a call about the contract, and now they need to go back to the director's office. We see the building of the Korean Hunters Association. It is reported that this is happening the next day. Young people are sitting on a bench. It is reported that candidates eager to get a license have gathered at the entrance to the association. They have all honed their skills and were in the best shape. The hero is sitting, his head hung tiredly. It is reported that this is on Suho, who single-handedly cleared the portal. The young man looks incredibly tired after everything that happened the previous day. He understands that he is now in his worst shape. Suho enters the door. An announcement is heard that the exam participants must line up according to numbers in order to undergo testing for the presence of drugs. The hero holds his head. He thinks that although this test was organized to check for doping, no one cares about such things. The guy is incredibly tired, and he does not want to undergo useless tests at all. Blue streams are visible near the guy's face. He thinks that these tests will not give results, because scammers usually use potions to enhance skills, not drugs. A girl is standing in front of the hero. Suho looks closely at the energy emanating from her. He understands that the level of the exam participants usually does not exceed the 5th, and the magical wave that he sees cannot come from an applicant of this level. Suho is standing among other exam participants. He understands that this is not only about the girl he just checked, but at least several more people. In front of us, first the face, and then the right eye of the hero. The system reports that the guy's sensitivity to magic is much higher than the rest, and congratulates him on mastering the magic recognition skill. Energy spreads around the hero. The guy thinks that with such a skill it is much easier for him to distinguish magical energy. He understands that the issue of doping is very serious, and there are a huge number of scammers around him that need to be dealt with. Suho notices Daehan. He clenches his fist happily. The hero thinks that, fortunately, he found at least one candidate clean from doping. In front of us is a huge hall, where candidates for the exam are walking. Suho passes two guys talking. One of them asks if his interlocutor passed the written test. He answers that it seems he will have to go to retake it. It turns out that the first guy also failed this test. He says that the tasks were too difficult. Suho remembers himself during this test. He thinks that thanks to the library of memories he easily coped with all the tasks. The young man has a feeling that he, without wanting it, became a cheater. Someone calls out to the hero. Min is standing in front of him, who asks how Suho passed the test. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The hero answers that, as it seems to him, he coped with the test, but he is interested in what Min is doing here. He answers that he came to help, since the association is constantly short of workers. In front of us is a column and a wall of the room. Min says that, as he was told, it was almost the most difficult test in history. But the confidence with which the young man worked amazed him. Suho says that it seems that he still managed to pass the exam normally. The hero looks at Min and asks permission to ask a question. He says that he is ready to listen if it is not related to testing. The young men look at someone. Suho says that some of those present have not undergone a drug test, and then asks if there is a reason for this. Min asks again in surprise. Black figures are visible in front of the interlocutors. The hero says that some of the applicants seem suspicious to him. He points his thumb behind himself and asks to check someone. Suho and Min are surrounded by streams of blue energy. The hero states that in order to prevent cheating, the association conducts urine and blood tests. The participants' belongings are also taken away to avoid cheating during the exam, and their clothes are changed to a special exam uniform. But he is worried that there is no test for skill enhancement. Min looks carefully ahead. Suho says that thanks to the skill of recognizing magic, it will be easier to detect cheaters. The civil servant bows and thanks the young man. He promises to check everything before the practical test. Suho says that then he will go prepare for this test. Min stops the guy. He looks at the hero and expresses hope that he will pass the exam, since he really wants to work together with him. Suho looks at his interlocutor, who wishes the guy to get the highest score on the practical test. Suho and Min touch fists. The hero thanks the association employee, who wishes him luck. There are people standing next to the blue capsules. It is reported that this is happening in half an hour at the site of the practical testing. Suho looks up. An announcement sounds that the test will be postponed for 2 hours due to problems with the capsules. Behind the guy, worried candidates for the exam are visible. The organizers of the event on the loudspeaker offer to go to the cafeteria and have a snack. In addition, it is reported that you can wait for the start of the exam in the rest area and on the training ground. The hero understands that all this is just a pretext, and Min must be taking measures against the use of skill enhancements, as the hero thought. The employee of the Korean Hunters Association immediately began to fulfill his request. Here are the test takers. Suho thinks that there are 1,200 candidates in total and the passing percentage should not have been more than 10. Now if they manage to find the cheaters, this percentage could drop to 7, and those who pass this test will be pure unrivaled talents. So he must take a closer look at the most promising of them. Suho looks to his left. He hears someone suggesting a competition. The young man sees young men standing opposite each other. One of them asks who the hell is challenging him and demands that the insolent man get the hell out. The second young man says that he does not want to fight but to spar. He asks if his opponent is afraid of his true abilities being revealed. The young man calls the one who challenged him a son of a bitch and asks why he doesn't just get out of here somewhere. The young man's face is covered by his hair. He takes out his weapon and asks what will happen if he attacks first. A mark from the blow is visible in the air. Suho parries the blow, standing in front of the guy who was challenged. His opponent abruptly steps back. The hero calmly looks at the aggressive young man. Suho puts out his sword. The guy he protected asks what is going on in the head of the attacker. Suho turns to the guy, says that he will take care of everything, and asks him to calm down. The young man asks in bewilderment who is in front of him. Suho raises his left hand, replies that he is just another candidate for the exam. The hero says that nothing good will come of the young man getting into a fight. He asks him to leave this matter to him. The guy, swearing foully, declares that the hero can do whatever he wants. The young man, who first showed aggression, asks why someone is interfering in this matter. The hero, smiling happily, declares that his name is Suho. He says that the guy is apparently looking for a partner for sparring, and offers himself as such. The young man frowns at Suho, and says that he does not compete with such weaklings. The hero asks again in surprise. The aggressive young man stands half-turned to Suho. He declares that he was just lucky a little earlier, so he better not get cocky and go somewhere far away. Suho raises his index finger and asks if the young man is scared. He starts to get angry. In front of us are two potential opponents. The hero offers to check whether luck was on his side last time. He declares that so far he has the feeling that the guy in front of him is too scared. The guy declares that this bastard himself asked for a good beating. The guy, smiling menacingly, declares that he is bored anyway, surrounded by cowardly idiots. Suho, smiling, asks if this means consent to sparring, then declares that somewhere around here there must be a site for such fights, and only permission from the leader is needed. The opponents stand opposite each other. One of the spectators asks how they can arrange a circus on such a day. Someone suggests that these young people are simply looking for attention, considering themselves somehow special. A referee stands between the opponents. He informs that only the weapons offered by the association are allowed to be used, and since this is sparring, it will be stopped at any moment if the situation gets too heated. The referee raises his hand. He gives the signal and announces the start of sparring. The hero's opponent immediately rushes into the attack. Suho parries the blow. The opponent jumps. He raises his katana to strike. Suho retreats only one step, and the blow flies past his face. We see the faces of the opponents. The hero's opponent asks in bewilderment how the young man managed to dodge. He strikes again, threatening the hero with the most terrible consequences. Suho's foot is on the katana. The opponent can't lift his weapon off the ground. Suho calmly looks at the guy and says that he has incredibly disappointed him with his weakness. We see the faces of the two opponents again. The hero declares that he is facing a completely helpless person. The opponent swears filthily. The hero's opponent takes out a sword. It is reported that this is the crazy swordsman Park Young. A sword is visible in front of the guy's face. Suho remembers that this guy had an insane thirst for power, and was ready to arrange fights with the masters at any convenient opportunity. Blood splashes are visible around the sword. The hero thinks that Young did all this for the sake of better swordsmanship and more power. Young smiles predatory. We see how he strikes another opponent. Suho remembers that this incredible thirst, in the end, turned the guy into a hunter-killer. The hero rises above the defeated opponent. He cannot believe that he ended up with him on the same exam. We see the faces of the two opponents. Suho thinks that in his past life Young's skills were simply amazing, but out loud he calls his opponent an incredibly helpless person. He understands that he needs to take measures so that the young man does not make the same mistakes. Young flies back and falls on his back. He raises his head. Suho, smiling, says that he is very bored now, but the guy threatened very boldly, and he really believed that he had a strong opponent. Young, sitting on the floor, asks why the hero has such enormous strength. We see the faces of the sparring participants again. The hero says that even if Young tries to attack, he will not achieve anything. Then Suho asks if the guy wants to continue. The hero understands that the opponent is confused, since he faced a level 10 opponent for the first time, and before his opponent's strength was no higher than level 5. Young, smiling, says that he has a very interesting opponent. He stands up and states that he now understands why the hero was so calm. He holds his katana out in front of him, and says that he will fight with all his might now. Suho raises his weapon and agrees to play with the opponent. Young raises his sword to strike. We see the mark of the strike. Suho blocks the strike with his weapon. The hero parries several powerful strikes from the opponent. Smiling, he says that the last strike was the strongest. Yong, looking at the opponent, asks if he is really going to continue to pretend to be completely relaxed. The guy's eyes are burning with anger. He states that now they will see if the hero can parry the next strike. Yong puts one hand on the floor. Suho realizes that the opponent is using his personal technique, which is called the Dragon's Sword. We see the faces of the opponents. Yong loudly screams for the hero to die. A powerful red flash occurs. Yong smiles. He feels the recoil and realizes that he delivered the perfect strike, which should bring him victory. Suho blocks this blow as well. The sword in Yong's hand trembles slightly. The hero mockingly says that he managed to block even this attack. The swordsman asks in bewilderment how the guy managed to do it. He rubs the back of his head and declares that he is not generous enough to take such a slow blow. We see the hero's eye. The young man understands that this was not a dragon sword technique, but a regular basic one, and naturally, a beginner will not be able to perfect a signature technique without a hunter's license. Suho parries another blow from Yong, who calls the hero a bastard. The opponents exchange blows. Suho kneels down. Yong, whose eye we see, loudly shouts that he has figured out the hero. In front of us are the faces of the opponents. Yong happily declares that now it's all over. Suho delivers a powerful punch to the jaw. His opponent's eyes roll back. Yong, not believing what is happening to him, asks how this is possible. Suho calmly reminds his opponent that he warned him that he is too slow. Yong grinds his teeth in anger and calls the hero a bastard again. He lies unconscious on his back in front of the hero. Suho shakes his hands. He thinks that he needs to stop, because if he hurts his opponent's pride even a little more, he will get himself into a lot of trouble. The hero understands that this guy will be fixated on him and will not pay attention to others until he defeats him. Yong, as if in delirium, repeats the name of his opponent. Suho squints. He realizes that it has become much quieter around him. The guy looks at the referee and calls out to him several times. The young man is shocked. He stands with a look as if he does not understand anything. We see the arena where the sparring took place. Suho admits that he accidentally knocked out his opponent and asks the referee to take care of the guy until he comes to his senses. The referee thanks the hero for the reminder. We see a multi-story building. The exam participants are tested in capsules. A sensor is attached to the hero's head. Suho thinks that there are more qualified managers now than before, and they are probably doping inspectors disguised as ordinary workers. Suho sees two people taking away one of the test participants. He says that he is incompatible with the capsule, so he will take the test somewhere else, and not in this testing lab. The hero mentally asks the inspectors to remove all the cheaters from the exam. A manager is standing next to the guy. He says that the young man can lie down in the capsule as soon as he is ready. Suho replies that he understands everything. A young man in a white shirt is preparing to press the control panel. He warns that if the young man feels strange sensations during the dive, he should immediately press the button to request emergency assistance. Suho again says that he understands everything. The lab assistant's hand is on the control panel. He says that the testing is starting. The lid of the capsule goes down. The hero closes his eyes. We see a sensor attached to his temple. The system reports that the hunter's practical testing program is activated and is connecting to the user's consciousness. A series of notifications appears, informing about the increase in the immersion process from 5 to 100% and the establishment of a connection. The last window reports that the healer's practical testing program has been launched. Suho lies with his eyes closed, then he opens them. The young man thinks that this exam is especially difficult for him, since healers have a very low percentage of passing. The guy is interested in why representatives of this profession are the least successful. Suho is standing behind the crying girl. She is trying to move a huge stone that is crushing a man, and loudly calls for help. The hero cannot believe that the association created exactly such a program. The girl desperately tries to lift the stone. Suho thinks that the association's employees have no sense of proportion, and it begins to seem to him that passing the hunter's test will be a very unpleasant test for him. Suho rolls up his sleeves. He says that this is why healer services are so expensive. The guy calmly looks ahead and says that it's time to get started. Against the background of stars hangs a square with 4 symbols. The hero thinks that the practical test can be considered the main element of the exam, and the key to passing it is to demonstrate the skills of the selected class. In front of us is a capsule. Suho remembers that every year the simulation scenarios change, as do the criteria for passing. We see first 1 skull, and then 6 at once. Suho thinks that usually it is either a one-on-one battle or one against all, and the result depends on the time spent and the number of kills. The young man looks at his glowing hand. The hero thinks that the healer exam is a little special. A representative of this profession, unlike other classes, has insignificant strength and weaker characteristics, although for any squad a healer is incredibly important. The young man heals a warrior injured in battle. There are several scary monsters in front of the guy. The hero thinks that the sacrifice of a healer is considered the most important quality, and higher marks are given to those representatives of this profession who save people, risking their lives. We see the face of the young man. He thinks that in other words, he should be ready to die during this test, saving the patient. But the problem is that all his characteristics are still intact. Next to the hero walking forward, a sword is visible. Suho looks at this weapon. He understands that he needs to be beaten for too long for his condition to drop to the level of other participants in this exam. The young man takes the sword in his hand. He pulls the weapon out of the ground, not understanding why he should be crazy enough to let himself be beaten to death. The guy, smiling, looks at the hilt of the sword. He thinks that asking someone who has already died to die is simply inhuman. A girl trying to remove a rock from a crushed man screams loudly, begging to be saved. Suho realizes that he hears too many screams, although in reality there are only dead people around him, with the exception of one person. A guy sits down in front of the girl and asks if she is okay. The girl looks at the hero with fear. She warns that the monsters will return and that they need to run before they appear here. The hero thinks that his task during this test is to protect the girl until the very end. We see the guy's hand holding a sword. The girl looks at the back of her protector. He says that he will protect her until help arrives. We see 24 capsules. A lid opens over one of the exam participants. The guy says that he could have done better. A girl in a white shirt standing next to him thanks the young man for his work, asks him to take his personal belongings and go home. A young man with a displeased expression thanks the association employee. She puts her hand on the horizontal screen. The girl sees the name of the examinee. His class is a healer, and the time is 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She thinks that most likely, due to the high difficulty of the tasks, the results this year are very low. The girl turns to the director Shin, who is standing in front of her, and asks how long the examinee has been inside, next to whose capsule he is standing. It seems to her that too much time has passed. The face of the association employee appears in amazement when she hears that 30 minutes have already passed. She runs up to the director and says that this cannot be, after which she asks to let her check. Shin says that even more time has passed. The girl looks at the timer in amazement, which shows the value of 30 minutes and 21 seconds. The association employee looks at the control panel. She guesses that there is a very good fighter inside, a warrior by profession. Shin says that there is a healer there. The girl warns the man that it is not good to lie. He replies that he did not even think about deceiving. On the screen we see Suho, surrounded by monsters. The girl says that Shin is lying after all, since this man has a sword in his hand. The director asks to take a closer look. Suho heals the girl sitting under the stone. The employee of the association notices that the guy is using healing skills. She cannot believe that this man is really a healer. The girl looks closely at the monitor. It seems surprising to her that this examinee can fight like that. Then she assumes that if this guy does not die, he will be disqualified. The director Shin says that at first he thought exactly the same, but there are no formal reasons to remove him. The girl sees Suho fighting monsters. Shin says that a healer must protect the patient until the last moment. The employee of the association says that this is exactly how it is. The director says that the guy fulfills all the requirements, while protecting his patient. The hero cuts off the head of a green lizard. The director declares that the examinee is not just fighting, but properly accompanying his ward, and constantly staying next to her, healing her from time to time. We see how this process happens. Suho looks away from the girl with concern. Shin says that for the sake of his ward, the guy is now risking his life, and there is no reason for disqualification when all the rules are followed. Two toothy monsters approach the hero. The director declares that the practical program is not limited in any way, and he does not understand what violations can be discussed here. His assistant agrees. Green monsters rush at the hero. Shin declares that the best examinee of the practical test has apparently been determined. The monster opens its toothy mouth wide. Suho looks at the enemy intently. His hand holds a sword. Several lizards rush at the guy. With one movement, he cuts them all down. The hero looks over his shoulder. We see his legs. The guy thinks that he needs to speed up a little. Suho jumps. He seems to hang in the air above the monsters. The guy takes the sword out of its sheath. The hero decapitates several monsters at once. Suho puts his sword back in its sheath. Another lizard loses its head. Blood gushes from the toothy mouth of another monster. The hero cuts into pieces a dozen more monsters. Monsters chopped into pieces fly in the air. Suho goes forward. The system reports that the level of understanding of the hero's gate is very high. The next window congratulates the guy on mastering the gate. The hero slyly looks to the left of himself. As he thought, even taking into account the fact that this is virtual reality, he is still on the ground, so nothing escapes the system's gaze. It determines the correct body movements, which allows you to master skills. There are many system windows hanging next to the hero. The guy thinks that although the speed of gaining experience here is lower, this method is ideal for acquiring skills. He received many additional skills and improved all sword skills to A rank. In front of us is another portion of system windows. Suho thinks that experience and artifacts are not acquired here, but he is still happy. The young man sees hexagons with images of skills. Suho stands at the entrance of the portal. He thinks that if he masters all the basic swordsmanship skills and upgrades them to rank A or higher, he can master a unique technique like the one Park Young has. A window appears informing him of a great achievement. Suho learns that his understanding of swordsmanship is higher than anyone else. The system is impressed by his skills and wants to fully recognize them. It is suggested to register a new skill by combining the basic swordsmanship and walking techniques. After registering, the hero will be able to choose a name, and the system will assign a rank to the skill. Suho smiles. He finally got what he wanted, which is the Guardian's Sword. Suho stands in front of a blue window. The system asks him if the name Guardian's Sword is correct for the skill he created. The hero confirms it. The young man's hand is on the sheath of the sword. The system congratulates the young man on the fact that his great skill has been recognized by the system, and he has created a new skill based on his own swordsmanship. The hero raises his right hand. The system confirms that the S-level Guardian's Sword has been created. Suho smiles. It is reported that the effectiveness of other sword skills and gait has been increased by 50%, and for the young man's great achievement, the system awards him 10 additional stat points. There are 3 more system windows in front of us. In the first of them, the system expresses hope that Suho will continue to follow this path. The second congratulates him on the reward in the form of the sword mastery skill. The third describes this skill. It is reported that it is available only to those who have deep knowledge of sword mastery. It removes restrictions on acquiring all sword skills and using all swords, and also increases the effectiveness of other related skills by an additional 50%. Suho smiles happily. Looking at the system window, he thinks that it took him 10 years to obtain this skill in his past life, and with today's knowledge it took him much less time. He understands that his own value is constantly growing. We see the face of the young man and the paw of the monster. The toothy monsters are drooling. Suho knows that the exam organizers have changed the number of monsters, and he wonders how much time they spent on this. In any case, he wants to leave now, because he has already received everything he needed. Suho takes the sword in his hands. He knows that he has 2 options to complete the test: die from the clutches of the monsters or kill them all. The monsters are slowly approaching the hero. We see the guy's face and the terrible mouth of the lizard. For the hero, the answer is obvious. He is going to cut off all the enemies. The association workers are standing in front of the capsule control panel. A blue window hangs in front of them, informing them that all the monsters prepared for the practical test have been destroyed. The program asks to restart itself. Someone says in surprise that this is simply amazing, and the young man really dealt with all the monsters, which happened for the first time in the history of practical tests. Suho sits in front of the rescued girl. One of the employees says that the young man has cured his ward, and now, it seems, there is no point in calculating the rating for this exam. We see the hero's face. Someone agrees with the previous speaker. In front of us is the Hexagon Guild headquarters. This is happening a few days later. Above the door hangs a sign stating that this room is the strategy planning team for the Hunter exam. We see the participants of the meeting. A man standing at the podium guarantees that the best this year will be Ki-hyun. Someone present says that it is quite natural, since a lot of effort was put into this. One of the participants in the meeting taps his fingers on the table. The young man, looking at the monitor, declares that this time Hexagon will overtake Prime, but then something surprises him. In front of him is a message from the Korean Hunters Association, which says that Suho won first place. The participants of the meeting see this information and start asking each other what this is and who this Suho is. A man with an eye patch asks where Ki-hyun is. A young man sitting at the table looks at the screen of a mobile phone. We see the screen of the device. Its owner says that the head of the guild is calling. The hero, sitting in the back seat of the car, says that Suho is listening. In front of us are Min and Suho. A representative of the association says that he had to congratulate the guy on his victory immediately after the results were announced. But he was very busy, and he was able to call only now. He sincerely congratulates the hero on passing the exam. The young man, smiling, rubs the back of his head. Min is shocked that the hero finished the exam with the best result. He admits that the guy never ceases to amaze him. Suho thanks him for the kind words. Min states that there is nothing to thank him for, and it is all about the guy's outstanding abilities. Min sits next to the stairs. He says that thanks to the hero, they managed to catch cheaters, many of whom used doping to enhance their skills. We see the young man's hand. He states that the corresponding report has already been sent to the address, so the rules for future exams will be stricter. Suho happily says that such tests should really be fair. Min looks down with anxiety. He says that he knows that it is a bit early to ask about this, but still asks if the hero wants to join the association. We see the 2 interlocutors again. Suho answers that he will most likely not stay in the guild for long, but his intentions are firm, and no matter what happens, he will join the association. The guy looks at his reflection in the car window. Min thanks the young man and says that he will contact him as soon as there is an announcement about testing or recruitment. Suho replies that this suits him just fine. Min sits with his head down sadly. Suho tells him that he has to hang up and reminds him that it is lunchtime, so Min should eat well even if he is very busy. The employee of the association also wishes his interlocutor a good appetite. Min looks at the phone screen. He examines a small bag that contains food. The young man goes down the stairs, thinking that he really needs to eat. Cars are driving along the road. Suho looks sadly at the screen of his device. He thinks that Min's voice was slightly hoarse and understands that the young man seems to be not all right at all. Another call comes to his phone. The hero says that he was waiting for him. The guy answers the call and says that Suho is listening. The boy looks to his right. Sui congratulates him on successfully passing the exam and says that the payment has been made in accordance with the contract. The boy replies that he did not expect anything else and thanks the girl for what she did. In front of us is Kim Sui. She asks the hero what he thinks about joining the Nexus Guild. We see the faces of the interlocutors. The girl guarantees that the attitude towards the boy will be better than in any other guild. He asks how far Nexus can go in its good attitude. In front of us are magnificent buildings that belong to the guild. Sui states that she will do her best to meet the boy's expectations, especially since after he became a scholarship holder of the academy and showed the best result, the terms of the contract can be easily changed. The girl offers to meet in person and discuss this topic. We see the back of the taxi in which the hero is. He thanks Sui for the offer and says that he has slightly different plans today. The boy promises to check his schedule and call back. We see the guy sitting in the taxi. From above, he asks Sui not to worry and asks if it would be better, since he is a scholarship holder of the academy, to enter the Nexus Guild directly. Sui happily jumps up from her seat. She says that this is the perfect solution, and she will do everything to adjust to the hero's schedule. The girl gives a thumbs up to the young man standing in front of her. She says that Suho should not sign a contract with someone else. He, laughing, says that he knows this very well. Smiling, Suho says goodbye to his interlocutor. Joyful exclamations are heard in the phone. The hero understands that the girl is really excited. The taxi stops. The driver says that they have arrived at the address. The young man thanks him for the ride. Suho gets out of the car. He thinks that he has passed the exams, received a license, and also a decent amount of money. The guy slams the car door. He heads to the passage under the building, thinking that now there is only one thing left to farm. In front of us is a market sign. The hero puts checkmarks on the shopping list. Suho looks at his device. He thinks that he has bought everything he needs, and only the weapon remains. The guy looks ahead. He is standing at the entrance to the store. Suho thinks that since the big stores may not have what he is looking for, he had to come here, and this is where he hopes to find what suits him best. Suho approaches the seller sitting at the table and greets him. The seller asks what exactly the boy needs. The hero, smiling, says that he just became a hunter, so he is looking for a light weapon. The seller points to the rack with weapons and says that they are cheaper than everything else. Suho approaches the rack. He thanks the seller, but pays attention to the thick layer of dust that covers the weapons. The hero takes one of the items in his hand. He examines the sword, thinking that most low-level weapons are not checked, but this does not mean that only cheap, useless goods are here. There are cases when the weapon just needs to be awakened so that it takes its true form. We see a glowing sword. Suho thinks that such an item usually has a special aura. White streams swirl into a whirlwind. The hero understands that only a few players would be able to recognize the weapon with great potential that is stored here. The shaft in the boy's hand glows. The system reports that the magic recognition skill has been activated. Suho looks closely at the glowing axe. A smile appears on his face. He understands that he has found what he needs. The hero is standing on the street with an axe in his hand. Suho smiles. He thinks that if the owner finds out about the true value of this weapon, he will regret selling it so cheaply. Suho closes his eyes, thinking about starting the procedure. The boy holds the axe in front of him with both hands. The blade of the weapon glows brightly. The system reports that Suho is bestowing his magical power on the object in his hands. The hero examines the streams swirling around the blade. He sees a notification that the weapon's consciousness is beginning to awaken. Suho struggles to hold the axe in his hands, and it is reported that the awakening has begun. Sweat is pouring down the boy's face, and the boy understands that the axe is absorbing magical power incredibly quickly. Streams of bluish energy swirl around the hero, and he groans, trying to hold the shaft in his hands. The axe falls. Suho sits down on the ground next to it. Sighing tiredly, the boy thinks that he would have passed out if he had delayed a little. We see a glowing weapon and a smiling hero. Suho thinks that in order to awaken this axe, at least 100 magic points are needed. He realizes that he will not be able to use it now, but in the future it will serve him well. Suho, smiling, looks at the axe, and promises this weapon that he will quickly raise its level and awaken it. We see a 7-story building. Someone is working on a laptop. A phone rings next to the device. The guy in glasses says that Y is listening. We see the man's face up close. The guy is asked if he is really a reporter from PBS. The caller introduces himself as Suho and says it's nice to meet you. Y replies that he is also very pleased. The guy realizes that he has heard this name somewhere before. He opens his mouth in surprise and asks if this is really the same person who showed the best result in history. Y rises from his chair. He is told that this is the same person, as well as the one who single-handedly cleared the gate at Syndrome Station. Y asks if this is the same incident. His colleagues look at the reporter in surprise. He realizes that his interlocutor cleared the gate even before receiving his license, and seems to be a real monster in his field. Y sits back down in his chair and asks why Suho contacted him. We see the editorial office. The hero says that he came across a reporter's blog, and he knows that Jin Y is from a very wealthy family, but he chose to work as a journalist, which shows how highly developed his sense of professional pride is. Y smiles. Suho says that he would like to advance a rather impressive agenda, so there will be a lot of worthy material. The hero offers the young man to become his exclusive reporter. Y ironically asks if Suho wants to get a rich journalist as his subordinate, and the journalist thinks that he is dealing with some kind of eccentric who considers himself special. Y presses the phone to his ear with his shoulder. He says that he understands what the guy is talking about, but he is a little uncomfortable with this approach. The journalist admits that he is thirsty for sensations, but he is not eager to become someone's subordinate. Y smiles. Suho tells him that he does not need a subordinate, but a good partner. The reporter offers to tell frankly what this means in reality. Y is working on his laptop. He says that he thinks Suho wants to do all this to increase his value before joining the guild. The hero replies that this is only partially true, and it is not about value, but about the desire to achieve some fame, since he plans to become a government employee. We see the hands of the reporter. Y asks again in surprise. The young man's eyes become interested. He asks if the hero means the Great Hunter Association. In front of us are the emblems of 4 organizations. Y states that as far as he understood, the hero wants to become famous in order to join a large guild. Now it turns out that this is necessary in order to become a member of the association. The reporter suggests that Suho is probably joking. The hero replies that he is completely serious, and is going to join the association to work with portals. Y looks at the laptop monitor. He asks what type of person Suho is. Maybe he is the son of rich parents, or lives by the principle that work is just a hobby, and the main thing is to become famous. We see the phone in the reporter's hand. Suho says that he is more like an orphan standing at the gate, and that is why he is interested in public service. The guy assures that clearing portals is the main goal of his life. Y, looking down, says that he seems to be beginning to understand what the hero means. In front of us is a laptop monitor. The reporter is trying to understand if the young man is serious. It seems to him that there are a lot of oddities in his story. Y sighs tiredly, thinking that he has no desire to delve into all this. The guy tells Suho that he understands what he is talking about. We see the lower part of the hero's face. The reporter says that he will reject the guy's offer and will write articles about what he wants himself. Suho offers to make a bet. Y, who has a surprised look in his eyes, asks again. We see the hero's sneakers. Suho says that he thinks he must first earn the reporter's trust, and since he is a hunter, he can demonstrate his true skills. Suho stands in front of a tall tower. He tells his interlocutor that today he plans to conquer the test tower alone. Y thoughtfully asks if Suho really wants to do something alone that even a whole squad cannot do. The hero states that, in his opinion, this will be enough to gain the young man's trust. The top of the tower shines brightly. Suho stands with his hand in his pocket. He asks Y to become his personal reporter if he manages to successfully complete the announced task. The young man is holding a camera in his hands. The hero thinks that this is the best TV presenter, PBS reporter, Jin Y. The journalist's hand reaches for the keyboard. Suho thinks that this man is very proud, and his family is very rich. He is known as a reporter who does not fulfill any requests. They worked closely together in a past life, because the guy has an incredible ability to manipulate public opinion and outstanding skills as a reporter. We see a sharp all. The hero remembers that later he was pushed into the background by competitors, and he himself disappeared. Suho thinks that a sharp thorn is perceived as a threat everywhere, and this is exactly what Jin Y was. The journalist stands between his colleagues. Suho remembers that this young man was drawn into factional conflicts, because of which he was forced to resign, and he cannot allow him to disappear again. The hero smiles. The young people talk on the phone. The hero says that if he succeeds, Y will become his personal reporter. The journalist replies that if the hero succeeds, he will do everything possible for him as a journalist, so all that remains is to wait for Suho to fulfill his promise. Closing his eyes, the hero says that they have an agreement. Y, who has a phone in his hand, hears that the guy is starting to fulfill his promise right now. Y is incredibly irritated. He says that Suho is driving him crazy. The journalist sits thoughtfully at the table. He does not understand what the hero has planned and why he started talking this utter nonsense. Y puts his hand on his head. He thinks that this matter, of course, irritates him, but does not feel like something bad and wrong. In front of us is the journalist's phone. Y thinks that he did not notice the insincerity during the conversation with the guy and that he does not look like a swindler either. The reporter lifts his head and tiredly says that he is going crazy. The guy sadly looks up. Y presses the key of the laptop. He says that all this is not very important in any case. The guy walks towards the door, thinking that if everything turns out to be true, then it will be great, and if not, then he will simply ignore it, so he does not see the downsides in this gamble. In front of us is a test tower. At the foot of a steep staircase, a young man is standing. The hero shows him his ID and asks if he can enter. The guard replies that it is not prohibited, after which he asks if the young man is going to enter alone. Suho, holding out his ID, confirms this assumption. The guard looks at the guy in surprise. He asks if it is possible to cope with the tower alone. The answer follows that it is not at all impossible. The guy examines the hero's ID and says that it seems that he recently received his license. Then he says that if Suho is here for the first time, then it would probably be better for him to go in a group. According to him, even low-level people die here sometimes. The hero, smiling, says that everything is fine, and he prefers to go alone. The guard looks at him doubtfully. The guard's face is dripping with sweat. He doesn't understand what he should do with this young man, as he feels like an accident is about to happen in the tower. The guard points his finger where to go. He asks the hero to go inside and pay the fee, which is 70,000 won. Suho thanks the young man. The guard puts his hands to his mouth and shouts at the boy to be careful, and if the test seems impossible to him, then he should immediately return. Suho thanks him for his concern. The hero goes up the stairs. He thinks that the test tower is widely known as a hunting ground. It exists for players below level 20 to challenge themselves. But in fact, it is a gate that is under the control of the state. It seems to the boy that he cannot find a better place to hunt after resetting his level. Suho puts his hands on the gate. It opens. The boy stands in the middle of a huge area. The system informs that he has entered the test tower. White streams are visible next to the young man. The system warns that he can fall through here at any moment. But as soon as he says that he wants to get out, he will be forcibly brought back. Suho is standing with a sword in his hand. Green spots are visible next to his head. The system reports that the first floor test is beginning. A green creature appears above the hero's head. It falls on the young man, knocking him down. We see the hero's face. He understands that the monster of the first floor is slime. The green slime sticks to the guy. Suho is initially surprised by the size and speed of this thing, but then realizes that it deals the same damage as a first-level monster. Suho is right in front of the green monster's head. He understands that if he gets stuck in the slime, he may have problems, and he needs to take care of this in advance. The hero is preparing to thrust the sword into the monster. The weapon easily penetrates the monster's head. The sword enters the slime almost to the hilt. It looks like the monster's head is flying apart. Suho looks serious. He understands that destroying the core is enough to deal with this monster. The hero's hand is on the floor. His sword is covered in green slime. He sees another group of green monsters and says that, in addition to everything, the slime can multiply. The young man is irritated by the fact that the divided core turns into new individuals, although they are, of course, weaker than the original monster, and regeneration has its limit. Suho rushes to attack the enemies. He thinks that the tests in the tower are recommended to be taken in a squad, since monsters appear in groups on almost every floor. The young man strikes. We see a trace of his sword. Suho makes several jumps up. He sticks his weapon into the slug's head. Green liquid splashes in all directions. The hero throws his sword and hits another enemy. An unpleasant-looking slime covers everything around. The sword is back in the guy's hand. Suho flies down. More monsters are visible not far from him. We see a stream of green slime. The hero grabs it with his hand. The guy holds on to some kind of tentacle and breathes out in relief. Suho looks up and thanks the monster. It says that he needed to grab onto something. The hero is standing on a green tentacle. He pushes off from it. The guy flies up above the monsters. Suho delivers a powerful blow. Streams of green liquid are visible behind the hero's head. The guy looks to his right. The system informs him that he has conquered the first floor and asks if he wants to challenge the next floor. In front of us is a pink crystal. The hero looks up and thinks that there are still 48 tests ahead, so there is no time to rest. We see a system window informing us that the second floor test is starting. In front of us is a tower of trials. The hero thinks that the highest floor that has been conquered here is the 48th. But this information is from his past life, and the current record is 29 floors. The hero rushes at the enemy. He remembers that both records were set by players who acted as part of a squad. In front of us is a strange person with a sewn-up mouth. Suho thinks that in the tower the strength and levels of monsters increase with each floor, and that is why it is designed for group passage. We see a trace of a blow. The hero thinks that the more people in the squad, the less experience each of them gets. But ultimately it is better to pass the tower together with someone. There are killed enemies around the guy. He thinks that if you want to set records, it would be best to gather a level 20 squad and try to clear the tower. The young man looks up. The system reports that he has conquered the 18th floor. A bright glow is visible above the hero's head. He thinks that, however, all this is not necessary for him. We see the guy's profile. The system asks him if he wants to challenge the next floor. Suho nods. It says that the challenge request has been accepted, and the 19th floor begins. We see the legs of the young man. Red smoke swirls in the air. Suho knows that this floor is different from the previous ones, since there is only one monster here. The guy runs forward. He thinks that due to this opponent is much stronger. The guy's opponent is a red-haired giant. Suho flies up to him from above. He wants to cut him down as soon as he appears. The giant looks up. The hero, smiling menacingly, greets him. The young man delivers a powerful blow. We see splashes of blood. The killed giant lies in front of the hero. The system says that the guy has conquered the 19th floor and asks if he wants to challenge the next floor. Suho calmly says that he will do it later. The system says that the challenge is postponed. The hero walks over the giant's corpse. He has interesting information about the 19th floor, namely that Red Gain is different from other levels, where monsters disappear immediately after death. In the guy's hand, some white object is visible. Suho thinks that the reason is that here the player is hinted at the possibility of getting something. It turns out that the guy is holding a huge tooth. The artifact emits streams of bluish energy. Suho knows that this item is applied to other items. We see the guy's left eye. The system reports that magic recognition is activated. Suho is surrounded by streams of magical energy. A bright flash occurs. The hero thinks that he has found what he needs. His hand is on the base of the tooth. The wall of the room begins to collapse. We see a bright white strip. The hero, smiling, looks forward. The system reports that a hidden cave has been discovered on the Red Gain level. A blue portal is visible in front of the young man. Suho knows that this is the subspace home of the king of the fortress, whose name is Jang Pyong-ho. We see a tooth in a cube. Suho thinks that this dwelling is different from other houses created with the help of objects. The hero stretches out his hand. It penetrates the blue portal. The hero enters it. He thinks that living beings are allowed to enter and exit it. We see the profile of the young man. He sees a passage in front of him and realizes that it looks like a cave. A flash occurs at the level of the guy's chest. A white ball is spinning in front of Suho. The system reports that the owner of the subspace house of the Red Gain level is dead. It asks the young man if he wants to become the new owner of the dwelling. Suho takes the ball in his hands and says that he agrees. Bluish streams swirl around the sphere. The ball glows brightly. The system reports that Suho has become the new owner of the house. A vortex hangs above the guy's hand. The system congratulates him on receiving a level S subspace house. Suho looks at his hand in surprise. He understands that this house was transferred to him as a skill, and not as an item. The system reports that the house is beginning to be customized for the owner's mana. The guy stands with his left hand raised. He tries to understand what is happening. A bright light flashes in front of him. The hero covers his mouth with his fist. The system reports that the restructuring is complete. Suho is surprised. He is standing inside a magnificent room. The guy understands that this home even has such a wonderful function. The hero cannot believe that he killed the monster and got his own house. But he is not at all against all this. Suho shakes his head. He thinks that, judging by the system guide and the increase in area, the more mana, the more space becomes, and the interior adapts to the owner's preferences. The hero remembers his acquaintance from his past life. He is relieved that Jang Pyong-ho did not receive this skill, since he is a bastard smuggler, because of whom the guy had to go through real hell. Suho remembers that Pyong-ho shoved everything into his house: drugs, treasures stolen from the state, and even people. The hero does not even want to think about what this scoundrel could be connected with. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's face. He remembers that he could not sleep because of this bastard, and it really was real hell. We see a sofa and several armchairs. The hero thinks that since he is now the owner of the house, this will not happen again. He managed to prevent Pyong-ho's life successes in advance, so he hit 2 targets with 1 shot. The young man smiles. He thinks that he needs to continue his rise. We see news headlines dedicated to Suho. Y looks at his phone in surprise and says that it looks like Nexus will be gaining new members for some time. The reporter remembers what the hero said about not so much increasing his value as gaining fame, since he wants to become a government official. Y thinks that the publication of exclusive headlines that he sees means that the Nexus Guild is confident that Suho will join them. On his phone screen, the guy can see the test tower. The guy thinks that time will put everything in its place. But for now he needs to find out what floor Suho is on. Surprise appears in Y's eyes. He hears that the 30th floor has been conquered. The reporter is surrounded by many people. It is reported that the test tower record has been updated, and the challenger has conquered the 31st floor. Y hears phrases spoken by people around him. Someone suggests that the record was set by a squad from some large guild. He is asked which organization exactly this could be. Small human figures are visible under the huge tower. The audience learns that the 31st floor has just been completed. Someone expresses bewilderment at the fact that it happened so quickly. The question is asked who the hell is going through the test there. Y looks up and tries to figure out if Suho is really there. He mentally addresses the guy and says that very little time has passed since his call. The guy looks at the phone screen and thinks that he took his interlocutor for an annoying dandy. But now it turns out that the guy was not exaggerating at all. The top of the tower glows brightly. We see a purple crystal. It is reported that the conqueror of the tower is player Suho. Y looks up excitedly. It is reported that player Suho has started to complete the 32nd floor. The reporter realizes that he can stay with this guy for the rest of his life. In front of us is the Nexus Guild building. Sui rises from her chair and excitedly shouts the hero's name. The young man standing in front of her says that the guy is breaking records right now. The girl says that it is simply unthinkable. She takes off her glasses and says that if they want to bring him to Nexus, they will have to prepare a huge amount. The girl rubs the bridge of her nose. She suggests contacting the chairman and secretary, and then visiting the headquarters. We see the test tower again. It is reported that the player on Suho has started to pass the 48th floor. Min, sitting on a stone, looks up and thinks that his friend is conquering the test tower insanely fast. We see the profile of a government official. He thinks that if Suho is really determined to join the association, then they will get an unprecedented talent. The phone in his pocket starts ringing. Min looks at the screen in bewilderment. He does not understand why the vice president is calling him. The young man answers the call. He is asked where he is now. In front of us is a platform in front of the tower. Min answers that he is in Pangeo. A question is asked if the young man is near the testing tower. Min confirms this guess. He is asked if he knows a man named On Suho. Min, sitting on a stone, is talking on the phone. He says that Suho is just a casual acquaintance of his, and they do not know each other very well. The interlocutor says that they are still acquainted, so Min must bring the guy to the association. Min looks at the phone screen and asks again in surprise. A smile appears on the young man's face. He asks if his boss really wants him to find On Suho and convince him to join the association. The contact in Min's phone is indicated as the vice president of the Korean Hunters Association. This man says that the hero needs to be brought to the organization to take a photo with the president. He says that if Min understood everything, then he hangs up. The young man, smiling, looks at the phone screen. The hand holding the device is shaking. Min thinks that the vice president is in his repertoire, and as long as such people occupy their positions, it is not surprising that the public considers them useless tax eaters. Min is shaking with indignation. He tiredly leans both hands on the stone. The young man thinks that this is why all the officials of the association should be selected from the hunters. Min looks up and sighs heavily. In front of him is the base of the test tower. The guy is trying to figure out how to convince the hero to enter the association. We see the entrance to a huge structure. A sword is stuck into the ground. The hero, breathing heavily, stands on one knee. The system reports that he has conquered the 48th floor, and the record of the test tower has been updated once again. Suho puts his hand on his head. He is incredibly tired and cannot wait for it to be over. The system reports that for this amazing feat, the hero is given 5 additional stat points. The hero, sitting on the ground, calls up the stats window. He thinks that non-stop playthrough is really tiring him out, but the progress he has made makes all the accumulated fatigue evaporate. In front of him is a personal character card, which says that he is level 39 and provides numerical values for his stats. Suho closes his eyes. He is incredibly pleased to reach level 39, and what is even better is that he gets 5 points to improve his stats for each broken record. Suho works with the system window. He thinks that knowing everything feels like pumping up a twink, and it is very fun. The guy decides to spend the points he got on mana this time. The hero takes his sword out of the ground. He looks ahead resolutely. There is a huge purple crystal in front of him. The young man thinks that he can start clearing the last floor. We see one of the crystal faces. The system informs that the passage of the 49th floor is beginning. A powerful flash occurs on the surface of the crystal. The hero, smiling, looks at someone and thinks that they have finally met. We see a creature with a huge number of sharp teeth. Suho knows that this is the owner of the tower. In front of us is a toothy lizard. It is reported that this is the dragon of the tower, which has a level of 49. The monster and the man are standing opposite each other. They look into each other's eyes. The young man smiles. He cannot believe that he has to fight a creature of such a level. The guy thinks that the balance in this case is completely broken. We see how much the sizes of the opponents differ. Suho thinks that even if it is not a purebred dragon, it must still be incredibly strong because of its race. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's face. He begins to worry that it is impossible to clear this floor at all. Suho stands in front of the enemy with a sword in his hand. He understands that it will be incredibly difficult to deal with such a creature, but he can't do anything about it. The dragon's green eye glows brightly. The hero, smiling, declares that he came for victory. The guy has a sword in his hand. We see the dragon's paw. Suho rushes at the enemy and screams that he will fall from his sword. Suho quickly rushes at the huge dragon. We see the head of this creature. The hero flies up. He looks down a little scared and thinks that his opponent is very fast. The guy does not understand how such a large creature can move at such speed. Suho looks at the dragon's paw. He understands that he barely escaped death. The dragon's paw emits black streams. The boy's face shows fear. He understands that the airflow is sucking him in, and this is very dangerous. Suho falls right into the monster's mouth. The boy sees very sharp teeth and a red tongue. At the last moment, he manages to somersault. Suho lands on the ground. He understands that he almost died again. Suho raises his sword to strike and says that now it's his turn. The boy strikes. He hits right between the dragon's eyes. The monster shakes its head. The dragon rushes to attack. The hero has to jump back to avoid getting hurt. The opponents look at each other. The monster's eyes glow menacingly. Suho smiles. He thinks that, in principle, he expected this, But there was not a single scratch left on the huge lizard after his blow. The boy tries to understand if this monster feels anything at all. The dragon's green eye glows. Stones fly in different directions. A purple trail is visible in front of the dragon. The surface of the earth flies into pieces. In front of us is cracked earth and rocks. The dragon's head is visible near a stone blockage. Suho stands with a sword in his hand, hiding behind the rocks. He thinks that he is lucky to have strong skills, and if they were even a little lower, he would have definitely died. The guy looks out from behind the rock. He thinks that it is also very good that the dragon does not have a very high level for a creature of this kind, otherwise the monster would have found him right away. The monster is looking for an enemy between the stone blockages. The monster's eyes glow menacingly. The guy thinks that even in the current situation, the durability of this creature continues to remain significant thanks to its race. This means that normal attacks will not even scratch it, and this is a real problem. A purple rhombus is visible on the top of the monster's head. Suho thinks that for this reason he will have to use the innate disadvantage of dragons and attack the weak spot, since in this case there will definitely be a lot of damage. We see the eye of the young man. Now we see the monster's paw in front of us. The hero understands that until the dragon reaches level 100, it will not be able to completely hide the weak points on its body. A green glow is visible on the dragon's tail. In front of us is the source of this glow. The hero thinks that he has found a weak point, and it is right on the tail. The young man looks out from behind the stone. We see the young man's hand. Suho rushes to attack. He understands that he must act quickly. The young man jumps. Pushing off several stones, he approaches the source of the green glow. The hero thrusts the sword into the dragon's weak point. In front of us is the eye of this monster. Suho flies up again. The system reports that because of his attack, the tower dragon goes into berserk mode. White marks are visible on the monster's body. The hero holds the sword handle with both hands. The guy did not even expect that it would be easy for him. Suho reappears above the source of the green glow. He understands that the longer this drags on, the worse it is for him, and he needs to destroy the monster's weak spot as soon as possible. The hero looks down. He forces himself to concentrate. The guy once again thrusts his sword into his opponent's weak spot. Suho spins his weapon. In front of us is the dragon's eye. The monster lifts its head. The system reports that the tower dragon is using dragon intimidation. We see the hero's face. His whole body is shaking. The system states that the young man is affected by fear. His body is frozen, and he begins to have auditory hallucinations. Suho, shaking from unpleasant sensations, uses the healing skill. The system reports that the skill is used, but the intimidation level is still higher. The hero, whose eye we see, learns from the system that the intimidation skill cannot be dispelled. The dragon opens its mouth wide. The young man thrusts his sword into its weak spot once again. Surprise appears on the hero's face. He sees light coming from outside the tower. A powerful explosion occurs near the dragon's tail. Suho joyfully shouts that he sees an entrance. He strikes the monster's weak spot. A powerful explosion is visible near the dragon's tail. The hero flies with his legs raised above him. The guy is kneeling, thinking that he needs to hurry. 2 vials are visible next to his hand. A green dragon eye is visible behind the guy's back. Suho takes the cork out of the vial. He drinks the contents of the bottle. The system reports that the young man has consumed a purification potion. The hero swallows the liquid. It is reported that the effect is activated, and the hero has broken out of a state of fear and hallucinations. The last drop flows out of the vial. The hero lies on the floor, thinking that he is saved. A huge dragon is visible behind the wall of the subspace fortress that Suho recently received. The guy thinks that it is very good that this dwelling can only be entered with his permission. The guy sighs heavily. He did not expect that he would use the potion he bought at the market just in case so quickly. The guy sits on the floor, crossing his legs under him. He understands that this task turned out to be more difficult than he expected. The hero holds his legs. He thinks that even after dispelling the dragon fear, resistance does not appear immediately. Besides, healing does not work for him, so he will have to constantly hide in this dwelling and drink potions. The young man thoughtfully rubs his chin. He understands that at this rate he will never win. Suho looks at his fingers. We see several objects. Among them, a broom and a guitar stand out. The guy thinks that in this case he needs to turn to the help of a mad scientist. We see several magical formations in a book. The system reports that a low-level combination formula has been studied with the help of the skill book. In front of us is a huge jug. The system reports that a combination vessel has been summoned. A guitar neck is visible next to the hero's face. The guy thinks that the combination recipe and the absolute formula must inevitably bring him success, even at its lowest level. Suho holds a guitar and a broom in his hands. He understands that to someone these objects seem like unnecessary trinkets, but the world is simply still unaware of their true value. The guy stuffs the items into a jug. The system reports that socks, a musical instrument, and a broom are placed there, and all are nameless. The hero looks into the jug. The system reports that the combination is starting. The guy thinks that he would never have known about this if he had not been a scientist at one time. who bore the nickname Differentiator. A bright color comes from the jug. The system asks the guy about the state of the vessel. Suho stands in front of the jug. The system congratulates him on completing the combination, then reports that the low-level combination helped to obtain a rare treasure. In front of us is a ring with a purple stone. We see a description of an artifact called the first mumu. It is reported that this is an inconspicuous ring that does not arouse interest and does not leave traces. And the rank of the item is increased by 1, since this is the first thing the hero created by combining. Suho raises his right hand. The system reports that the first mumu has been received. The hero smiles. He learns that for performing a great feat, the system rewards him with 10 stat points. He says that you can get additional skill points if you combine an item with the postscript, first. The ring lies in the palm of the young man. Suho thinks that he has received the first S+ item in history. Although his true goal was only to get additional stat points, the hero is amazed at how great the advantages of a reincarnated character are. In front of us are jewels. The hero thinks that items can be classified in many ways, but someone simply divides them into first and not first, and those named at the beginning are mostly of rank S. Suho puts the ring on his finger. He is happy that he received an item of an even higher class, namely S+. The ring emits purple streams. Suho knows that the mathematical sign means that the item is strengthened depending on the strength of the wearer or has special effects, but in his case it is the first option. The hero, smiling, looks at his hand. Purple streams are visible around it. The system informs that the first mumu is connected with the hero. Suho never tires of admiring his ring. He thinks that he is wearing it for the first time and the artifact seems incredibly cool to him, and in his past life he could not get it, since the recipe was discovered by another scientist. We see the person in question. The young man remembers that as a result of this, the formula of the first mumu was revealed, and allowed him now, in this life, to get the ring in its most powerful version. Now that the hero has additional characteristic points, he can try to awaken this item. The hero, sitting on a low ottoman, calls up the characteristics window. His personal card with the parameters appears in front of the young man. It is reported that he has 10 points that can be distributed. Suho touches his finger to the system window. He decides to invest 4 points in mana, and the rest in strength and endurance. The system reports that the mana indicator has reached 100 points. In front of us is a part of the system window with numerical values of the characteristics. It is reported that the magic parameter has additionally increased, and the mana has been increased to the red rank. Suho happily looks at the window. He thinks that in his past life he reached the red rank, when he was just below level 50, and this time everything is happening faster. In front of us is the upper corner of the subspace room. Suho thought that he was far from the purple rank, but now he understands that if he does not lose the pace of development, he will get what he wants pretty soon. We see the hero's personal card again. The guy thinks that in the color system the rank increases every 100 points, and purple opens at the 700-point mark. This means that he has a long way to go, but the young man is sure that this time he will be able to reach it and even climb higher. Suho puts his left hand on his knee. He thinks that he can move on to the next stage. We see the halberd that he bought in the store. The system says that an ancient spear is being summoned. The young man holds the weapon in his hands. He looks at the halberd and says that it is time for it to wake up. White streams appear under the ceiling of the room. The hero holds the weapon with both hands. The system reports that the young man is granting him magical power. The halberd shakes. It is reported that the weapon's consciousness is beginning to awaken. The amount of energy in the room increases. The system warns that the weapon is beginning to feast. Beads of sweat run down the boy's cheek. In front of us is the upper part of the halberd. Suho thought that the absorption speed would be enormous, and it really was so. The halberd emits bright white rays. The system reports that the hero has provided the weapon with enough magical power. Streams of purple energy are visible in the room. The hero rotates the shaft. It is reported that the weapon's consciousness is awakening. Suho, smiling, holds the halberd in his hands. The system congratulates him on partially awakening the weapon's consciousness. It is reported that the information about the item will be updated. The halberd glows with purple energy. The system reports that a ghostly spear of level A+ has been received. We see the young man's leg. Suho happily holds his new weapon and says that the second round will begin now. In front of us is a phantom spear. The system says that this is one of the treasures of the Shadow Lord. It is said to be made from the bones of the divine Shadow Beast and recognizes the one who awakened it as the owner. It allows the use of the skill Phantom Shadow, with which the item can be retrieved from the owner's shadow at any time. In addition, as long as there is mana and shadow, a damaged spear can be repaired and summoned using the skill Shadow Regeneration. Suho looks at his weapon. He thinks that if Jang Pyong-ho had a subspace house, then the Shadow Lord owned a phantom spear, and the reason why the Shadow King was called the master of this weapon is stated in the description of the spear. In other words, somewhere in the spatial part of the gate, there may be a real Shadow Lord. We see a young man armed with the said weapon. The hero thinks that with this spear alone the Shadow King has gained the same bad reputation as Jang Pyong-ho, and the hero is incredibly lucky that the weapon fell into his hands before this criminal appeared. A mark from a blow is visible on the wall of the room. The guy thinks that he should test the weapon in action. The hero looks ahead in bewilderment. He sees a ghostly shadow. We see the young man's hand. Sharp lines appear on the tip of the spear. Suho, smiling, holds the weapon in his hand. In front of us again is the hero's hand. Purple streams rise around the guy. He thinks that summoning a shadow will be very useful to him. We see the guy's legs. Behind the dragon's back, a hole in the wall is visible. Suho thinks that the second round is starting. The guy looks at the dragon from his house. He understands that it would be nice to attack the enemy from here. But, unfortunately, this home does not have such an option. The hero's leg goes through the portal. Suho lands, planning to inflict maximum damage while the dragon sleeps and restores energy. The young man approaches the enemy. His foot is on a stone. The monster is sleeping peacefully. The hero is satisfied with its current position. The spear in the hero's hand emits streams of purple energy. We see the young man's fingers. Suho firmly grips the spear shaft. He is preparing to throw the weapon. The guy throws. The dragon's tail lies in front of his head. We see the monster's weak spot. It flies into pieces. The dragon opens its eyes. The monster roars deafeningly. Suho jumps up. The system reports that the tower dragon has gone berserk due to the attack. A real energy riot is happening around the hero. He shouts a command designed to reopen the entrance to his home. The system reports that the tower dragon is using dragon intimidation. Suho is on all fours. The monster hits its head on an insurmountable obstacle. Suho breathes out in relief. He looks at his shaking shoulder. The guy understands that he entered the shelter before the fear took effect, so there is no special effect, except for a small shock. Suho smiles. He thinks that using the hit and run tactic over and over again, he can destroy the enemy. The dragon grins viciously outside his home. The weak spot on the dragon's body is almost completely broken. The hero smiles. He thinks that it took him longer than he planned, while the monster's reverse scale is not completely destroyed, but its durability is already below 10%. A magical formation is visible behind the dragon. The hero understands that such a tactic will no longer work, and the monster's weak spot has suffered too much for the monster to let its guard down again. We see the green eye of the dragon and the smiling hero. The guy thinks that now it will be much easier for him than before. Suho rushes forward. He wants to finish off the enemy face to face. The young man flies out of the portal. A trace of the blow is visible in front of his face. The spear tip is aimed at the dragon. The monster strikes with its paw. Suho manages to jump back. The guy's hand is visible above the dragon's head. The young man again points his weapon at the enemy. The weapon sticks right into the monster's eye. The dragon roars and throws the guy away. The monster strikes again, but the hero jumps back again. The surface of the area where the battle is taking place breaks into large boulders. Suho screams with delight. A powerful red flash occurs. The dragon roars deafeningly. Blood pours out of its eye. Large boulders rise in front of the monster. A white stream is visible in the air. Suho quickly runs away to avoid being hit. He finds himself in front of the monster's tail. The monster raises its head and emits a stream of red energy. The system reports that the tower dragon is using powerful dragon intimidation and the hero is subject to the influence of fear. In front of us is a glowing spear tip. The weapon hits the dragon. The exhausted monster sticks out its tongue. The system reports that the reverse scale is completely destroyed, and the energy of the tower dragon is running out. A vial falls to the ground next to Suho. It is reported that the guy has consumed a purification potion and the effect has already been activated. The hero calls the enemy an idiot and says that he will not fall for the same trick twice. Judging by the appearance, the dragon is clearly uneasy. The hero prepares to strike. The young man hits the enemy on the neck. The green eye of the monster closes. Splashes of black blood are visible around the guy. Suho is on one knee with a sword in his hand. The system reports that he has defeated the tower dragon. The dragon's head is cut off. The system reports that the hero has defeated the tower dragon. Suho tries to catch his breath. Sitting on the ground, he learns that he has conquered the 49th floor, set a new record, and also successfully conquered the entire test tower. The guy's face is puzzled. The system informs him that he has set a great achievement, and is therefore awarded 10 stat points. A smile appears on the guy's face, and it is reported that the system is beginning to evaluate the outstanding test. Suho, joyfully screaming that he succeeded, falls on his back. He learns that his level has increased, and his stats have increased by 1 point, and he is also awarded 1 additional stat point. System windows are visible above the hero. The guy thinks that he has passed the Tower of Trials, that is, he has done something that no one could achieve either in this or his past life. The system reports that for reaching level 40 Suho is awarded great strength, receives 5 additional attribute points. All levels of exclusive healer skills are increased by 1 point, and in addition, he is given the skill Healing Spirit. The hero looks in surprise at the message dedicated to the skill Healing Spirit. We see a card of this skill. It is reported here that it creates a healing zone, and all creatures in it are gradually healed. The hero is informed that to use this skill, at least one weapon is needed, used as a totem. Isabella holds a yellow ball in her hand. The hero thinks that he finally received a healing skill, and as soon as he pumps it up to the maximum level, he will be able to process large areas, just like Isabella. The hero is sitting on the ground. The system reports that it has completed the assessment of the trial. Suho decides to check his result. He hears that the system has highly rated the great trial and decided to generously reward for passing this level. Amazement appears on the guy's face. He learns that he has received S+ level Dragon Blood. Suho looks at the system window in shock. He says that Dragon Blood is an individual skill of a monstrous player named Youngma. The young man cannot believe that he received his skill in exactly the same way, and says that Youngma definitely got Dragon Blood in the Dragon Mountains. A description of Dragon Blood hangs above the guy's head. It is reported that it has an S+ rank, and those in whom it flows will be able to use the power of the dragon, even if it is not in them from birth. It is reported that at level 1 it provides the intimidation and dragon spirit skills, and the skills of levels 2 to 5 are still closed. The hero says in bewilderment that, although this cannot be. But this is really Dragon Blood. Suho joyfully throws up his hands and shouts that this is incredibly cool, and in this life he will be much stronger than in the past. The young man smiles. He says that it is quite expected that very good rewards are given for the final boss. In front of him lies a green scale. The guy decides to take everything that is here. Suho looks at his ghost spear and says that it is time for it to eat. Purple streams appear. They destroy the stones. The system reports that the ghost spear reacts to the shadow of the tower dragon and begins to absorb it. Purple streams rise in front of the smiling young man. Something like a smoke screen appears next to the hero. The wall of the tower is visible behind the streams. The weapon sticks out in the ground. The system reports that the ghost spear has completely absorbed the shadow of the tower dragon. Streams rise from the ground. It is reported that the ghost spear has been upgraded to S+. The hero thinks that the special hidden ability Shadow Eater, not specified in the description of the spear, has increased its level very quickly after absorbing the dragon's shadow. In front of us is the tip of the weapon emitting a glow. The system reports that a sufficient supply of magic has supplemented the consciousness of the ghost spear, and therefore the information about the item has been updated. Suho examines the system window, trying to understand what has changed there. The young man runs his finger along the lines and says that Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration, which used to be A rank, have now received S rank. Suho points his finger at the information that particularly interests him. The guy cannot believe his eyes. In front of us is a man who is pierced by chains. The system informs that the hero has gained the ability to use Shadow Binding, which can rip apart the target's shadow and immobilize it, and while the shadow is pierced by the tip, the target takes damage from blood loss every second from the shadow bleeding effect. Suho understands that he has 2 more S-rank skills. The guy closes his eyes with satisfaction. He thinks that ordinary weapons are no match for those that can improve and develop. Suho goes forward. He thinks that he seems to have taken everything he wanted, and now it's time for him to go out. In front of the guy lies a white tooth. The young man does not understand why it hasn't disappeared yet. Suho takes the tooth in his hand. The system window hanging above this artifact informs that the hero is dealing with a rank S dragon's fang. The guy learns that an enemy pierced by a dragon's fang will receive the incurable status, which prevents any healing. Suho, looking at the tooth, thinks that this is some kind of madness. We see the head of the monster. The hero thinks that this is just incredible, and he got the remains of a dragon, which is believed to be never seen by anyone. This means that the boss of the tower was a purebred dragon, any part of which is considered an S-rank material. Suho examines the tooth. He understands why the reward for winning was dragon blood. The young man says that this time the reward is simply amazing. The young man, closing his eyes, says that it is time to get out of here. In front of him is a yellow portal. Suho thinks that the reporter Zhou Jinwei will be absolutely delighted. In front of us is the Tower of Trials. The crystal hanging on its top has cracked. The audience hears that the tower has been conquered by the player on Suho. We see young people flying down. It is reported that due to the fact that the Tower of Trials has been conquered, all players are forcibly expelled from it. People are lying unconscious on the ground. One of them gets up and holding his head says that he does not believe that someone passed the test tower alone. A girl lying next to him barely audibly asks who this on Suho is. A young man with a bandage on his head points his finger at someone and asks if this is the same guy. The girl confirms his guess. A whole crowd has gathered around the hero. Suho is surrounded by reporters. All of them are trying to attract his attention to themselves and ask him to comment on his feat. The microphone is pressed right against the young man's cheek. He thinks that he is incredibly tired. It seems that the journalists are ready to shut the young man up with their microphones until he dies. He thinks that he received quite a decent amount of damage from the dragon, and now he needs to rest and recover. The guy is silent, despite the fact that many recording devices are extended to his face. He pays attention to the man sitting on the hood of the yellow car. Naturally, it is Zhou Jinwei. A hand falls on the journalist's shoulder. The guy cannot believe that Suho passed the test tower alone and calls him a psycho. The hero calls out to the reporter. The reporter falls to the ground in surprise, and immediately recognizes the hero standing in front of him. Suho, smiling, looks at the journalist and asks why he was so surprised if he came to meet him here. Y asks how the young man found him. The hero stands in front of Y, sitting on the ground, who asks how the guy managed to get rid of all that crowd. Suho replies that he simply slipped away from them, while he thinks that he used the highest stealth technique to disappear without a trace. The hero extends his hand to the journalist and calls him by name. Smiling, Suho asks if Y really still does not trust him. The journalist, still sitting on the ground, silently looks at the guy. He extends his hand to the hero and asks if he knows that he is a psycho. Suho, looking at Y, says that if he does not trust him, he should just say so, and he will find himself another partner. Y, smiling, says that if he did not trust, he would not have come here. In front of us is a yellow car. The reporter suggests leaving here before anyone follows them. We see a bridge. The hero greets Young Chul Min, and he, in turn, greets him. 3 blue buses stand out on the road. Min congratulates the guy on conquering the test tower. He says that he wanted to thank him in person, but again it works only over the phone. The young man says that Suho was right in front of him, but then suddenly disappeared. We see the yellow car in which the hero is riding. The guy explains to his interlocutor that he is tired, so he hid from people, and thanks him for the call. Min laughs and says that Mr. An Suho always exceeds his expectations. He asks if the young man wants to go for a ride if he is still in Pangeo. Suho, looking to his right, says that a friend picked him up. Pressing the phone to his ear, the hero asks if Min wanted to discuss something specific. High-rise buildings are visible beyond the road barrier. Min says that this is not a particularly serious matter, but he would be very grateful if the guy, if he is not too tired, would look into the association. The hero asks again in surprise. In front of us is a test tower. Min states that an unprecedented event has occurred, because it was believed that it was impossible to conquer the tower, and it was used as a public gate. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He hears that given the scale of what happened, the association should conduct an investigation. Suho replies that he does not remember such an event being held in cases where large guilds pass difficult gates. He asks if Min could send him a request regarding what specific information he needs. The name of the hero's interlocutor appears on the phone screen. He says that he will do as the guy asked. He wishes the young man a good rest. The hero looks out the window. He thanks the association employee and says that he will contact him later. The young man looks at the screen of his phone. Suho stands with his left hand raised. He thinks that most likely the chairman or his deputy asked to invite him to the association to take a couple of photos. The hero feels awkward in front of Min, but he does not want to do anything for these slackers. Min gives a thumbs up. The hero understands that this man may have problems if he does not come now, but he is going to fix all this after he joins the Hunters Association. Y asks permission to ask a question. The hero says that he is listening to the guy. Y, who is driving, says that he does not understand the hero's intention to become a civil servant at all, because, with such skills, he can go anywhere. Suho, narrowing his eyes, says that the association pays a lot. He states that no matter how strong private guilds are, they cannot be stronger than the state. Y looks at his interlocutor in amazement and asks if he is joking. Suho states that he is completely serious. Y, looking at the road, says that private guilds have more glory and power. The hero replies that they can certainly stage a coup d'etat, but there will be no point in it, since it will be nothing more than a fleeting achievement. In front of us are members of some guild. Suho states that their moment of glory is now, when everyone considers them heroes, and if they seize power, in the eyes of the public they will not be players, but a source of fear. Sighing tiredly, Suho says that he will still answer the question that Y asked. He states that he wants to end the gate. In front of us is the top of a tall building. The hero says that no one can deal with all the portals alone, so he needs help, and that is the reason he chose the state. Y looks at the hero. He says that he will have an advantage in raids. Suho says that this is exactly how it is. The young man's right hand glows. Y says that among all the players he knows, no one has such a sense of duty as Mr. An Suho. The hero thanks his interlocutor for the compliment. Y is sitting in the driver's seat. He asks if the hero will apply for general recruitment. He thinks it is wasteful to go to a level 9 field position with such abilities. Suho replies that he will not apply there. Y asks if this means that the hero will go to level 7. He thinks that it is still somehow disrespectful. Suho says that he needs level 5. Y looks at the guy in amazement and asks if he is joking. The hero, smiling, asks to stop asking him if he is serious. The guy assures his interlocutor that he jokes only on big holidays. Looking at the reporter, the young man assumes that, apparently, he wants him to explain his motives. Y says that curiosity is a natural trait of any person, and especially a journalist. In front of us is the back of the car. Suho says that he will tell about everything, but it is impossible to write about it in the article. In addition, he asks Y to watch the road. The reporter readily agrees. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, the journalist says that this is a great idea. Suho, looking at him, repeats that all this should not get into the article. Cars are driving along the road. The hero tells Y that in any case he plans to make an official statement with his help. This will cause a wide public resonance. which the reporter can use to strengthen his position in his company. Looking at the road, Y asks if the hero is going to squeeze everything out of him. Suho replies that if he is friends with the reporter, he can use this useful connection to his advantage. Y says that the hero can do this as much as he wants. The reporter looks at the hero and asks where he is going now. He states that information about the guy is already common knowledge, so there is probably a whole crowd waiting for him near the house. Suho, smiling, looks at the reporter and says that he will resort to the same method as at the tower, even if it is a little inconvenient. Y, smiling, asks if it would not be better if the young man lived with him for some time. Suho looks at the journalist suspiciously and asks again. The latter states that he lives alone in a large house. The interlocutors sit next to each other. Y says that his guest room is beautifully furnished. In addition, the house has good security that will not let strangers in. Suho asks where exactly the reporter lives. In front of us are two high-rise buildings. Y answers that his home is in Kaiser Cheongdam. The hero asks again in amazement. We see the same buildings from another angle. Suho knows that they are home to premium apartments, the prices of which reach hundreds of billions of won. We see an elite apartment. Y, smiling happily, asks the hero to make himself at home. The hero understands that his new friend definitely comes from a very rich family. Y takes a service tablet. He brings his hand to it and says that in the community application you can do almost everything, for example, order food or make purchases. The reporter shows the icons on the tablet screen. He says that there is also an option to call a doctor, and the hero, if he needs it, can do it right now. Y looks at the shining hero in surprise. He asks why he looks so clean, because when he got into the car, he seemed very shabby. Suho says that he is a healer after all, so he was treated when they were driving here. Y stands next to the couch where the hero sits down. He asks if Suho is really a healer. The hero reminds him that he asked him not to ask again every time. Y rubs the back of his head in embarrassment. He apologizes for this bad habit. The guy says that he read articles about the hero, but it is really hard to believe. Y stands with his arms folded on his chest. He asks what kind of healer can conquer the test tower alone, because usually representatives of this profession join guilds and level up. We see a strap in the guy's hand. Y hangs his bag on his shoulder and says that he will go to the office, since he needs to work. Raising his right hand, the reporter says so that the hero does not forget the password. Suho asks the guy not to worry about such trifles. The hero sits on the couch. The sound of a slamming door is heard. The guy reaches out to the system window and calls up the status window. Suho, sitting on the couch, works with the system. He thinks that he needs to distribute the characteristic points that he received for the test tower. The guy decides to pull up endurance to other characteristics and invest the remaining points in perception. In front of us is the personal card of the character on Suho. In it, red values next to the characteristics of strength, endurance, and mana attract attention. The hero looks excited. He thinks that this is the path of not even an elite hunter, but an heir, and his characteristics are simply amazing. The young man gets up from the couch. He thinks that the points are distributed, and it is necessary to proceed to the next case. Suho rolls up his sleeves. He remembers that he was once a master in installing surveillance cameras, and, having such perception, he can find anything. In front of us is a reporter. Suho thinks that it is not that he does not trust Y, and it is unlikely that the heir to the conglomerate will have something like this. The hero smiles. He thinks that it does not hurt to play it safe after all. In front of us is the corridor of the apartment. And now the table standing by the window. Suho is sitting on the couch. He says that the house is very big, and everything is arranged differently in it, so it is more difficult to find cameras here than to defeat a dragon. The young man tiredly puts his head on the back of the couch. He says that this dwelling is larger than the house that he has in the subspace, and looks like a whole estate. Suho leans back on the couch and says that now he can rest, since, apparently, there are no cameras here. The guy looks at his phone and asks what is buzzing in it. There are many messages on the screen of his phone, mostly meaningless. Suho understands that his personal data, including his phone number, are indeed exposed. The guy looks at his device and understands that he will probably have to buy a new SIM card. The hero looks at the tablet. He decides to try the application. The guy's bed is by the window. Suho looks at the device and says in surprise that it works great, and the guy even managed to buy a new phone. The hero sits on the bed. He says that he will now use a new device. Noticing that the messages continue to come, he decides to change the number a little later. Suho tiredly falls onto the bed. He says that it is only 5 o'clock now, and decides to rest a little. We see high-rise buildings. It is reported that this is Sichugo in the Naegakdong area. In front of us are server cabinets. A purple frame is visible between them. People in masks come out through it. They disperse between the server cabinets. The girl in the mask nods her head. A bag falls to the floor. Inside, you can see a receiver with buttons. A young man attaches dynamite to a cabinet. He carefully examines the explosives. The next bundle is installed at the base of the cabinet. The receiver lies on the dynamite sticks. The attackers mine the servers. We see someone's legs. Their owner says that blowing up every building is stupid. The people in masks look at this speaker in surprise. One of them looks at the approaching figure and says that no one should have been here today. His comrade asks the approaching man who he is. Suho, smiling, says that the guys are absolutely right and he usually does not come here. Raising his left hand, the hero says that he came here only because he found out what the attackers were up to. Then he greets them and offers to just talk. The girl in the mask asks in surprise what the hero is doing here. She shouts to her comrades that they need to run away quickly. The attackers run to the purple portal. Suho shouts after them that he still wants to talk. The spear tip is pointed at the back of one of the fleeing people. The girl in the mask looks up in amazement. She falls to the floor. Her comrades look at the girl in fear and ask if she fell on her own. One of the guys tries to help the girl up. He asks her to hurry up and promises to carry her in his arms. The young man fails to put the girl on her feet. The guy standing behind him asks what is going on and demands to carry the girl faster. A request sounds to wait a little. The young man tries with all his might to lift the girl, on whose legs chains are visible. The system reports that shadow shackles and shadow bleeding are activated. The young man looks back at his comrade and says that he cannot move the girl from the spot and that he does not understand what their opponent did. The girl, lowering her head, asks the guy to leave her. He says that he cannot do it. The girl looks at her comrade pleadingly and asks him to kill the bastard who did this to her. The attackers exchange glances. Knives appear in their hands. The hero says in disappointment that their conversation is not going well. The opponents rush at the hero. He calmly stands in place. In front of us is the right eye of a young man. One of the guys looks at the young man in amazement. The attacker's gaze changes. He lowers his eyes. All the attackers are on all fours, uttering painful groans. The system reports that intimidation has been activated. Suho asks his opponents if they are members of the Banshee squad. We see 4 criminals. The hero thinks that Banshee is a notorious terrorist squad in Korea. They were eventually caught, but this foursome caused real chaos in the country with their terrorist attacks. The young people, writhing in pain, lie on the floor. One of them asks how the guy knows who they are. He asks to wait a little and promises to tell even more. The heroes take the cap of the attacker in his hand and call him by name, Gwak Do-ho. The young man looks at the hero in shock. He says that the guy makes a living by physical labor, and in the squad he does all the hard work. The guy lying on the floor looks at the hero in fear. He says that in front of him is Seo Kyo-won, responsible for making explosives and working as a chemistry teacher in a high school. We see the face of the next terrorist. Suho says that this is Kim Hyun-min, who is responsible for movement and works as a delivery man. Black streams swirl around the girl. The hero says that the last member of the squad he will mention is Gu Yeonhwa. We see the girl's eyes. Suho says that she is a student at the Korean Women's University and the real boss of Banshee. She is able to turn off electrical appliances and magical items. The girl asks how the hero knows all this. The guy twirls someone else's baseball cap on his finger and claims that he can find out anything if he wants. He assumes that the gang members know him too. Hwa, sitting on the floor, calls the hero by name and asks who he really is. Suho says that he had no doubt that she was the smartest among her comrades. The guy, smiling, offers the girl to tell everything as it is, since he is not some weirdo in front of her. Hwa asks why she should trust him. The hero squats in front of the girl. She says that she knows what to do with people like him. The girl looks down. Suho says that the gang committed 3 terrorist attacks and in none of them there were human casualties. But there was damage to property, so this is a real crime. There are explosives attached to the server cabinet. The hero says that thanks to the girl's abilities, the police did not have access to CCTV footage, so the guards of order still do not know who is behind these attacks. Then the hero states that, unlike the police, he knows everything. In front of us are explosives. Suho claims that he is well aware of how the crimes were committed and how the criminals covered their tracks. He also says that he knows the addresses of the perpetrators and people close to them. Hwa looks down in fear. She looks up and asks the guy to stop. Suho looks into her eyes and says that now the girl seems ready to talk. Suho squats in front of Hwa and says that he does not cooperate with the government. He also does not intend to arrest the bandits or cause them any harm. The guy asks if this is enough. The girl, whose back of her head we can see, asks how they can trust the young man. He sighs heavily and says that a minute ago it seemed to him that she was ready to talk, and now, apparently, he will have to hand them all over to the police. We see the faces of Suho and Hwa. The hero asks the girl to make a decision. 3 guys lying on the floor are visible behind the hero. Hwa agrees to the young man's offer. He says that this should have been done a long time ago. Suho looks to his left. He says that it is not very convenient to talk in this place, and suggests moving. The young man demands that the terrorists remove all the planted bombs, and then says that they can talk normally in the gang's hideout. Hwa frowns at the guy and tries to understand how he knows so much. Suho approaches Hyun-min and asks if he can move. The guy sighs heavily. The hero asks him to open the door, since a taxi will not be able to drive to the upper floors. In front of us is a purple portal. The hero's hand is on the back of the chair. He asks the interlocutors to calm down, since they are in their shelter. Smiling happily, Suho says that it is stuffy here, and suggests that the bandits take off their masks. Hwa says that everything suits her. The guy looks at her sternly and demands that everyone show their faces. The Banshee gang members frown at the hero. Hwa pulls off her black mask. The other members of the squad standing behind her also do this. The girl shouts that she took off her mask because it is stuffy here, and not because she was ordered to do so. She asks where Suho came from and how he found out about them. She says that before that she thought that the guy was only interested in clearing the gates. Suho, crossing his legs, looks at Hwa. Raising his left hand, he declares that there are too many questions, and he does not even know where to start. The Banshee squad members stand in front of a guy sitting on a chair. He claims that he revealed their secret thanks to his skill. Hwa asks again in surprise. The girl frowns at the hero. He says that the people standing in front of him themselves are hiding a couple of skills, so they shouldn't be surprised that someone is doing the same. The hero smiles. The girl asks what he wants from all of them. He offers to start a cooperation. Hwa asks again in surprise. In front of us is a table. The hero asks if the bandits saw his interview in which he shared his plans for the future with journalists. The girl says that Suho seems to be going to join the Hunters Association. The hero confirms this. In front of us is a news report that the hunter on Suho plans to join the Great Hunters Association and contribute to the development of society. Indignation appears on Hwa's face. She assumes that the guy wants to hand over the bandits to the police in order to receive special rights in the association. She accuses the guy of deception. Suho, raising both hands, reminds that he promised not to betray the Banshee gang members and asks to listen to him. Sitting in a chair in front of the young people, he says that he wants to pass the exam for the 5th level, and in 1 or 2 positions to join the special unit. Hwa asks again in amazement. The hero asks her not to make such a face. Hyun-min looks at the hero angrily. Suho tells the girl that he knows very well that the bandits consider the special unit their main enemy, so they commit terrorist attacks in places related to it. In front of us are Do-ho and Kyo-won. Suho says that he wants to join the special unit for similar reasons. The child stands against the background of smoking ruins. Suho says that he is an orphan of the gate. We see the boy up close. The hero says that at first he thought that he was just unlucky, but then he realized whose doing it was. In front of us are destroyed structures. Suho says that lightning does not strike the same tree twice, so it all became clear to him when the places where the gates were cleared began to be considered a safe zone, and land prices began to skyrocket. Hwa is shocked and says that this simply cannot be. The hero, sadly hanging his head, says that the government knew everything, but did nothing, because several large projects were connected with this zone. We see a building under construction and a crane next to it. Suho says that he knows who is involved in this matter. He folds his hands in front of his face, and says that this is why he wants to become the head of the special division, and make sure that the association pays in full. In front of us is the headquarters of the organization. Suho says that in the Hunter Association, the special division has the most power and influences the other departments. In addition, it has special powers regarding the players. The young man holds out his hand and says that it just so happens that he can help the bandits take their revenge. But he needs to be well prepared for this. He needs reliable hands of cautious people, and that is why he turned to Banshee. Hwa, looking down, says that there is no guarantee that Suho will pass the exam. In front of us is the hero's profile. The young man declares that he will definitely pass this test, but if the bandits commit another terrorist attack before that moment, he will personally hand them over to a special unit. The hero gets up from his chair and declares that this conversation is over. The bandits frown at the hero. He understands that these young people are shocked, because Banshee have never been caught by anyone before. In his past life they were so cautious that even he had difficulty finding them. The hero's face is sad. Hwa is sitting in front of him. The hero remembers that when he caught and interrogated the bandits, he realized something. The girl looks sadly at the hero. Her comrade sits at the table clutching his head. Suho remembers that he realized then that they are similar to each other, except that these people directed their discontent in the wrong direction and became a gang with a disgusting reputation. One of the bandits grinds his teeth. We see the interrogation room. Suho thinks that if someone had directed Banshee, everything would be different. The bandits stand thoughtfully in front of the hero. He thinks that he will lead them so that they do not go down the wrong path. Hwa thoughtfully rubs his chin. Suho thinks that the girl will sooner or later accept his offer, since it is quite attractive, and there is no doubt in his skills. Suho stands in front of the bandits, putting his hands in his pockets. He understands that now he can only wait patiently. The participants of the conversation stand opposite each other. The hero gives the bandits time to think. He raises his index finger, and hopes that they will make the right decision. In front of us is the building of the Great Hunters Association. We see a door. Someone behind it addresses Young Chul-min and states that he was unable to complete the task. Although it was not difficult at all, the young man apologizes. There are papers on the table. The vice president says that an apology will not solve anything, since the president specifically cleared the schedule to personally meet with An Suho. Min, guiltily bowing his head, stands in front of the vice president, who says that this time he will close his eyes, but it is better not to anger the president of the association, since nothing good will definitely end. Min says that he understands everything. he is ordered to return to work. Min stands at the office door with a sad look. The young man is incredibly upset. He thinks that he was scolded for several hours. He really wants to quit and join a private guild. Min scratches his temple thoughtfully. He understands that being fired would be a huge step back, and he did not join the Great Hunters Association for this. The young man decides to forget about his feelings once again, since he has experienced something similar many times before. Someone taps the young man's neck with a finger. The same individual puts his hand on his shoulder and calls him by name. Min, smiling, looks up. He curses mentally, thinking that he met this person exactly when he is in an incredibly bad mood. Min asks how Deputy Pai ended up here. The head of the special unit, Pai Song Yeol, whose smile we see, says that he heard that his beloved unit chief was being scolded here. Yeol hugs Min. He says that it must have been hard to listen to the old man's grumbling. His interlocutor says that he himself is to blame for this. Yeol, holding onto the poor Min's head, states that he heard that An Suho had caused him trouble. He replies that this is completely untrue, but false rumors spread quickly. Yeol, smiling, says that only a few people know about this, so there is no need to worry or exaggerate. He asks if the guy needs help. Min, frightened, asks what it might look like. We see the interlocutor's legs. Yeol says that they can involve someone, and there is nothing complicated about it. Min's face is surprised. Yeol says that they can bring charges and call the person in for questioning, and then resolve this misunderstanding. Min, perplexed, asks again. Yeol, smiling, says that he can tell you more. Yeol, continuing to hug his colleague, says that the president of the association can release the person who was called in for questioning, and this will be wonderful in many ways. We see the faces of the two interlocutors. Yeol says that, as they say, the hero wants to join the Great Hunters Association. He continues to hug the unfortunate Min and says that in this case everyone will benefit. Min, pretending to giggle, says that this is a very bold joke. Smiling, he says that if you get involved with someone who is doing well and who is not guilty of anything, it can backfire. Yeol asks again in bewilderment. Min's face is surprised. He hears Yeol calling him a very good person. The commander of the special unit looks closely at his colleague and asks why the one who works for the good of the people is afraid of some hunter. Min, turning away from the annoying colleague, says that he is right. Yeol suggests thinking carefully about this issue. The interlocutors approach the door. Yeol says that they have the authority to conduct investigations and prosecute players. Yeol puts his finger to Min's forehead and says that he should think more flexibly. Because he is the leader, the young man says that he will take this advice into account. Yeol hits his colleague in the shoulder. He states that sometimes it is better to think for yourself than to act as written in the instructions. Yeol approaches the door. He states that if Min needs help, he just needs to let him know, and he will be happy to help him. The guy wishes his colleague good luck. Min, holding his shoulder, thanks the head of the special unit. Min dusts off his jacket. He thinks that he can't stand this man. The guy tiredly rubs his neck. At first he thought highly of Yeol. After all, he is one of the few players in the Great Hunter Association. Min thought that he was better than those bosses who do not understand the players. We see the right side of the association employee's face. He thinks that over time he got to know this man better, and realized that his problem is that he knows too much. Yeol has a black face. Min opens the door, thinking that he needs to rest for a while. He leaves the building. The guy sits down on the parapet. Min thoughtfully looks into the distance. He recalls his conversation with Suho, in particular, that the young man promised to become a hunter of the association. Before us is the hero's face. Min thinks that at that moment the guy was inclined to join the association, but suddenly cooled to this idea. We see a phone on which the hunter An Suho is indicated as a subscriber. The hero says that if Min needs materials, he should make a separate request. Sighing heavily, the young man looks up. He thinks that, apparently, it is difficult for the guy to refuse offers from large guilds. Min tries to understand what Suho has planned. We see several buildings with illuminated windows. A yellow car drives down the street. A man gets out of it. The hero is standing on the sidewalk. He looks at his hand. A ring shines on it. Purple streams rise around the young man. The system reports that the first Mumu activates colorless solitude. Suho raises his fist. He thought that he received the first Mumu too early, but since conquering the Tower of Trials, this item has constantly helped him out. We see the hero's eyes. He stands under a lamppost and says that we need to go. In front of him is a pole with the name of the organization's Soul Blood Center. The hero jumps. He flies over the fence. The guy lands. Suho approaches the stairs. The hero looks around. The object of interest to him should be somewhere nearby. We see the young man's right eye. The system reports that mana detection is activated. Black and red streams rise from around the corner. Suho understands that this is what he needs. The hero approaches the corner of the building. He thinks that the gates emit a large amount of mana, and no matter how you hide it, it still leaks out, and only from one portal does it come out in this way. A purple gate is visible in front of the young man. We see it close up. Suho knows that it belongs to the category of special gates. That is, they open only under certain conditions. The hero raises his right hand. He thinks that these conditions may differ for each portal. Suho takes a knife. He cuts his hand. Drops of blood fall to the ground. The hero pours red liquid onto the portal. He knows that in this case the portal will open after absorbing a certain amount of blood. The liquid accumulates on the surface. Splashes fly in different directions. The system reports that the necessary conditions are met. The young man smiles. Red energy starts flowing around him. The system reports that the guy has discovered a hidden gate and performed a feat, as a result of which he received 5 additional attribute points. We see a riot of red energy. The system analyzes the portal, after which it issues a message that Suho is at the Bloody Tower. The hero, according to the system message, used glowing dust. The guy thinks that the cave is just the first step. Bright dots are visible above his hand. The young man thinks that he needs to go forward. He walks through the cave. Suho notices something. He touches his head with his hand, suspecting that water is dripping from the stalactites. The hero sees a huge number of red dots above him, and realizes that it was saliva after all. Under the ceiling of the cave, blood-sucking bats of level 63 are visible. Suho looks at them. A smile appears on the young man's face. He declares that a feast was prepared for him at the very beginning. A bright glow emanates from the young man. The system reports that intimidation has been activated. The bats grin. Suho stands with his hands in his pockets. Foam comes out of the bat's mouth. The bat squeaks loudly. The monster is amazed. The hero holds the spear with both hands. The tip of the weapon penetrates the ground. The system reports that the ghostly spear begins to absorb shadows. Streams of purple energy swirl around the young man. In front of us is a splitting black ball. Suho holds the spear with one hand. A system window appears in front of the guy. He thinks that there is nothing more convenient than sorting out all sorts of little things, and with intimidation rank as the difference in levels is perfectly compensated, the young man calls up the status window. We see the back of the guy. He thinks that usually hunters focus on 2 main characteristics, but he knows the entire color system, so he can increase all characteristics at once. In front of us is the personal card of the player on Suho. It highlights the indicators of strength, endurance, mana and perception. The young man thoughtfully works with the system. He thinks that level A is really too high to hunt vampire bats. Suho decides to check the battle report. A smile appears on the guy's face. The system reports the destruction of the bloodsucker bat and the blood slime. The last point surprises the hero. Next to the young man's face, a red lump is visible, complaining that the fool on Suho did not spare him. The hero understands that this creature most likely accidentally got into the battle, and he unintentionally killed it. We see the back of the young man. The guy thinks that killing with intimidation alone is quite funny, although he is, of course, glad that it works at all. The hero looks forward. He thinks that the higher the level of the monster, the less likely it is to lose morale, even if the monster does not belong to the special category. We see the legs of the young man. He is standing in front of a huge gate. Smiling, Suho says that it is time to move on to the main course. Purple streams are visible between the guy's hands. The system reports that the hero is entering the room with the boss. Suho walks through a magnificent hall. Next to him is an ornate column. The guy demands that the enemy come out. Eyes glow in the darkness. A sword appears in the guy's hand. Suho holds it out in front of him to block the attack. In front of us is a chiropteran covered in white fur. The sword in the hero's hands trembles. Suho understands that in front of him is a royal bat. The hero strikes, throwing the enemy aside. The guy looks up with apprehension. A huge red monster appears behind him. There is a powerful flash. Suho jumps back. In front of him is a very strange anthropomorphic creature. The hero understands that this is not a boss, but not a simple monster either. We see the young man's opponents. The system reports that they are a 100-year-old bat and a level 72 blood golem. Suho, holding a sword, says that he will quickly deal with the intermediate boss. He rushes towards his opponents. The hero actively wields the sword. The bat appears behind his back. Suho strikes and defeats this opponent. The blood golem strikes, sending the boy flying back. The boy strikes again with his sword. Suho falls on his back with his sword in his hands. He slams the ground. Rocks fly in all directions. Clouds of dust rise in front of the boy. The young man's face is thoughtful. He says that he seems to have succeeded. Then he clutches his head and calls himself an idiot. We see the 100-year bat again. Now we see the blood golem in front of us. The monsters are ready to attack the hero again. He states that he has activated the resurrection flag. In front of us is a white trail. Suho fights the monsters. There are marks from blows near the hero's head. In front of the boy is the blood golem, and above it is the 100-year bat. Suho realizes that physical attacks do not work on monsters of this level, so he will have to use what is hidden up his sleeve. The hero is between 2 opponents. A bluish glow appears under his hand. A translucent sword is visible in the young man's left hand. A bright yellow flash occurs. Streams of white energy spread across the luxurious hall. We see the blood golem in profile. Now the 100-year bat is in front of us. A pool of blood spreads across the floor. Suho pierces the monster behind him. The young man smiles slightly. He understands that no matter how many blows he deals to his enemies, they do not receive damage. The guy's sword pierces the 100-year-old vampire. Suho understands that sooner or later the monsters must weaken, especially from pure silver and the attribute of holiness. The sword in his hand glows brightly. The system reports that the silver sword is imbued with holy power. The 100-year bat looks amazed. Streams of yellow energy rise upward. In front of us are the blurred faces of the young man's enemies. The severed head of the vampire lies on the floor. Suho steps on it with his foot. The young man stands holding a sword in each hand. He says that judging by how the vampire flew apart, these creatures are weak against holy power. The hero narrows his eyes and asks the golem if it is going to fly apart too. The huge monster roars and rushes to attack. We see the mark of the blow. Suho uses both his swords. Standing over the defeated golem, he says that he has accomplished his task. The system reports that the blood collector has been defeated. Suho looks at his sword. He thinks that the result is simply amazing. Yellow streams swirl around the sword. The guy thinks that with the exclusive healing skill, holy power becomes very useful. Suho raises the sword point up. He understands that if you enchant silver weapons with holy power, all attacks against such opponents become critical, and this is the perfect way to fight the monsters in this location. It seems that Suho notices something. He looks around, realizing that the boss has finally appeared. In front of him is a huge black cloud. We see splashes of blood. The boss tells the young man that not only did he enter this place, but he also dared to kill his subjects. Suho, holding two swords in his hands, calmly looks at the enemy, who states that the pathetic creature standing before him does not know his place. In front of us is a level 76 curse prince. He demands that Suho kneel and beg for mercy. We see the faces of the opponents. The hero declares that he came here to fight, not to kneel. The cursed prince calls the young man a bastard. A stream of black energy rushes at Suho. His opponent says that the guy is incredibly insolent. A white flash is visible at the level of the hero's chest. Black energy flows around his body. Squinting one eye, Suho asks if the cursed prince is finished with his attack. A black spot is visible above the monster's hand. He once again calls the hero bad words. The prince raises his left hand and says that they will see how long Suho can behave so impudently. In front of us is blood. The monster in human form touches the floor with his hand. The hero jumps back. The guy looks thoughtfully somewhere down, trying to understand why he can't see anything. He assumes that the enemy used a curtain of blood. Squatting down, Suho turns his head. He thinks that everything here is filled with energy, so it's hard to find the prince, and since it's unknown where he'll jump out from, he needs to concentrate. Both swords are lying on the floor. Suho looks closely. The guy looks to his left. It seems he understands where the attack will come from. The hero points the weapon he holds in his left hand away from himself. The cursed prince can't believe that his attack is blocked. Suho, smiling, declares that he has excellent perception. The guy delivers several blows. In front of us is the young man's right eye. The hero understands that he's hit the enemy. The cursed prince asks if the hero really thought that such a move would work on him. Suho looks scared. His enemy says that the guy is too cocky. We see the back of the monster's head. He spreads his arms wide and declares that he is going to kill the hero now. The system reports that the cursed prince is using blood scream. Suho looks to his left. We see his hand. The hero tightly grips the hilt of the sword. A bright glow appears under his feet. The system reports that healing spirit has been activated. In front of us is the profile of the cursed prince. The monster's hands are enveloped in streams of red energy. The vampire, smiling, looks at the hero's weapon and says that he feels a very unpleasant energy. Suho rests the sword tip on the floor. The enemy asks what he did. The hero calmly looks at the enemy, who asks where the guy's wounds went. The prince stands with his knees slightly bent. Suho, holding his sword forward, says that no matter what he looks like, he is still a healer. The young man offers to heal the prince as well. The monster's shirt is spattered with blood. Blood flows from the right side of the cursed prince. He asks in bewilderment what is happening to him. Suho, smiling, says that he can easily show everything again. The prince becomes furious. He asks how some little man dared to do this to him. The monster rushes to attack, accusing the hero of behaving extremely insolently. Suho deflects several blows from the enemy. We see the leg of the cursed prince. The hero prepares to defend himself. The opponents again converge in close combat. Suho covers his face with his sword. Then he himself strikes and hits the prince's hand. The monster grits his teeth. A clash of two different types of energy is visible between the enemies. The cursed prince grins happily, realizing that one of his attacks was successful. There are marks from the blows around the hero's head. Suho looks at his opponent in bewilderment. The young man's face turns white. The hero finds himself behind the enemy. A bright white flash is visible behind the vampire. The cursed prince, spitting up blood, calls the boy names. Suho attacks again. Gritting his teeth, the vampire growls. Streams of red energy are visible around him. The enemy is above the young man's head. He shouts loudly that he will not leave this unpunished. In front of us are the faces of the fighting enemies. White energy collides with red and black. Now we see white and purple energies. In front of us is the ceiling of the hall. The opponents are standing with their backs to each other. The vampire falls to the floor. Black blood is spreading under his body. Suho sits down next to the prince and asks if this mosquito is still alive. He says that, as far as he knows, vampires do not die so easily. A red beam shoots out of the cursed prince's eye. The young man cuts off the enemy's head. The system reports that the royal vampire has bitten him. The severed head of the prince clung to the guy's hand. Somehow the monster manages to say that his stupid opponent stepped out of his comfort zone and brought trouble upon himself. He demands to share blood and become his servant. Suho grabs the vampire by the hair. A bright flash occurs in front of him. The hero looks at his hand and declares that the prince is just a mosquito that only knows how to stick its teeth into someone. The system reports that a transformation is taking place. The hero's vision becomes clouded. He grabs his head. The guy realizes that he is losing a lot of blood. Suho holds his head. He feels a headache and weakness. In addition, he is overcome by a strong thirst. The hero is sitting on the floor. The vampire says that it is too late and the guy will not be able to save himself. He demands that the prince stop chatting inside his head, as this is incredibly annoying. The young man holds his head. The system reports step by step that the transformation is reaching 3 to 42%. Suho breathes heavily. He mentally orders himself to hold on to wait for synchronization. The hero knows that he needs to endure until the desired point, and then simply cleanse himself with holy water. The system reports that the transformation has reached 50%. A white glow appears above the hero's right hand. Suho knows that at 50% a person develops vampire traits. 2 vials are visible in the guy's hand. The system reports that holy water of purification is being extracted from the inventory. The vessel shatters into small pieces. Suho looks at his hand and cannot understand what is happening. The young man is sitting on the floor. The damned prince calls him a fool and reports that he is in his world, where he completely owns the enemy. The hero covers his face with his hand. He understands that the bloodsucker turned out to be more cunning than he thought, and complains that he did not expect such a turn of events at all. We see the room where the battle took place. The hero thinks that the destroyed corridor has been restored and even the chopped body has disappeared. It seems to him that this is preparation for the second phase. The system reports that the transformation has already reached 57%. Suho, with his hands down, sits on the floor. The vampire speaking in his head declares that the guy can only accept his fate. The hero declares that he will still try to use another method. The young man's eyes turn red. The system informs that the blood is starting to become infected. The damned prince informs the young man that there are no other methods. We see black stains. The hero tells the enemy that he has another ace up his sleeve. The guy squints. The system reports that his mind is becoming infected, and the transformation has reached 75%. A message immediately appears that all the conditions for unlocking the power of dragon blood have been met. The young man's iris turns yellow. In front of us is a system window. It informs that the hero has fulfilled the requirements to reach level 50 and to be exposed to danger threatening physical or mental health, as a result of which he has unlocked dragon armor, activated dragon stamina and received dragon skin. Suho, smiling, says that all this happened very timely. The system informs that the transformation is interrupted, and the infected blood begins to be purified and absorbed. Next to Suho is visible a huge dragon. The system informs that the conditions for unlocking the second power of dragon blood are met. The monster looks into the eyes of the young man. It informs that the second power of dragon blood is unlocked. Dragon armor is activated. 2 more windows inform that dragon stamina and dragon skin have been received. The hero, looking at the giant lizard, smiles. The system informs about the activation of dragon stamina, and also that under its influence the transformation is interrupted. The guy also learns that the infected blood is purified and begins to be absorbed. The young man sits on the floor and says that everything is happening at the right time. The system tells him that under the influence of dragon endurance, the infected blood is completely destroyed, and the young man has learned an unknown power from the absorbed infected blood. The hero looks at his hand and thinks that his body seems to have become lighter. Suho happily clenches his fist. He thinks that, having reached level 50, he thought that a special gate would be needed to open the second power of dragon blood, but everything turned out much easier. We see a system window that gives the conditions for opening the second power, reaching level 50, and being exposed to a danger that threatens physical or mental health. In front of us is the S-rank Dragon Stamina skill card. It is said that it is an innate choice and inner strength that only those born with dragon blood can obtain. The skill grants the nobility and superiority of the bloodline, and while the dragon stamina is in effect, the player is immune to all infection effects. It automatically absorbs the source of infection and purifies it. In addition, the player receives the effect of healing and evolution. The young man lifts the flight goggles on his forehead. Suho thinks that the second unlock condition has not been publicly disclosed, but he learned it from Yongma. In front of us are streams of red energy. The hero thinks that the transformation into a vampire is a life-threatening condition, so the system counted it as fulfilling the condition. The young man sees 2 blue windows informing him that he has received vampirism, and thanks to it he has unlocked a new skill. Suho thinks that dragon endurance has purified his blood. But at the same time he managed to study the power of vampire blood, and now he clearly understands why dragons are the strongest creatures in this world. The hero reaches out to the system window and decides to look at the skills he has received. We see a vampirism card. It is reported that this is proof that the owner has practically turned into a vampire. The hero has a bewildered expression on his face. He does not understand how this can be considered a skill at all. The young man sighs heavily. He was going to get vampire blood here to gain his features, but now he will most likely have to say goodbye to this idea. Of course, he had suspicions that the blood of a dragon and a vampire are incompatible, and they were justified. Nevertheless, the hero is glad that he received a couple of useful skills. He sees a blood-sucking card. It is reported that this is a technique that extracts only pure blood, which is collected in blood spheres. Next comes the description of the blood sphere. It is reported that this is a mysterious reservoir that only vampires have and contains an additional supply of blood, which is automatically spent as needed. Suho sees a card for the secret technique blood weapon, which is used only by vampires of noble birth, and with the help of imagination creates a weapon from his own blood. If this liquid runs out, the weapon is forcibly deactivated. Suho imagines a vampire from a noble family. He thinks that blood is needed to use this skill, so he will have to hunt monsters more. We see a schematic description of the plan of action that is born in Suho's mind. First kill the monster, then use the blood-sucking skill to extract blood and collect it in the blood sphere, and finally create a ghost spear. Suho thoughtfully rubs his chin. The boy is sitting on the floor. The cursed prince is trying to say something in his head. The hero irritably demands that the bloodsucker shut up, since he does not even understand what he is saying. We see the ceiling of the room in which the boy is. The vampire finally begins to speak articulately. He asks how Suho can be unharmed if he bit him. The prince assumes that all this is because of his curse and curses himself for helplessness and uselessness. The hero looks up in alarm and understands that the second phase is about to begin. Suho bends at the waist. The system reports that the cursed prince is complaining about his fate, and his strength is rapidly increasing. The hero notices something. He looks at the ceiling of the magnificent hall in which he is. Blood appears in the air. It spills onto the floor right in front of the hero. In front of the boy, in a pool of blood, stands a vampire. 2 red horns stand out on his head. This creature declares that he will kill and burn those who are better than him. The vampire's eyes are shedding bloody tears. He promises to throw everyone into the abyss. The system reports that the hero is facing a level 80 enraged cursed prince. Suho holds his swords out in front of him. Drops of blood hang in the air. Their shape stretches. The blood swirls behind the vampire's back. It turns into 2 red wings. Suho looks thoughtfully at his opponent, and is amazed at how much power he has and how much he has changed. A red and black sphere is visible next to the vampire's head. A wave of energy rushes towards the hero. Suho frowns and looks at the enemy. The vampire, with 2 wings visible behind his back, puts his hand forward. We see the eyes of this creature. The hero appears behind his opponent. In front of us are the faces of the vampire and the hero. The bloodsucker declares that Suho is not going to give up so easily. The latter says that it seems that after the enhancement, the vampire's mental abilities have also improved. A bright flash occurs between the opponents. The prince demands that the hero shut up. The hero looks at his enemy and understands that he will not be easy to deal with. The vampire jumps up. His hand is covered in a thick layer of red energy. The opponents fight each other. Suho holds both swords forward and stops the prince's hand. The guy has a smile on his face. The system reports the activation of holy power. The young man says that no matter how strong the vampire is now, he will not be able to do anything with holy power. The sword that Suho holds in his right hand flies apart. Blood flows from the prince's eyes. He declares that now this pathetic holy power is not an obstacle for him. Suho performs a series of reverse somersaults. Blood splashes are visible in front of the guy. He understands that the vampire is able to destroy weapons endowed with holy power, and this most likely means that ordinary weapons will not work on such an opponent. We see the hero's hand. A weapon with a red handle appears in it. The vampire seems surprised. Suho holds a weapon with a red blade in front of himself. The prince's eye glows. The bloodsucker asks in bewilderment how this pathetic man dares to use the bloody weapon. The vampire opens his mouth wide and screams for the hero to hand over this sword immediately. Red and black streams are visible around the young man. White energy swirls around the sword. The system reports that the holy power has been activated. We see the hero's face. The vampire cannot understand what is happening. Suho smiles. He thinks that the attack power of the bloody weapon depends on the player's characteristics. So now he is armed with a red tear sword and will definitely cope with this enemy. The hero tells the vampire that he is going to finish him off. With his mouth wide open, the prince calls the guy a vile, impudent man. The vampire rushes to attack, threatening to tear the hero to pieces. 2 sharp teeth are visible in the bloodsucker's mouth. The opponents again converge in close combat. The prince has a bewildered face. He understands that a shield is used against him. Suho, smiling, asks what the vampire is surprised about, and whether he really thought that he was the only one who could change the shape of a weapon. Drops of blood fly around the hilt of the sword. The hero declares that this is the end. The guy appears above his opponent. He flies past the enemy and cuts off his head. The hero is standing on the floor. He is breathing heavily. In front of him lies the severed head of the vampire. The Cursed Prince, smiling, declares that the guy is behaving frankly stupidly, since cutting him and even cutting off his head is completely useless. The guy kicks the bloodsucker in the jaw. The vampire's head flies far away. We see the mark of the blow. Suho asks the enemy to be silent. A black shaft is visible in his hand. He promises to deal with the prince so that he does not bother him anymore. The head lying on the floor groans pitifully. The bloodsucker promises to regenerate and take revenge. Blood flows from the prince's eyes. We see many black chains. The system reports that shadow binding has been activated. The vampire's face is entangled in chains. He says he can't move. The hero approaches him. Suho sits down in front of the head lying on the floor and demands that the vampire not move, as he will only interfere. The bloodsucker curses and asks what the young man did to him. The hero puts his hand on the head. The system reports that blood sucking has been activated, and the extracted blood is stored in the blood sphere. A white sphere is visible next to the young man's head. The vampire demands that the hero remove his dirty hands from it. He finally understands what the object the system was telling him about looks like. We see this object up close. Suho realizes that he can see how much blood is in this sphere. He remembers that the Blood Monarch said that only the owner of the sphere can see it. In front of us is a character with a black face. Suho remembers that initially the Blood Monarch was an ordinary employee of the Central Blood Bank, but then entered the blood portal located next to this institution. Opposite the guy with the black face stands a man. Suho remembers that the Blood Monarch reached the boss of the gate, but could not defeat the Cursed Prince, who bit him and turned him into a vampire. A bite mark is visible on the young man's neck. In front of us is a red whirlwind. The hero thinks that usually after this a person dies, since after turning into a vampire, the system classifies him as a monster and closes the gate. But the Blood Monarch did not sit idly by and did not resign himself to such a fate. We see a character with pointy ears. Suho remembers that this man was able to neutralize the transformation, since he was also a healer, as a result of which he received unique vampire skills and all his characteristics were updated. A muscular guy steps on the enemy's back. The hero remembers that, having been reborn with new strength, the Blood Monarch defeated the Cursed Prince and cleared the gate. The blonde stands with his right hand raised. The hero remembers that after that a supervillain appeared in the world. Suho stands in front of the defeated enemy with a sword in his hands. The young man remembers that, in the end, he caught the Blood Monarch and began to pump information out of him. A white sphere hangs in front of the squatting guy's face. The hero remembers that the Blood Monarch shared very useful data about the conversion of stamina, bloody weapons and vampire blood. Suho looks at the enemy writhing in agony, who swears that he will take revenge and make him pay for the humiliation. The hero, smiling, says that they will still see if the vampire can do something like that. The bloodsucker's head seems withered. Purple streams rise up. The system reports that the ghostly shadow is reacting to the shadow of the Cursed Prince. Suho holds a spear in his hands. He is informed that the ghostly shadow is absorbing the shadow of the Cursed Prince. Dark streams swirl around the vampire's face. The system reports that the demonic soul sword has been strengthened and has completely absorbed the shadow of the Cursed Prince. Suho is squatting. He gets to his feet, thinking that he has cleared the gate. The system confirms this with a separate message. Next to the guy, there are system windows with descriptions of awards. Doors are visible in front of the young man. The system reports the creation of the gate. The hero thinks that today he was again reminded of the greatness of dragons. The guy closes his eyes. He thinks that even the most powerful transformation is nonsense compared to dragon blood. Suho stands with his arms folded on his chest. He regrets that he failed to catch the vampire. The guy pays attention to the system window. His eyes widen in surprise. The system informs that it is analyzing the young man's talent. Then a notification appears that it has decided to give the hero a suitable trait, and finally it informs that this unique trait has been obtained and 10 bonus attribute points have been given for the great achievement. In front of us is a card dedicated to new blood. It informs that this is a new type of blood, the basis of evolution of which is the absorption and fusion of existing elements. This blood accepts all the effects of the lineage without exception, and the hero receives the skills harmony, refinement, and expertise. Suho looks at the system window in amazement, and says that he has never heard of a new type of blood being created. The guy touches one of the icons with his finger. He realizes that he has hit the jackpot, and is about to go through one of the processes. We see the lower part of the hero's face. In front of him are many system messages, among which two stand out. The first describes the blood of an S+ rank vampire, and the second of an S rank original vampire. It says that Suho inherits the power of the original vampires. All of his vampire skills are upgraded to rank S. He is no longer subject to the limitations of darkness, and gains immunity to garlic, silver, crosses, and sunlight. We see a bright glow. The hero thinks that for a vampire, rank S is simply incredible, because the Blood Monarch's blood was only rank A+. We see the right side of the face of the just mentioned character. Suho remembers that he did not have the prefix, royal, or original. The guy realizes that he himself was the first one to have them. The hero smiles. He realizes that this happened, most likely, due to the effect of the new blood type that he recently received. The hero's hand is visible above the system window. The guy initially expected to simply monopolize existing skills, but everything turned out much better. We see the boy's eyes. He thinks that this time everything turned out just perfect, but he understands that he needs to be prepared for the fact that things will not always go according to plan, and sometimes he will not get what he wants. We see the hero's back. The boy says that he acquired the necessary skill and finished all the things he planned to do here. Suho walks with his hands in his pockets. He says that it's time to make some noise in Nexus. In front of us is the building of the organization mentioned by the hero. People are walking along the corridor. Suei is leading the procession. A man is visible sitting in a chair behind the open doors. The girl turns to him and informs him of her arrival. He gives permission to enter. Suei, next to whom 4 strong young men are standing, tells the man that the hunter on Suho asked to tell him that tomorrow he will come to join the guild. He asks again in surprise. In front of us is the back of a chair. The man says that we need to prepare properly. We see the face of this man. He says that no one can know what this on Suho has in mind. We see tall buildings. Now in front of us is a well-furnished room. Suho looks inside. He sees Y lying on the couch. The guy is drooling. The hero asks why he is sleeping here. The reporter sits down on the couch and says that the hero conquered the test tower today, and they, albeit temporarily, are living together, and on top of that, the hero is his partner. The young man has a bottle in his hand. Y, smiling happily, says that all this needs to be celebrated. The reporter is sitting on the couch with bottles in his hands. He explains that when he came home, the hero was not there, but he could not help but celebrate, so he got drunk himself. Suho says that it must be difficult to try to take care of everything at once. He assures that in the future there will be plenty of reasons to celebrate. Y, not letting go of the bottle, asks if his partner is sure about this. He asks the young man to relax, and states that the future will show everything. Food is laid out on the table in front of the hero. He asks the surprised reporter if he wants a drink, despite the late hour. Y, smiling happily, agrees. Next to the plates with food is a glass of wine. Suho says that he tried the app that Y suggested to him, and it works great. Besides, the hero really likes the apartment itself. Suho puts food in his mouth. He tells the reporter that he read his blog, from which it is clear that the young man's affairs are doing well. The hero assumes that his partner is incredibly rich. The interlocutors drink wine. Y says that he is the youngest son in the Chable family, and simply cannot be considered an ordinary wealthy person. The hero asks in surprise if the guy really belongs to this family. Y takes a sip from the glass. He says that the hero shared his secret with him, so he wants to reciprocate. The reporter admits that he is the youngest son of the president of the Daisen company. In front of us is a white skyscraper. Suho says that if the reporter is the president's son, then he is probably his heir. Y says that his father has many children from different women, and specifically his mother was generally a mistress. That is, he is just an illegitimate son of the president. We see a gray-haired old man. Y admits that he did not tell anyone about this, but he will probably have to work with the hero for a long time, so he should know everything. Suho looks at the young man in surprise and asks if this means that journalism is just a hobby for Y. He replies that it is to some extent true, and besides, he has a lot of fun doing what he does. The young people eat. Y says that his father does not refuse him anything, but he cannot claim the inheritance and has no influence in the company. He was offered to manage a subsidiary, but he refused. The guy admits that he is a good reporter, but he does not understand anything about business. Suho brings a glass of wine to his lips. He says that at least Y is an excellent journalist. He is smiling, replies that this is very nice to hear, and declares that he has never met such a hunter as Suho. The young men rise from their seats. Y offers to drink for both of them. Suho says that he will gladly do so. The guys clink glasses. We see the upper floors of the building. The hero walks through the apartment. Y wishes him good morning. The reporter pours boiling water into a cup. The hero asks him if the guy is going to work on the weekend. He says that he has a lot of work. Young people are standing in front of the window. The hero says that maybe they shouldn't have drunk so much yesterday. Y replies that everything is fine, and he had quite a good time. The hero brings the mug to his mouth and asks if the guy is going to look for new material for the report. He replies that he won't be able to live only on stories about Ansuho. Boiling water is poured into the mug. The hero says that this is exactly why he respects Y. He replies that this is a rather unexpected confession. Y, taking a sip from the cup, asks what the hero is going to do. He says that today is exactly the day he warned his comrade about. Y guesses that Suho is going to go to Nexus. The hero says that last night he reached level 50 and received several improvements, so it's high time to go to this organization. It seems that Y is burned by the boiling water. He looks at Suho in bewilderment, and remembers that just yesterday the guy was only level 40. He asks how he managed to reach level 50 in just one day. The hero replies that it happened by accident, and to be completely precise, he is now level 51. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. Y says that the more he gets to know the guy, the more unusual he seems to him. Suho states that these words sound very ambiguous. Y scratches his head thoughtfully. The hero asks why he is looking at him like that. The reporter pushes the guy in the back, stating that his comrade misinterpreted his words. Y says that if the young man is going to a meeting in such a serious organization, then he should look accordingly. The hero is wearing slippers on his feet. He states that he does not need anything, and he is used to inconspicuous clothes. The reporter says that he will gladly share normal clothes and a watch with the guy. Suho clearly doesn't want to go where Y is pushing him. He protests, stating that he doesn't need all this. The reporter says that you need to look good at such meetings, and that Suho can choose any of his cars. He warns that the hero will be looked at very strangely if he arrives by public transport or a taxi. In front of us is a rather nice city district. A red car pulls up. Suho is sitting behind the wheel. The people meeting him are surprised. The car door rises. The hero in an elegant suit gets out of the car. The guy clears his throat, thinking that everything turned out pretty well for him. The man in the suit hands over a business card. He greets the guy and says that he is the head of Nexus, and his name is Bae Dong-hyuk. The hero, smiling, takes the business card, says hello, and says that he is on Suho. In front of us is the corner of the table. The hero sits in front of 3 interlocutors. Dong-hyuk states that over the past few days the hero most likely increased his level significantly, and therefore it seemed to him that the guy could change his mind, since he said that his goal is to become a government official. Suho states that his plans in this regard have not changed. The interlocutors look at the young man in surprise. Sui asks what this could mean. Dong-hyuk brings his fist to his face and asks why in this case the hero wants to join a private guild. Suho calmly answers that, frankly speaking, it will be easier for him to achieve his goal. He says that he is going to take the exam for the 5th rank this year. In front of us is a building where a business meeting is taking place. The hero is asked if he needs this in order to get additional points. The guy answers that you can say so, but it is all part of his strategy. He states that if he only shows interest in the Hunters Association, they will think that he will not escape them. Suho sits with his hands on the table. He states that this is why he wants to join the Nexus Guild, because when the association sees that someone can offer better conditions, they will improve their offer. The guy assures that by working for Nexus, he will be at the guild's complete disposal, and, as it seems to him, such a cooperation is ideal for both parties. Dong-hyuk looks at the young man thoughtfully, who promises to give his all 100%. The head of Nexus, smiling, states that he understands the guy, but wants to ask him one question. We are reminded of the moment of the hero's interview with Sui. Dong-hyuk reminds us that earlier the hero proposed a deal on the basis that Nexus desperately needs help, and at that time his personality and abilities were one big mystery. Suho and Sui look at each other. Dong-hyuk says that Nexus results in recent years really look depressing, and just a couple of days ago he thought that hiring the hero would be risky for them, but still a reasonable move. We see the interlocutors sitting at the table. Dong-hyuk states that at the moment everything has changed, and any guild would be glad to get Suho into their ranks. He asks why in this case the guy only contacts Nexus. The hero calmly looks at the interlocutor, who admits that the guy has amazing talent, but the hero's true goals are unclear to the guild leader. Dong-hyuk, folding his hands in front of himself, states that if Suho does not answer his question, then their further cooperation will become impossible. Suho, smiling, looks at Dong-hyuk, who states that, despite the fact that the hero is very good, he will have to refuse him. Closing his eyes, the guy says that he has personal reasons. In front of us is Dong-hyuk. He stands behind a podium and speaks. The leader of Nexus looks focused. The hero states that he heard the speech given by Dong-hyuk, who then stated that his organization would try its best to destroy all the gates in Korea. Shocked people stand at the site of the disaster. Suho states that, in addition, the Nexus Guild provided the most active assistance to the victims of the destruction caused by the gates, and was the most interested in destroying these portals. Dong-hyuk looks at the guy, who states that he has no doubt that all of this was said sincerely. The participants of the meeting sit at the table. The hero says that for the above reasons, he will work in the interests of the guild and will do everything to be useful. Suho, smiling, folds his hands in front of himself and states that it would be great if they continued to cooperate even after he himself joins the Korean Hunters Association. Dong-hyuk, looking down, says that everything suits him. We see a photo badge and Hunters. Dong-hyuk asks the guy if he really thinks he should join the association, since the guild's efforts are enough to destroy all the portals, and they do much more to support Hunters. We see the meeting participants from the ceiling of the room. Suho says that Dong-hyuk is absolutely right, but if they really want to put an end to the gates, they need to fight where others can't. In front of us is a broken castle and black cubes. Suho says that he means, for example, those places that are classified by the government as high-risk areas, like sealed gates. There are chains stretched in front of the portal. The guy says that in addition to the mid-level gates, they will also target the 5 great gates. We see people participating in the meeting. Suho explains that this is why he wants to join the Korean Hunters Association, but until then, the name of the guild nexus will be heard in the messages about all the gates that they clear together. In front of us is a personal card of the hero. The young man says that if this happens, then the sphere in which the hunter guilds operate will undergo significant changes. With his hands folded in front of his face, Suho declares that Nexus will become the #1 guild in the country. Dong-hyuk, with his hands on the table, says that all this will only last as long as the hero is in the guild. We see the face of the leader of the organization. Suho tells him that this is why he said that he will do his best while he is in the guild. The young man promises that he will not only destroy the gates, but also recruit new members, as well as train them. Sui, looking at the guy in surprise, asks again. She wonders if Suho really managed to find someone after they talked one-on-one. The young man confirms this assumption. He states that the first of the candidates is Kang Dae-han. Amazement appears on the girl's face. She asks again, not believing her ears. Suho hands the young man a shield and says that he has the talent of a tank. Sui remembers that Dae-han really changed his weapon and direction of development. The hero confirms that he convinced the guy to change his profession. Sui jumps up from her seat and irritably asks if the hero really was the reason that Dae-han became a tank. She is interested in what the guy is going to do if this profession does not suit this person. Suho, stretching out his right hand forward, asks the girl to calm down and says that he analyzed everything properly, as a result of which the guy passed the exam just great. Sui looks sternly at the young man. She adjusts her glasses and remembers that everything was really like that. The hero smirks. In front of us is Kang Dae-han's personal card. Sui says that they did not expect that this guy would successfully pass the exams this year, but he showed an outstanding result, taking second place. The girl says that this is simply amazing, and that she wants to thank the hero. He spreads his arms wide and says that there was nothing difficult about it. The girl is irritated by such a reaction of the hero. Suho and Sui turn to the participant of the meeting, who says that the young man's proposal sounds excellent. In front of us is the third representative of Nexus. He says that, if we are to believe the words of the hero, he, even being in their guild, plans to clear the sealed gates. In front of us are armed guards. The secretary of the head of the guild says that such gates are under special protection of the state, and access to them is limited to individuals and private guilds, since the safety of civilians is an absolute priority. The guy asks how the hero is going to penetrate these portals. Suho, looking at the young man, asks if he doubts that he can do it. The guy says that he did not mean it at all. In front of us is a document with 2 seals. Suho states that in this case they will sign the contract after he brings the pass, and this will convince his interlocutor that his words can be trusted. The hero and the head secretary look at each other. Suho changes his mind and states that as proof he will clear one of the sealed gates, and the contract will be signed after that. A drop of sweat runs down the secretary's cheek. He says that the hero has offered truly royal conditions. We see a delegation from Nexus. The hero says that such conditions will be fair. The secretary looks at the hero. He states that he is a very noticeable newcomer, but we must remember that he does not even have the 100th level, and his interlocutors still perceive him as some kind of novice hunter. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He states that this is why he wants to go through this stage as soon as possible and prove himself in the eyes of others as a real professional. Dong-hyuk looks at the young man. He says that he will definitely prove his worth. The guild leader, smiling, says that he likes the agreement reached today, and they will discuss everything in more detail when the young man clears the gate. Dong-hyuk and his secretary watch the car drive away. The leader calls out to his subordinate, who says that he is listening carefully. The guy looks at the guild leader in surprise, who orders them to prepare all the necessary documents and assemble a special team to provide support for An Suho. The secretary, spreading her arms, asks if it would not be better to wait until this guy fulfills his promise. Dong-hyuk, smiling, says that the hero will certainly cope, and showing him sincere support in advance will not be at all superfluous. The guild leader, satisfied, closing his eyes, says that, in his opinion, An Suho will keep his word. The secretary asks what this assumption is based on. The interlocutors stand next to each other. The head of Nexus says that this is far from a guess, and his subordinate understands this perfectly well. He says that, most likely, everything is exactly like that. The men remember the hero who says he will prove his worth. The secretary remembers that there was no doubt in the young man's eyes. In front of us is the building of the Great Hunters Association of South Korea. We see an office space. A young man is sitting in front of a computer, clutching his head. This is Min, who is trying to figure out how to get An Suho into the organization, who shows with all his actions that he has no intention of coming here. Here we see Suho and the head of the association. Min thinks that the guy can be offered a reward for passing the test tower, but he immediately understands that the management will not go for it. Min imagines another photo. He understands that his superiors do not need a photo where Suho receives gratitude, but an image in which the hero demonstrates his friendly attitude to the head of the association, while Min really does not want to act aggressively. Min remembers his conversation with Pai Song-yeol, who, in fact, offered to drag the hero here by force. Min puts his head on the table. He does not understand how he should lure Suho here, and once again curses himself for working in this organization. A call comes to the phone lying next to Min's head. The guy does not know the number. The guy answers the call and says that Young Chul Min is listening. He is trying to understand who is calling him from an unknown number. Judging by the joyful expression on his face, Min understands who it is. The young man puts his hand on the table and shockingly asks if he heard wrong. We see a sign for a place that serves gukbap. Suho and Min are sitting at the table. The hero says that he hasn't been here for a long time and notes that they serve the best boiled pork. The civil servant asks in surprise how the guy knows this place. Suho, smiling falsely, says that he often came here when he worked nearby. Min says that he understands. He takes a spoon in his hand and says that he did not expect the guy to offer to meet himself. Then he asks why he changed his number. The hero answers that he received too many calls, so he got a second number. The young people are sitting at the table. Suho says that Min can now call this number. He notes that the hero, apparently, is really tired of unnecessary attention. Min lowers his eyes. He thanks the hero for finally contacting him and says that he no longer hoped to see him again. Suho asks how the guy could think such a thing. The hero holds chopsticks in his hand. He asks the civil servant if his superiors are bothering him and if they wanted Min to convince him to join the association. Min fearfully brings his hand to his face. He asks why the guy is asking such a question. Suho holds chopsticks near his face and says that he was wondering why the association president suddenly invited him to a meeting after clearing the test tower. The guy looks closely at the interlocutor and says that no matter how complicated the gate is, the association usually processes paperwork and does not try to attract someone to join its ranks. Min, smiling, looks down. The hero says that he decided to figure it out on his own, and realized that the top management of the association often invites people just to take pictures. Min looks at the hero a little scared. He says that everything is fine. The interlocutors are shown from under the ceiling of the restaurant. The hero says that everything should have been said directly, because there was nothing terrible about it. Min apologizes to him. Suho raises his hands in front of himself and says that there is no need for an apology here, especially since he himself understood everything. The young man says that he is even grateful to his interlocutor. He points at himself and asks again in surprise. Min remembers how Pai Song-yeol held him by the head. The hero says that in such situations blackmail, or even forceful methods of solving the problem can be used, and the guy acted very professionally. Min, rubbing his neck, says that, in his opinion, this is still somehow wrong. The young people are having lunch. The hero says that this is why he decided to visit the association. Min asks if Suho is serious. The hero chews his food with pleasure. He says that he would like to thank his interlocutor once again, and it seems to him that a meeting with the management of the association can be useful. Min confirms that this can really be so. We see the food lying in front of the young people. The hero asks when he will need to come to the association. Min suggests talking about this after they eat. The young man jumps up from his seat and, realizing what an opportunity has presented itself to him, he declares that he will organize a meeting right now. Suho says that the guy thinks quite quickly. In front of us is the building of the Korean Hunters Association. The hero takes a photo with the leadership of the organization. The president of the Korean Hunters Association, Jang Kyung-hwan, whom we see, says that he is glad to meet on Suho. The man says that the hero must be very busy, so he is very glad that he accepted their offer. The vice president, whose name is Park Kyumin, says that it is not every day that he gets to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho, smiling, says that it is a great honor for him to meet the leaders of the association. The hero has a smile on his face. He thinks that the people sitting in front of him are simply disgusting. It seems like he has not seen them for a long time, but he still feels disgusted when he meets them. Kyung-hwan, looking at the hero, asks if the guy really wants to join the Korean Hunters Association. The hero, squinting, says that this is his dream, and this is what he said at the interview before the exam. The head of the association asks what is the reason for this. Looking down, Suho says that he became an orphan during the gate breakthrough, so he wants to destroy all the portals as soon as possible to ensure the safety of humanity. The young man thinks to himself that this is only one of the reasons, and the second is that he cannot watch the president and his henchmen destroy the association. Kyung-hwan, smiling happily, admires how correct the young man sitting in front of him is. He thinks that this scoundrel will hold on to his place until the last, until he is thrown out of here. Suho and Kyung-hwan smile at each other. The hero thinks that he will make sure that his interlocutor leaves his place before the due time. The guy really wants to see what this old pig will look like then. We see red and white spots. The hero understands that Kyung-hwan is not the only problem of the association. Kyumin looks at the hero and says that he really knows how to make a good impression. The man, folding his arms across his chest, says that the guy does not need material goods, and he wants to join the association only to protect ordinary people, which is worthy of all respect. Kyumin folds his fingers in front of his face and says that the young man grew up to be a strong and noble man, and his parents would certainly be proud of him. Suho, smiling, thanks the man. In front of us are the leaders of the association. The hero understands that, most likely it was Kyungmin who gave the idea to invite him here, since he is a pathetic non-entity who only does what licks Kyung-hwan's ass. Kyungmin approaches the two young people. He offers to involve hunters for help. Yul mentally sends him to hell. The hero thinks that because of the idiots working in the association, he almost did not have time to clear the portals, and he will try to make sure that they lose the opportunity to harm the common cause. Kyung-hwan, smiling happily, asks which department of the association the hero would like to work in. The guy thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that he considered several options, but chose the gate department. Min looks at the hero in bewilderment. Kyung-hwan asks what this is connected with. There are people in front of the portal. The hero says that, unlike private guilds, the association has direct access to the gates. It conducts their initial inspection and can participate in raids. The meeting participants are sitting at the table. Kyung-hwan says that he is incredibly surprised that there are still such selfless people in this world. He states that out of all the departments, the guy chose the most dangerous. Kyungmin says that, in his opinion, people like An Suho should work there. The president of the association looks at Min and asks him to demonstrate to the hunter Suho the sincerity of their intentions. The young man, surprised, asks to explain what is meant. Kyung-hwan, whose back we see, says that if the hero is so eager to put an end to the gates, then he should be offered a choice of a couple of portals to cleanse, because the association has many such objects. Min looks at the head of the organization in surprise and reminds him that all of these gates are either sealed or extremely complex. Suho, smiling happily, says that this is just wonderful. Min warns him that this is incredibly dangerous. The hero joyfully clenches his fist and shouts that he must cleanse the gates that pose the greatest threat to humanity. Kyung-hwan says that he expected nothing less from An Suho. Min calls out to the president of the association, who asks what happened. The young man looks at his leader in bewilderment. The latter, sitting in his chair, displeasedly orders Min to give the hero a choice of several gates. The guy tries to object. Kyung-hwan looks threateningly at his subordinate and asks if there are any problems. Min, looking down, replies that everything is fine and he will prepare everything that is needed. Kyung-hwan happily tells the hero that he can prepare to clear the portals. The guy thanks the president of the association. The young man clenches his fist. He says that if everything goes well, he will report in an interview that this success was achieved only thanks to Kyung-hwan. The president tells the vice president that in connection with the fact that the guy is going to clear the especially dangerous sealed gates, he should be given all possible support. He states that this is exactly the task of the association. Min frowns down. He knows that for his superiors, the most difficult gates are just toys, and that is why he hates unawakened superiors who do not understand how dangerous it is there. We see a weapon stuck in the ground. Min thinks that a huge number of people died trying to clear such gates, so they are controlled directly by the government, and these two scoundrels are ready to send the hero to almost certain death. Min grinds his teeth in rage. Suho smiles. He mentally pities the guy sitting next to him, while he knows exactly what awaits him inside the sealed gate. Kyungmin whispers something in the ear of the association president. The hero understands that these two are only worried about money, and they do not care at all how many hunters can die inside the gate if the raid is successful. The association will make a profit, and they do not care at all about human lives. Kyung-hwan looks at the hero and asks what rank he is preparing to get at the exam. The young man, smiling, answers that at the end of the year he is going to take the exam for the 5th level. Kyung-hwan asks if the guy knows that this is a rather difficult test. We see the participants of the meeting from under the ceiling of the room. Suho says that at this level he will have more opportunities, and in order to better prepare, he is going to join one of the guilds in parallel and get enough experience. Kyung-hwan, raising his right hand, says that this is a great idea, and the association prefers experienced candidates. Then he asks how long the private guilds currently sign contracts for. We see the corner of the table. The hero says that he is also concerned about this issue, but he really wants to learn more about the practical work, and the contract period is a secondary issue. In front of us is the magnificent Nexus building. Suho says that if some guild satisfies all his requests, then he will work there until the time comes for the exam in the association. Kyung-hwan, yawning, looks up. He says that he will only be glad if the guy manages to find such a place. Suho, smiling, thinks that if the president agrees to such conditions, then he can join the Nexus Guild. We see the logos of two organizations. Suho understands that he has an opportunity to establish a connection between the Hunters Association and the guild. The people gathered at the table turn to the door, from behind which they say that Pai Song-yeol has come to see the president. The hero's face appears confused. The door opens. The president says that Pai Song-yeol has come just in time. From behind the door they ask again in surprise. Yeol enters the room. He asks if his two bosses are eating something tasty without him. Surprise appears on Yeol's face. He notices the hero sitting on the couch. Yeol smiles. The young people look at each other. The head of the special department says that his bosses, as far as he can see, are receiving a guest. Yeol says in surprise that his bosses have already had a guest. The young man is about to leave. He says that he will come later. Kyung-hwan stops him and asks him to come in anyway. He says that the head of the special department should say hello. Yeol, smiling, agrees. Kyung-hwan points at the hero and says that this is the hunter An Suho, who has just conquered the test tower. Yeol tries to remember this name. He happily exclaims that he understood who they are talking about. In front of us is the ceiling of the room. Yeol says that it is simply amazing. The guy holds out his hand and says that thanks to the president of the association he was able to meet a real legend. He introduces himself as the head of the special department Pai Song Yeol. The hero shakes the outstretched hand and says that he is An Suho. The young men shake each other's hands and exchange compliments. The hero smiles. Kyung-hwan asks the guys to sit down. Suho really did not want to run into Yeol, but in the end it still happened. Kyuman, raising his hand, says that Yeol should know that the hero intends to take the exam to receive the 5th rank. The head of the special department asks again in surprise. The young man is noticeably surprised. He says that it will be very difficult. The hero, smiling, says that he wants to try anyway. Yeol looks to the left in surprise. One of his superiors says that, among other things, the association is going to give An Suho access to the sealed enemies. Since the guy said that he can clear them, Yeol asks again, not believing his ears. Covering his mouth with his hand, he mumbles something unintelligible. The guy looks at Suho worriedly and asks if he is sure that everything will be okay, because these are very dangerous portals. The hero smiles strangely, thinking that Yeol has a rather frightened expression on his face. He replies that he is aware of the danger. The head of the special department stands with his arms crossed over his chest. He says that he is in no position to stop the guy and expresses hope that everything will work out for him. Suho looks at the back of the young man and thinks that Yeol is a hunter, and he has always been hungry for talents. The young man's face is sad. The hero understands that the guy is most likely afraid that a very valuable talent will die a meaningless death. Yeol raises his hands and states that he also wishes the guy success in passing the exam. He says that if Suho wishes to join the special department, he will take care of him in every possible way. Kyuman, smiling, raises a finger and asks Yeol not to try to drag the hero into his department, since An Suho has already decided to join the gate department. The young man asks in surprise why the guy made such a choice. Next to the table there is a tree and a pot. Kyuman answers that An Suho wishes to destroy all the gates and gain priority access to them. Yeol says that now everything is clear to him. Looking to his left, the guy states that if this is all that matters, then his department can also provide everything necessary. Smiling, Yeol looks at Min and asks him to confirm that he is telling the truth. Sadly lowering his head, Min agrees with Yeol. He, putting his hands on his hips, says that if An Suho successfully passes the exam for the 5th level, his relationship with Min will become quite complicated. The young man looks down sadly. Yeol says that all this, in principle, can be discussed after the exam, but for now he sincerely wishes the hunter An Suho all the best. The hero, sitting on the couch, thanks the head of the special department, and says that he will try to live up to his expectations. Mentally he calls this guy a sly fox. Suho stealthily glances at Min. He understands that if he passes the exam, he will receive a higher rank than Min, and this guy will be in a very awkward position. The hero sighs sadly. He understands that this is exactly why it is so difficult for him to be around this young man. He remembers himself in his past life next to Yeol. The hero thinks that this is not the first time he has found himself in such a situation. In front of us is a corner of the room. Yeol says that he was glad to meet Suho, but he has urgent business, so he must take his leave. The head of the special department says that everything concerning the sealed gates can be discussed with Min. The young people walk down the corridor. Min looks down sadly. Suho steals a glance at him. The hero asks if the guy was worried about what Yeol said. He replies that of course he was. The young men walk next to each other. Min says that he is well aware of the young man's talent, but even for him it is incredibly dangerous to clear the sealed gate. He says that the guy needs to be extremely careful, and he himself can contact the president so that the association will provide him with as much help as possible. Suho looks at the young man with gratitude and says that she really appreciates the care he shows. Min replies that he is completely serious. We see the ceiling of the corridor. Min says that the guy has only recently become a hunter, so he wants to warn him that the sealed gate is a very dangerous place. He asks if Suho knows why the government does not trust anyone other than the Hunter Association to clear it. The hero replies that even the largest guilds are not often allowed into the sealed gate for security reasons. Min looks at the guy in surprise and asks why he decided to go there then. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The hero says that he is doing it because he is absolutely sure of success. He assures Min that everything will be fine. In front of us is a greenish portal. Suho says that among the sealed gates controlled by the association, there is the nameless sword. Min answers that this is one of the most dangerous gates. The hero, smiling, says that he knows how to clear this portal. A military vehicle stands against the backdrop of typical Asian buildings. It is reported that the action is taking place in Gyeongju, near the nameless sword gate. 2 soldiers stand in front of Suho and Y. One of them asks to wait here. The hero agrees to do so. The reporter whispers in the ear of his comrade that the situation here is very tense. He replies that although the association controls this gate, it is still a military facility. The young men pay attention to something. The soldiers salute each other. One of them looks at the hero and, calling him by name, declares that the guy was expected here. Suho stands at attention in front of the soldier. He says that he is Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander in this square. The hero says that he is glad to meet you. We see trees and people walking under them. Jong-gu says that Min is already waiting for them. Y points his finger forward and asks if they are going to the gate, after which he hears an affirmative answer. The reporter sees an impressive sized structure and states that it will be a unique material. We see a corner of the structure. Jong-gu reports that the walls holding the gate are made of iron and a special alloy. They hold back monsters that can break out of the gate and prevent the portal from expanding. Y gapes in surprise. He states that the portal is much larger than he thought, and the closer they get, the more interesting details he notices. Suho tells him that the military has taken measures to make the portal itself difficult to reach. Jong-gu approaches Min and reports that the hunter on Suho has arrived. The civil servant greets the young man. The boys smile at each other. Min says that it was a long way to get here and he is glad that the hero managed to do it quite quickly. Suho notices that Min arrived here even earlier and asks when exactly he did it. Min states that he arrived just recently, after which he asks who is next to the hero. The journalist, smiling happily, introduces himself as reporter Jo Jin-Y from PBS, and says that he is pleased to meet you. The young men shake hands. Min expresses bewilderment that a reporter has come here. The reporter says that he will only take a few photos. Suho intervenes in their conversation and clarifies that the photos will be taken after the raid is over. He asks if Min will allow him to do this. The reporter replies that this is not a secret facility, so he sees no reason to refuse. Min, perplexed, says that he is only surprised that Suho brought his own reporter. Y, smiling, thanks the official for permission. Smiling, he states that Min will meet with him quite often, so he asks to remember his face. The civil servant replies that he will definitely do so. Jong-gu approaches the hero. The military man says that, as he was told, the leader of the raid will be a hunter named An Suho. The guy replies that this is correct information. The major, holding a machine gun, apologizes and asks what level the hero is. He replies that he is 51. Jong-gu looks at the young man in bewilderment. He looks away and says that he understands everything. We see the door handle. Jong-gu says that the inner perimeter of the portal has been prepared, so the hero can enter immediately. He asks to pay attention to the fact that the door will be sealed immediately after the young man enters. The hero, smiling, thanks the military man. Someone calls out to the guy. Min approaches Suho and asks if he has any strategy. The guy replies that he does. Jong-gu looks at the young men talking in bewilderment. Suho says that he finds it difficult to describe his strategy in words, but it will be like passing the test tower. In front of us is a wall enclosing the portal. The hero says that if he manages to successfully clear this gate, Min will have to remember his promise to help in clearing other portals. The door opens. The official wishes the young man to return back safe and sound. He asks not to worry about it, and states that 1 hour will be enough for him. Min opens his mouth in amazement, and asks again. Suho, smiling, looks over his shoulder at the young man, and says that they will see each other soon. The door closes. Y states that the hero has gone inside. Min, closing his eyes, says that now all that remains is to wait. Jong-gu asks if everything will be alright with the hero. The military man standing next to the official states that such a place cannot be cleared by a hunter with only high stats. He asks if the hunter An Suho is also a healer. Jong-gu is surprised. He hears that all this is not so important. The young man asks again in surprise. Y, smiling broadly, states that An Suho is only nominally a healer. Jong-gu is forced to ask again. Min, raising his right hand, states that he has never seen anyone wield a sword as well as Suho. Jong-gu asks if the guy is really that good. We see the capsules. Min says that he was an observer for the exam that An Suho was taking, and naturally, he was taking the test meant for healers. We see monsters being blown apart. Min says that the guy killed all the monsters with his sword instead and passed the test. Y, who is holding onto the strap of his bag, says that this is the first time he has heard of this and asks if it is even possible to take the exam like this. Min says that he was surprised at first too, but the guy protected his patient from the monsters, so there was no problem. Jong-gu and Y look at Min in surprise. The soldier says that Suho most likely has a deep understanding of the art of swordsmanship. It seems that the soldier realizes the real reason why the hero came to conquer this particular gate. 3 young men stand next to each other. Min says that Jong-gu is absolutely right. In front of us is an iron box with a gate inside. Min says that the Emperor of the Sword is here. In front of us is the nameless sword portal, intended for solo passage. We see high cliffs. The system reports that the hero has entered the gate. The guy is walking through the forest with a sword in his hand. He looks around and thinks that he has not been here for a long time. The path that needs to be taken is clearly visible between the trees. Suho thinks that he constantly suffered with clearing, and each time he barely survived here. A ringing sound is heard next to the guy. The hero notices a black shadow behind the trees. We see a leg in armor. The system reports the appearance of the boss. In front of us is a knight in armor. The system reports that this is an unnamed swordsman of an unknown level. The warrior has a sword in his hand. The hero stands in front of the knight. A bright yellow glow appears around the warrior. It is reported that the nameless swordsman has activated the battlefield. The knight points his weapon towards the enemy. The system reports that while the battlefield is active, the nameless swordsman's status will be the same as the user's. The opponents are ready to fight. The system reports that all fighters on the nameless swordsman's field cannot use anything except the sword and sword skills. Suho, smiling, says that they have not seen the Sword Emperor for a long time. The knight rushes to attack. The opponents meet in close combat. The hero stops the enemy's weapon with his sword. Suho strikes, but the Sword Emperor blocks it. White streams are visible in front of the knight. The opponents are at some distance from each other. We see the hero's profile. Suho thinks that the Sword Emperor works his legs well, and he positioned his body in such a way as to minimize the rebound distance after the blow. The knight swings his sword. The hero understands that no one at this point in time can defeat such an opponent with just swordsmanship. The knight holds his weapon with both hands. Suho thinks that the enemy crossed his sword with him and immediately changed his stance. That is, he is trying to surprise him with a different style. In addition, he attacks unpredictably, constantly changing direction. The Sword Emperor approaches the hero. He thinks that the most dangerous thing about his enemy is that he changes tactics depending on who is fighting him. The knight strikes, but the hero dodges. The guy understands that the enemy is very cunning, but this is precisely why he learned a lot in his past life. Suho smiles. A trace of the blow is visible above his head. In front of us is a bright red and white stripe. The Sword Emperor dodges the hero's blow. The warrior retreats sharply. A small hole is visible on his armor. The hero asks if he managed to surprise the enemy. The Sword Emperor looks at the hero standing before him in silence, who states that he remembers very well that this character does not utter a single word until his death. The knight stands, holding a sword with both hands. The hero strikes and hits his opponent. A deep cut is visible on the Sword Emperor's helmet. Suho prepares to attack again. He says that this is the 7th time he has challenged his opponent. The hero strikes hard. The knight's counterattack flies over his head. The guy cuts off one of the enemy's limbs. He kicks the Sword Emperor in the chest. Torn leaves fly up. The hero stands in front of a thicket of bushes. He says that many were curious about who was hiding under the armor. In front of us are plants. We see a mark from a blow. Suho asks if the knight knows how disappointed he was the first time. The hero stands calmly with a sword in his hand. He states that everyone called his current opponent the Nameless Swordsman, or the Sword Emperor. We see the knight's leg. It becomes clear that he is missing one leg. Suho says that in fact, in front of him is just the spirit of the sword demon. In place of the knight's severed leg, a ghostly limb appears. The Sword Emperor holds his weapon with both hands, one of which is also ghostly. The hero rushes to attack. The opponents continue to exchange blows. Near them, marks from sword blows are visible. Suho blocks a powerful blow. His sword emits bright red streams. One of the hero's attacks pierces the enemy's armor in the chest area. A huge hole appears in the protective clothing. Suho strikes at the same place. The purple parts on the body of the Sword Emperor become more and more. We see the warrior's leg. He jumps back far. The hero quickly approaches the enemy. The guy looks closely at the enemy and says that his fighting style was as if specially created to counter all the tricks of the knight. Suho, smiling, strikes again. He cuts the enemy. The guy says that, in other words, knowing how the enemy moves, he gets a decisive advantage. Large pieces of the warrior's clothing fly in front of the guy. The hero stands over the slain enemy. The system reports that the Nameless Swordsman is defeated, and the sealed gate is cleared. The most valuable player is declared on Suho. The young man looks down a little sadly and says that he was glad to meet the Nameless Swordsman, and in any case, he should be grateful to him, since if not for this warrior, he would never have been able to pump up his level of swordsmanship. There is a piece of knight's armor on the ground. Suho says that it was thanks to this enemy that he was able to receive the title of the Sword God. Black streams are visible next to the guy. The hero wishes the enemy to rest in peace and promises to remember him on Teacher's Day. The system reports that Suho is receiving additional experience points and statistics bonuses. We see several system windows. The first reports an increase in level. The second informs that the indicators have been increased by 1 and 1 additional skill point has been received. The third reports that the hero has received 5 additional points as a reward for completing a difficult level. There is a sword on the ground. Suho regrets that this ghost has no blood and shadow, so the Bloodsucker and Shadow Eater skills are useless. The young man picks up the weapon from the ground. He examines the blade and understands that it alone is enough for him to consider his trip to this portal not pointless. The guy's face is reflected in the blade. The system reports that he is holding the nameless sword of the Nameless Swordsman, which has a rank of F. The blade trembles, and then splits in the hero's hand. Debris rises into the air. The system reports that the nameless sword has been used. A flash occurs next to the hero. It is reported that sword understanding has been activated. Suho smiles. He learns that the soul of the nameless sword has changed his fighting style. In addition, the characteristics of the guardian sword have been changed. Before us is a description of the guardian sword skill of rank S+. It is reported that this is an ideal sword technique created by Suho. It is based on the most basic principles, as well as the ideal balance of attack, defense and evasion. After connecting with the soul of the nameless sword, its rank was increased, and the technique absorbed the will of the nameless sword and received unlimited growth potential. Suho thinks that his ideal sword technique has just been born. We see a protective structure erected around the portal. 3 young men are looking at multiple screens. Y says that everything is quiet for now. Min looks at the reporter and says that he believes Suho. However, given the enemy's strength, the guy may need quite a bit of time. Y objects, reminding that only half an hour has passed. Janga asks Min for permission to go check out the situation. He lets the soldier go. Janga looks at the reporter in bewilderment, who asks him to wait. The major asks what happened. Sweat runs down the journalist's cheeks. He calls for attention to the portal. The hero is visible on the screen. Y shouts that the gate is clear. We see the protective structure again. Suho comes out of the open door. He is greeted joyfully. Y holds the camera above his head. The hero asks his comrades to calm down. The journalist's face lights up with joy. He asks how they can calm down if Suho cleared the sealed gate in less than an hour. He shouts that it's simply amazing. Min clenches his fist in joy. He says that the guy dealt with that same nameless swordsman who couldn't be defeated in over 200 attempts. He asks if everything is okay with the hero. Suho, smiling, replies that he is doing great and that he dealt with it easily. The guy looks at the man in surprise, who asks if it really wasn't difficult for him, and replies that it was. Janga looks at the guy in shock and says that he understands everything. The major can't believe that the nameless swordsman who killed over 200 people could seem like an easy opponent to someone. The hero stands next to Y and Min. The military man tries to understand who he is even dealing with. Min, laughing happily, offers the major to take a photo on the occasion of conquering the sealed gate. Janga asks again in surprise. Min, smiling, says that this is a pure formality, and there is nothing to be afraid of here. Janga says that he is an ordinary soldier, and therefore does not often take pictures. The protective structure of the portal is shown once again. Min says that they just need proof that Suho was really able to clear the gate, and if the photo shows a major of the valiant Korean army, this will be more than serious evidence. Janggu agrees to enter the frame. Y asks everyone to smile. The photo that was taken is shown on the laptop screen. The hero says that, as he already said on the phone, he managed to clear the sealed gate of the nameless sword, and in the photo with him is a representative of the Hunters Association and Major Kim Jong-gu. The hero points to the journalist standing next to him and says that this is Jo Jin Y, a reporter from PBS, and they decided to take a photo together so that there would be no manipulation around the news. Y hands over his business card. He says that he is glad to meet you, and says that he is Suho's personal reporter. Dong Hyuk, putting his thumb to his temple, says that he does not need the reporter's business card at all, and he himself has never thought of doing any manipulation. The head of the Nexus Guild, standing in front of the hero, asks how he managed to do this. Suho asks to clarify what exactly he is talking about. The guy is a little surprised. Dong Hyuk says that he is talking about everything. We again see a photo on the laptop monitor. Dong Hyuk asks how the guy managed to get permission to access the gate and clear it in such a short time, because Suho knows very well that more than 200 hunters died during the attempt to clear this portal. The guild leader frowns at the hero, who states that in order to get permission, he met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association, and then simply went and killed the monster. Dong Hyuk asks again in amazement. He scratches his head thoughtfully. Suho calmly says that everything was exactly like that, and no tricks were needed. The guild leader states that he cannot understand how all this is possible. Dong Hyuk holds his head. The hero asks if now that he has shown the level of his skills, they can make a contract. Suho holds up 2 fingers. He states that Dong Hyuk can determine the level of salary himself. However, he has 2 conditions. We see magnificent buildings. The hero says that while he is in the Nexus, he will need full support, and if he passes the exam in the association, then his exclusive contract should be cancelled. Suho states that he has already informed the president of the Hunters Association about clearing the gate. The guy closes his eyes and states that he has already been contacted by several guilds, and he has told them that he will accept a job with the one that will provide him with full support. Dong Hyuk looks at the guy with distrust. A strange expression appears on his face. The head of Nexus laughs cheerfully and says that they have an agreement. The man asks the secretary to bring the documents. The secretary makes it clear that he will do it right away. In front of us is the ceiling of the room. Dong Hyuk says that the hero confirmed his qualifications right after he doubted them. The man says that he is shocked and simply speechless. Dong Hyuk extends his hand and says that Suho must be ready for work, and there will be a lot of it. The young man extends his hand. Suho and Dong Hyuk shake hands. The hero says that he has no doubt that he will have to work hard. The road is filled with cars. The hero, smiling, says that his friend brought him here, and if Y wants, he will take him back. The reporter, smiling happily, says that everything is fine, and he is just doing the job of a manager. The hero asks in surprise why the guy calls himself that. The young people are sitting in the car. Y says that thanks to the hero he regularly gets exclusive material, so he must at least somehow work it off. We see the car in which the guys are riding. Y says that the sedan does not shake on the road as much as in a minivan, so he bought another sedan. Suho asks why the reporter did this. The hero looks at Y in bewilderment. He says that he took it especially for his friend. Suho understands that this man really was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Y drives the car, smiling. The hero says that he hasn't shown up for work all day today and asks if the guy will be scolded for it. The reporter replies that several of his exclusive articles came out today and it's unlikely that anyone will be angry with him at the office. The guy says that, among other things, he promised the editorial office that he would bring the hero there. Suho begins to understand that Y will not miss his chance. Y lies on the ground in front of three young men. They advise him not to blab too much. The reporter says that they can start with a message about clearing the sealed gate, and if they report everything gradually, starting with working for the Nexus Guild, then there should be no problems. Although, to be honest, no one can say how long the two of them will be able to hold the public's attention. Suho, closing his eyes, says that everything will be fine and Y can do as he pleases. The reporter says that he wanted to ask the hero about something. We see the young man's face. The reporter suddenly becomes serious and asks how Suho was able to determine the strategy used by the nameless swordsman. The interlocutors are sitting in the car. The hero thoughtfully says that this monster had quite predictable behavior. His recent opponent is visible above Suho's head. The guy says that he was well aware of the reputation of the Sword Emperor, and that he can only be fought with cold weapons. He admits that this may sound arrogant, but he was convinced that he wielded a sword better than this monster. Y asks again in bewilderment. Looking at the guy, he says that during the battle he felt that experience played a significant role, but he himself is quite good at wielding a sword. Suho looks ahead. Y holds the steering wheel. He declares that the hero's opponent was still the Sword Emperor, who could not be defeated by more than 200 warriors, among whom were the best swordsmen of the country. He asks if his comrade knows about this. We see a magnificent sword and several warriors. The hero says that the nameless swordsman copies the enemy's status window and adjusts his fighting style to it. Inside this gate only the swordsman's skill matters and no additional skills or items will help here. In front of us is Y in the car he is driving. The reporter asks if the hero has a swordsman's skill. He replies that he does, and of rank S, but it is not displayed in his status window. Y bangs his head on the steering wheel. Suho asks him what happened. The reporter, his mouth wide open in amazement, asks if the guy really has rank S and when he managed to get it. A fire is visible behind the young man. The hero says that he acquired it recently. He asks his comrade to calm down, since he is now boiling with excitement. Suho says that in general, information should be given out in doses, and not dump everything on the interlocutor's head at once. Y looks at the hero with interest. He says that if the guy is interested in something, he can just ask and immediately get all the necessary information. Y presses the brake, the car slows down. The guy says that Suho has a real talent for shocking people. He admits that, for example, he would never have thought that someone could make him work for themselves. The hero calms his comrade. The interlocutors are sitting in the car. Y thanks the hero for calling him first and apologizes for not believing him at first. Suho, laughing, says that everything is fine. In front of us are high-rise buildings. Y asks if this means that they are finished for today. Suho answers that he needs to rest. The reporter says that in this case he will take him home. The hero thanks him. There are many illuminated windows in the high-rise buildings. Suho sits down on something soft, thinking that he can be satisfied with his result. The guy wipes his head with a towel and realizes that he is almost not tired, despite the fact that he has done so many important things today. Suho removes the towel from his head and calls up the status window. We see the boy's right eye. The system reports that he has 7 additional points. The hero understands that this should be enough, and decides to check what these unified characteristics are. In front of us is the hero's personal card. The system reports that all characteristics, except one, must have the same rank, and all characteristics that have the same level must have the same indicators. The hero reaches his finger to the magic characteristic. The system reports that if the user has at least 1 bonus point, then the indicator with a lower rank will be raised to a higher one. Suho works with the system window with a satisfied look. He learns that all of the above works only if all the conditions are met. Then the system congratulates the hero on the fact that all the conditions are met, and the skill is activated. Suho looks a little surprised. The system reports that the remaining bonus points will be used to unify all characteristics. We see the hero's personal card again. What is striking here is that all the characteristics have the same values, namely the red level and the 14th rank. Suho looks up, joyfully clenching his fists. He thinks that he finally succeeded. The guy rubs the back of his head. Before he could not even imagine that this was possible, so he did not try. There is a blue window hanging in front of the hero. Suho smiles happily. He is incredibly pleased. The young man falls onto the bed. thinking that he needs to continue working in the same spirit. The phone rings next to him. The name of the subscriber appears on the screen, namely Gu Yunhua. Lying on the bed, the guy says that he has not heard the girl's voice for a long time, and she called just in time, since he is now in a great mood. In front of us is a corner of the room. The girl says that she thinks that Suho has a lot of free time. The hero asks in surprise what this means and asks to stop talking to him so formally. The girl says that she read the article. Smiling, Suho presses the phone to his ear. He is surprised that the article came out so quickly. He states that he hasn't read the comments yet, so he asks to let them know how everyone reacted to it. Wa calls him sir and suggests that they meet first. We see the faces of the interlocutors. Suho says that he just wants to hear the answer to the question he asked. The girl states that the hero knows very well that they have not accepted his offer yet. The guy says that if Wa and her friends are not satisfied with something, then he will not insist. The girl is shocked. Suho asks what the answer to his question will be. Wa, closing his eyes, asks what they should do from now on. The hero rises from the bed and states that he will tell them everything tomorrow after they meet. He suggests that everyone come to Nexus Academy at 1 o'clock. Wa replies that this is a little problematic. We see 4 young people, one of whom is a student, the second is a handyman, and 2 more office workers. The girl says that 2 of them are working, so they will not be able to come, and she herself has lectures. Suho is sitting on the bed with a thoughtful look. A displeased expression appears on his face. He tells the girl that he seems to have overestimated the young people, and they are not interested in anything in this life except for all sorts of nonsense. The hero has to take the phone away from his ear, because Wa definitely sends him to hell, and then declares that she will still come to the meeting. She says that she is waiting for him at the Nexus Academy at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Suho, smirking, says goodbye to the girl. In front of us is the magnificent building of the Nexus Academy. Wa, folding her arms on her chest, shouts at the hero not to think too much of himself, since she is skipping lectures not because of him, but simply because she wanted to rest. 4 young men stand in front of the hero sitting on a bench. He says that he didn't seem to ask the girl why she came here. She snorts in displeasure. Wa looks at the guy with irritation and asks why he gathered them all here. Suho gets up from his seat and says that he wanted to tell them something. The hero, smiling, declares that today he is going to kill them all. The Banshee gang members look at the hero in amazement. He hands them a tablet and asks them to fill out a form first. Wa asks what it is and assumes that she was handed a contract to hand over their bodies to the hero. The girl looks closely at the text of the document and sees that it is simply a survey concerning the squad members' skills. She asks Suho if he wants them to write their personal information here. The hero raises his right hand and says that when he becomes a member of the special department, he will need freelance agents, and it seems like he already said that he needs real shadows. In front of us is the young man's right eye. The hero asks if the bandits think that he will use the first person he meets for this purpose. Suho turns away from the young man and says that their training will last until exhaustion, and they will study everything from developing basic combat techniques to maximizing the necessary skills, while only the player himself will see information about himself. So you need to answer all the questions honestly. He states that their relationship should be built on trust, since he shared his secrets. And now it is the turn of the squad members. The young men exchange glances. In front of us is the training hall of the Nexus Academy. The hero, smiling, says that it is time to begin. He holds a key card in his hands. The guy remembers how he got this item. He is told that the black card allows him to go to any place in the Nexus Academy. It turns out that he received the key card from Sui. The girl says that this training hall is only available to S-rank hunters, and this will avoid unnecessary meetings. She says that guest cards are also ready. As the hero asked, finally, the girl says that Kang Daehan wanted to meet with the hero. Suho examines the key card. He thinks that he was too immersed in his problems, and completely forgot about Daehan. He offered to meet him in the training hall, and somehow this meeting needs to be organized. In front of us is the lid of the capsule. The members of the Banshee squad are lying in capsules. The hero thinks that he will solve problems as they arise. We see steep cliffs. It is said that these are the Kunlun Mountains. Suho stands in front of the Banshee squad. He welcomes them to Kunlun and tells them that they will be training here whenever they have free time. The young men look at the guy carefully. He thinks that since they are below level 50, he can train them however he wants. Wa asks what they will do here. Suho says that they will start with training in combat skills, since with the current level of skills of the young men, they will sooner or later be caught by the special department. He asks if the bandits really thought that the said organization could be fooled by such cheap tricks. Wa angrily says that they have a great plan of action, and no one will ever catch them. Suho smiles, folding his arms across his chest. He reminds the girl that he personally has already caught them, and she should know that perfect crimes do not exist, especially in a world where people with superpowers are found at every turn. Suho looks closely at the young men and says that for this reason they should at least learn to protect themselves, and ideally they should be able to protect each other. The guy snaps his fingers. He suggests that the bandits choose a weapon, since the main thing now is to hone basic skills and overcome fear. Swords are visible above Wa's head. The girl holds a weapon in her hands and asks if there is anything else here. Suho asks if the girl knows what he is called. She remembers that the guy is called the God of the Sword. The hero's right hand glows. He says that this is indeed his nickname. Suho leans on the sword. He says that in front of the young men is a real master of swordsmanship, and it would be foolish to expect that he will teach them how to use some other weapon. The guy says that in order to maximize swordsmanship in this place, you should not use other skills that the young men have. He cannot forbid this, but in the future all this can work against them. The bandits frown at their mentor. He suggests that they try to kill him. Suho swings his sword, declaring that this is their main goal now. The hero rushes to attack, declaring that the training has begun. Suho lands many blows. The heads of two guys fly off. One of them flies over the hero. He asks if the survivors really have time to be surprised at anything. The hero finishes off the remaining bandits. The members of the Banshee squad try to recover. Suho, whose leg we see, declares that next time they will definitely not yawn. The young people take defensive stances. The hero, smiling, says that this is very good, and suggests starting all over again. The bandits look up. It is from there that Suho attacks. The guy once again hits his opponents. He asks if they really think they can defeat him. The hero strikes and tells the injured bandit that even his grandmother moves faster. Suho elbows one of the guys in the chest, asking if the guy really worked in delivery, and guessing that he was fired after a customer died of starvation without getting his food. The young man flies back and crashes into his comrade. Suho asks how he can be called a teacher if he can't even parry such a blow, wondering what he can explain to the kids when they are so much faster than him. The young man replies that he didn't dodge the blow on purpose. Suho says that he's making excuses even worse than a naughty schoolboy. The bandits hold their swords in trembling hands. One of them asks when the bastard will finally shut up. The young men rush to attack, the hero thinking that the level of self-control they demonstrate will help them avoid panic and shock when they find themselves in the real portal. We see a powerful blow mark. Suho says that the bandits will be his shadows, but this does not mean that they will be doing all sorts of small errands. In front of us are Kim Hyun-min and Hwa. Now we see Kwak Do-ho and Seo Kyo-won. The hero tells them that they will have to clear several gates. Suho steps on the opponent's swords with his foot and sternly says that, unfortunately, there is no easy way to become a good warrior. The hero's eyes shine. He says that one can only become one when he feels that there is no more retreat. We see blow marks and blood stains. In front of us is cracked earth. The members of the Banshee squad are trying to gather their strength again. Suho, raising his right hand, says that he is very pleased to look at all this, and he would stay here, but he has other things to do. The young people look at the guy in amazement. He says that when the right time comes, they will automatically leave the simulation, and for now they must continue to study. Hwa asks in bewilderment, is the guy really just going to leave? We see a digital copy of the hero. Suho says that the girl should not worry, since this entity has exactly the same abilities as himself. The copy of the hero raises the sword and asks why the bandits are staring at her. She demands to start the fight. The members of the Banshee squad are incredibly angry. They consider the hero a real bastard. Suho gets out of the capsule. Behind him, for more are visible, the guy thinks that this will be enough for the young people for now. The hero presses the phone to his ear and tells Sui that he is listening to her. The girl says that an article was published about Suho's acceptance into the Nexus Guild, and she is calling only to confirm this information. The hero asks if the author of the article is reporter Jo Jin Wai. Sui says that this journalist is the one who posted the exclusive material, and the guild's PR department would like to publish additional information. The hero looks out the window. He says that this is just great, and in his opinion, another article should be prepared. Sui doubts that it should be done so quickly. We see the faces of the interlocutors. Suho says that people's reactions will most likely be quite harsh, since he first said that he dreamed of working for the government, and then suddenly joined a private guild, so there will be plenty of negativity. Sui replies that if they follow the hero's plan, public opinion will calm down soon, so there is no need to worry about it. Suho presses the phone to his ear. He thinks that he hasn't announced that he is going to take the rank 5 exam at the end of the year. But of course he is not going to keep it a secret forever. The guy tells the girl that he will explain everything later, and now he has to make another call. Wai happily greets the hero. The guy is working on his laptop. He asks how he can help. Suho says that as far as he heard, he published an article about Nexus. The hero, talking on the phone, smiles. He says that public opinion is quite excited now, so he has one idea. He suggests publishing another article, this time dedicated to clearing another sealed gate. Suho, smiling, says that this portal is called Swamp of Despair. We see an article that says the hero has successfully cleared the sealed gate of the Nameless Sword. Users are surprised that the hero has just cleared the Tower of Trials and is already dealing with the sealed gate. One of them asks if Suho is now the new Sword Emperor. He is told that the guy should be called the Sword God. The next article tells about Suho joining the Nexus Academy. One of the users reminds that the guy said that he wants to work in the Hunters Association. The hero is accused of being corrupt and called bad names. The third article reports that Nexus Guild Hunter Suho wants to clear another sealed gate, namely Swamp of Despair. One of the users calls the young man a complete psycho. The second asks what's wrong with the faces of those who said that Suho joined Nexus for money. The third states that he believed in this young man from the very beginning. And the fourth even writes that he is now his idol. And whoever insults the guy will deal with him personally. Suho reads the comments on his phone. They are mostly enthusiastic. The hero has a smile on his face. He thinks that everything is going according to plan. A young man in a suit appears next to him. Min holds his head. Suho asks if he was allowed access to Swamp of Despair. The official says that he was just asking about this. The young man remembers Kyung-hwan's face. The head of the association shouts that of course the guy should be given access to this gate. He calls Min an idiot, and says that he should have done it immediately when Suho asked for it. Min states that now it seems that the hero has automatic access to all the gates he needs. While the boy understands that he will have to fill out a lot of paperwork, the hero thanks him for his concern. Min raises his left hand and quietly tells the hero that he saw him with the head of the PR department of the association. The boy asks if this means that the conflict with the president regarding the Nexus Guild has already been settled. Suho, smiling, replies that the details of the contract are kept secret. However, Kyung-hwan agreed to most of his proposals. The young men walk between the office desks. The hero says that he will take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year, but it is a secret and Min should not tell anyone about it. He runs his fingers over his lips and says that, naturally, he will remain silent as a fish. The hero says that he is very glad that he can trust his comrade. Suho thinks that he was just joking, but the guy's reaction was quite funny. Then he suggests moving on to clearing the gate. In front of us is a fairly large city. It is reported that the sealed gate of Swamp of Despair is located on Yangjang Island in Incheon. Suho is standing in front of the portal. The guy looks around. Someone says that no hunter has returned from this portal alive, and although Suho is a truly unique hunter, it is still a big question whether he will cope there. Why? Who is standing in front of many screens, tells the previous speaker that he is too worried and offers to make a bet. The reporter, smiling, says that he will bet $1,000,000 that Suho will clear the gate. His interlocutor, worried, says that, of course, he hopes that luck will smile on the guy, but he will answer the bet. It seems that this guy is convinced that it is impossible to clear this gate. Min is shocked to the depths of his soul. He says that the gate is starting to disappear. The young people look at the screens in amazement. One of them asks if the guy has really cleared it already. Someone shouts that it is simply impossible. Y hits Min in the face with his elbow. He asks how many minutes the hero was inside, 10 or 20. The civil servant says that there is no talk of any 10, because less than 5 minutes have passed. Suho raises his left hand. Y asks again in amazement. The hero looks down. It is reported that it happened 5 minutes ago. The system informs that there are no conditions for entering the Swamp of Despair, and the number of places is not limited. Suho stands at the foot of a huge staircase. The system reports that entry is complete. The hero thinks that this gate has caused even more trouble than the nameless sword, and no one has ever returned from here, so no one outside understands what is happening here. We see the steps of the stairs. The hero knows that monsters do not appear here, and to clear the gate, you just need to climb the stairs. In front of us is a white portal. Suho thinks that every step here is a real challenge, and the steps hide terrifying visions. Monsters surround the stairs from all sides. The hero thinks that the strategy for passing here is quite simple. You need to use a skill or item that provides S-rank mental protection. Otherwise the person will experience endless horror until he dies. We see the faces of the monsters. Suho thinks that after death, a person turns into one of the statues surrounding the stairs. People climb the steps. The hero knows that this gate is called Swamp of Despair because no one has ever returned from here. Smiling, he says that after clearing this gate, its name was changed to True Swamp. Suho gets on the first step. He thinks that all this is unimportant now. The system reports the beginning of the ascent of the Ladder of Despair. The guy can barely stand on his feet. It is reported that he is experiencing extreme despair. We see purple streams behind the young man's head. He thinks that he has a skill that gives resistance to mental attacks. The guy smiles. The system reports that the Dragon Blood skill has been activated, thanks to which the user does not receive mental damage. The hero thanks the Dragon Blood that flows in him. Suho climbs to the next step. The system reports that the ascent of the Ladder of Despair has begun. Monsters are visible behind the guy. Suho thinks that with this skill, clearing the gate will be an easy walk. We see the face of the young man. The system reminds that his current Dragon Blood rank is S+. Here is a card of this skill. It is said that it allows to use the powers of a dragon even if the owner is not a descendant of dragons. Suho calmly walks past the terrible monsters. The guy looks to the left of himself a little scared. He thinks that the higher he climbed, the fewer statues there were, since only a few could withstand the climb. Suho sees terrible faces. He understands that in any case, he will not be able to save these people. We see an outstretched hand. The hero remembers that in his past life, the man who managed to clear this gate spent hundreds of days to increase his mental stability. This hunter tried to save the victims of the portal, but as soon as he touched the statues, they all turned to dust, and in the end he was left alone, unable to save anyone. Suho stands in front of the gate. He understands that he can do only one thing for those who died here. The guy brings his folded palms to his head. He says that he knows how much these people suffered, and declares that he will now free them. Suho understands that he can only free the souls stuck here. The hero looks back at the top of the stairs. The system reports that the most valuable player was on Suho, who received additional experience points and a bonus of 1 additional skill point. The system informs that the hero was the first to successfully clear this portal, and thanks to this unique achievement, he receives 5 additional skill points. It also informs about a level increase, issuing a special reward, increasing all indicators and receiving another skill point. Suho, smiling, says that it is time to receive the last reward. The system informs that the hero has been given the Ring of Emotions. We see the card of the item in question. It is reported that it is S rank and can only be obtained in Swamp of Despair. The ring allows the owner to see the target's emotions in the form of a colored aura, can absorb white or black energy, and transform it at the owner's will. The duration of the effect is unknown. The Ring of Emotions glows brightly on the person's hand. Suho remembers that the only one who was able to obtain this item in his past life was the player who cleared the gate. He used the ring to heal people suffering from emotional pain, but in the end it was stolen by his enemies. The hero raises his left hand. He thinks that this time everything will be different. He puts the ring on his finger. Suho stands at the top of the stairs. The system reports that the descent down the stairs of despair has begun. Black streams emanate from the ring. It is reported that the hero is experiencing extreme despair. Immediately after this, the system notifies about the activation of the Dragon Blood skill, thanks to which the hero does not receive mental damage. Black streams are now visible next to the guy's head. Suho touches the ground. The system reports that the Ring of Emotions reacts to strong emotions, then that the color of the target's emotion is black, and finally that the absorption of the target's emotions has begun. The ring emits black energy. Suho raises his right hand. He says that the ring has absorbed the maximum possible amount of black energy. This is not enough to clear all the stages, but he does not need this. A portal appears in front of the guy. Suho says that it is time to leave. We see reporters. The hero covers his face with his hand. The journalists ask to look into the lenses of their cameras. His comrades run up to the guy. Min, joyfully clenching his fist, asks how the young man managed to clear the portal in just 4 minutes and 17 seconds, and what is the young man's secret. Because this place is even more dangerous than the nameless sword. Why joyfully shouts that an article needs to be written about this urgently. Suho asks them to calm down. Smiling, the hero offers to take a photo. His comrades happily agree. What is happening is visible on the computer screen. Someone asks if Suho really cleared the Swamp of Despair gate, which had remained unconquered before. The answer sounds that this is indeed so. Dong-hyuk looks at the tablet, not believing his eyes. He says that this is simply incredible, especially since the passage time was less than 5 minutes. Dong-hyuk covers his face with his hand. He is asked what to do next. The guild leader says that he will inform you about further actions a little later. A call comes to the landline from an unknown number. The man picks up the phone. He hears that the subscriber wants to talk to Bae Dong-hyuk, the head of Nexus. The guild leader asks who he has the honor of talking to. Jang Kyung-hwan, smiling happily, introduces himself as the president of the Korean Hunters Association. The man holds onto his tie. He asks if Bae Dong-hyuk has a minute to discuss something. Dong-hyuk holds the phone to his ear. He thinks that the question is probably about the hunter on Suho. The guild leader asks if he can go to the association president. He says that would be great. Dong-hyuk thinks that Suho has already cleared 2 sealed gates, so it is no wonder that the association is so worried, and unfortunately, he has no reason to refuse the meeting. The man taps his finger on the table. He says that if the association president does not mind, they can meet for lunch. He says that he does not mind and waits for a call from Dong-hyuk. The guild leader says that he will contact Kyung-hwan soon. A man enters Dong-hyuk's office. He says that he wanted to discuss something with the guild leader. The boss calls his subordinate by name, Kim I-gang, and says that he is just in time, since he has an important assignment. Dong-hyuk says that they need to arrange a meeting with the hunter on Suho. We see a white car. Wai tells him that they have arrived. The reporter leans over to the hero. He asks if the guy is going to the radio station. Wai replies that the article about Swamp of Despair is already ready, and he will upload it after a little editing. The guy suggests that next time they go on a short tour of restaurants together. Since he likes to write reviews about food, Suho says that he will definitely join his comrade. The car drives away. The hero happily looks at his ring. He says that Wai is a very passionate person, and thanks to him he received a lot of positive energy. We see buildings and people walking near them. The hero is met by the hall administrator. The guy approaches the table. Kyuman, smiling, announces that on Suho, the protector of South Korea, has arrived. Kyung-hwan tells the guy not to be shy and to sit down next to the head of the guild Dong-hyuk. Suho thanks the leaders of the association. Sitting down on a chair, the hero notices that Kyung-hwan, Kyuman, Dong-hyuk and the head of the special department Yeol are present. The guy mentioned last looks to his right. The hero tries to understand what is going on here. Kyung-hwan smiles widely. He says that first of all he wants to congratulate the guy. Since no one has ever cleared the sealed gates so quickly, He declares that Suho is their treasure and the real future of their nation. Kyuman, raising his hands, says that on such an occasion we need to drink a toast to Suho. The guy holds a cup in his hand. Kyuman says that the hero is in the spotlight today, so he should make a toast. Suho immediately says that he wants to drink to their common success. Those gathered at the table clink glasses. We see the food that the gathered people are eating. One of them says that, as he heard, Suho's contract with the guild does not specify the term. Dong Hyuk, smiling, says that usually the contract is concluded for 3 years, but Mr. Suho is clearly a special case, and can do a lot for the country, so he is not going to limit him with any framework, but on the contrary, he will try to contribute to his endeavors in every possible way. Kyung-hwan laughs happily. He says that he is very glad that Mr. Dong Hyuk's intentions coincide with the goals of the association. Then he asks the hero if he agrees with these words. Suho says that, of course, he appreciates Mr. Dong Hyuk's decision very much. Yeol, who holds a cup to his mouth, says that he is looking forward to the guy joining the Hunters Association, as they will be able to raise the prestige of not only the organization itself, but the entire country. Kyuman, with a strange smile on his face, says that on this occasion the president would like to present the hunter Suho with a special letter of thanks. The hero internally rejoices with happiness. He understands that this letter practically guarantees passing the exam for the 5th rank. Out loud he says that he is very flattered and this is a great honor for him. Kyung-hwan is incredibly pleased. He says that at first they just wanted to celebrate the victory over the nameless swordsman, but they did not expect that Suho would have time to clear another gate. He is surprised that the guy has time to do all this. Putting his hand to his chest, the hero replies that all this became possible only thanks to the president of the association, who allowed access to the sealed gate. The guy thanks Kyung-hwan for the trust shown. The leaders of the organization are simply delighted with these words of the guy. Yeol, who is still holding the cup, asks how Suho was able to clear the swamp of despair. He folds his hands in front of him and states that he, as a simple awakened, is incredibly interested in this question, because no one who tried to pass this portal returned alive, and therefore there is almost no information about this gate. The guy says that if the hero shares this data, he will be of great benefit to the state. The hero looks at the head of the special department. He thinks that he has a special talent for deftly prying out the necessary information. In his past life this person was also interested in what is inside this gate, so all these questions were easy to foresee. Suho smiles, thinking that it is not worth revealing all the cards yet. In front of us is the ladder that the guy managed to climb. Suho says that there are no monsters inside this gate, and there is a very ordinary ladder. The hero says that after taking the first step, he realized the danger, so he decided to act around it. Instead of just continuing to move up the ladder, it worked, and he was able to clear the gate. The representatives of the association look at the guy, their mouths open. Yeol, thoughtfully rubbing his beard, says that other hunters usually relied on their mental stability, but Suho found an easier option. Closing his eyes, the hero says that he decided to simplify everything as much as possible, and he was lucky in this. Kyuman raises his right hand and asks what level the guy is at now. He says that, as far as he heard, he is not even level 100. Suho replies that at the moment, he is only level 53. Yeol, smiling broadly, asks again, after which he asks what ability the guy chose. The ring on the hero's finger emits jets of white energy. Suho understands from the reaction of this artifact that the association wants to use him as an obedient executor of orders. Yeol looks at the hero carefully. He replies that he chose the healer class, but because he is used to using a sword, he made the way of the sword his ability. Yeol looks away and says that there is nothing unusual in the way of the sword, but for a healer this is a rather unexpected ability. Suho thinks that he said everything he planned. Suho and Yeol are immersed in thought. The hero thinks that in the special department there are many members with unusual abilities, so the way of the sword did not impress the representatives of the association particularly. In addition, he is unpleasant to realize that he is going to be used as some kind of hunting dog. Yeol looks at the guy. The hero next to Dong Hyuk states that his main skill is swordsmanship, but he believes that healer skills can also be useful, so he wants help to develop them, because, as everyone knows, the lifespan of hunters is unacceptably short. Here we have Dong Hyuk and Kyung-hwan. The first of them says that hunters are often forced to go through the most dangerous missions, so the Nexus Guild will always be happy to help develop the hero's skills. Kyung-hwan states that the mortality rate among hunters is really very high, and private guilds are better at training their personnel, so, as it seems to him, Dong Hyuk can really provide better help. The people sitting at the table smile happily. Dong Hyuk says that he simply cannot refuse the president. Kyuman says that he is ready to serve as a link between the Nexus Guild and the Hunters Association. Kyuman picks up a small bottle and says that, in his opinion, it is time for another post. Yeol, looking at the hero, says that he can rely on him too. The guy promises to be useful as a person who works hard in the field. Suho, smiling, says that he feels embarrassed when he thinks about how many people actually want to help him. The guy raises his clenched fist and promises to do everything to clear all the gates existing in South Korea. The leaders of the association are incredibly happy. Kyung-hwan says that he expected nothing less from this guy. Kyumin fills the hero's cup and offers him another drink. We see the roofs of buildings. Suho and Yeo bow. The hero says that he enjoyed his time, after which he says goodbye. We see the legs of young people. Yeo reaches under his jacket and asks the hero if he wants to smoke. Suho refuses. The head of the special department lights a cigarette and says that he will, because he always wants to do it after a good party. Yeo hands the hero a business card and says that he can call him anytime. The guy says that he usually does not answer calls, but he will make an exception for Suho. Then he asks where the hero lives. He answers that where he used to live is now too crowded, so he is temporarily staying at a hotel. A lantern shines brightly above the guys' heads. Yeo frowns and looks to the right and says that this is a huge problem for their country, because as soon as someone becomes even a little popular, crowds of fans immediately appear and do not give them a break. Suho replies that this is probably just ordinary affection. Yeo, who is clearly dissatisfied with something, asks again. The hero sees that the aura of this man instantly darkened. He understands that the words he said sounded simply absurd for Yeo, who considers all the unawakened to be simple pawns. Suho remembers the faces of Kyung-hwan and Kyumin. He thinks that other high-ranking hunters, including the president and vice president, share the same opinion. The young men stand nearby. Yeo says that the exam will be held at the end of the year, but the hero has actually already passed it. Suho, smiling, says that he understands this. Yeo, looking at the young man, says that he considered him a rather modest guy, but now he has seen his other side. He replies that he is really not as simple as he seems. Yeo puts his elbow to the guy and says that when the guy joins the association, he will become his subordinate, in connection with which he suggests rehearsing their interaction right now. Suho agrees to this. Yeo laughs, raising his head. He says that the guy grasps everything on the fly. Suho looks at his interlocutor, who says that he wanted to tell the guy something. The hero makes it clear that he is listening. Yeo asks if the young man wants to give up clearing the gate, and immediately join the special department. Suho visibly tenses up. Yeo says that with the abilities that the hero has, there is no need to expose his life to unnecessary danger. A smile appears on the young man's face. He looks at his interlocutor, thinking that he swallowed the bait. Yeo throws away his cigarette. The hero thinks that he seems to understand why the head of the special department decided to stay until the end, who, in principle, could have simply sent someone to find out everything necessary from Dong-hyuk, but came here in person. The ring on the hero's finger emits white streams. Suho mentally calls on Yeo to formulate his wishes. The hero, smiling, declares that everything is fine, and there is nothing to worry about. Yeo asks if everything is okay. Suho states that everyone knows that the general department is an important part of the Korean Hunters Association. White streams rise from Yeo's eyes now. The man says that the hero, unlike others, actually has ambitions. He states that he likes people like that, since most have nothing but empty dreams. Then he asks how close the guy is with Min from the gate department. We see the hero's right eye. Suho answers that Min is indeed his comrade, but he can have a good relationship with both Yeo and the president of the association. The guy says that he especially hopes for fruitful cooperation with the head of the special department. He asks why exactly. The hero looks at Yeo and states that he should stay close to his older comrades, but the president of the association is too important a figure, and working with Min for a long time is unfortunately difficult. Yeo puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and admits that he has excellent communication skills for his age. Suho smiles, thanking for the compliment, and expressing his hope that he will be able to join the special department now, through the special recruitment program. Yeo rubs his chin thoughtfully, thinking that it has already been announced that the recruitment of rank 5 hunters will be held at the end of the year, and there is no point in holding a separate recruitment for the sake of someone who will soon join their ranks anyway. We see the hero's face. He thinks that now, thanks to the use of the emotion ring, Yeo's feelings have gone beyond simple interest, and perhaps will soon develop into love. The emotion ring emits streams of white energy. Suho thinks that thanks to the effect of the ring and the accumulated white energy, he was able to turn the interest of the head of the special department into a stronger feeling, and although this is an impermanent effect, it is enough to change the situation in his favor for a while. Suho and Yeo stand next to each other. The head of the special department states that it is surprising to him that the guy is so interested in joining the Hunters Association. He states that his goals have never changed. That is why he wanted to know if there is a special recruitment planned. Yeo replies that it is indeed held quite rarely, but if there is a need, it can be organized. A man with a sword is seen above the hero's head. The guy thinks that his tactics worked, and says out loud that Yeo is an amazing person. The head of the special department brings his fist to his mouth and asks not to pressure him, since the decision to organize a recruitment is made by those in higher positions. But if there is a reason, for example, a shortage of people in the special department, then anything will be possible. Yeo looks to his left. He says that if they are going to conduct an additional recruitment, they will need proof that the hero is of sufficient value and can be useful to the special department. Suho, whose profile we see, asks if they are talking about clearing the gate. He understands that even under the pressure of emotions, Pai Sung-yeol does not forget about his job. He says that clearing the gate is great, but the special department is more important than that. We see white streams of energy, and then a man detaining a criminal. Yul says that it is more important, for example, to fight awakened criminals. Suho thoughtfully says that he somehow forgot that the special department is engaged in investigating cases involving awakened ones. Yul answers that among these people there are quite dangerous criminals. Raising his right hand, the head of the special department says that he knows about the guy's outstanding skills. But clearing the gate and fighting crime are two different things. He offers to prove his usefulness in this matter too. Yul stands with his back to the guy. He says that he is not forcing him to do anything, since when investigating complex cases it is necessary to enlist the support of influential people. Suho asks if his interlocutor has something important in mind. Yul, smiling, looks at the guy and says that he does not want to single out anything, and he can choose any of the wanted criminals and deliver him to the department. He also says that if a decision is made to conduct a special recruitment, Suho will be accepted within a month or two. The hero hits his chest with his fist and says that he will do everything to prove his worth. A car stops next to the young people. Yul says that most newcomers are confused when they hear about wanted criminals, but Suho is clearly not one of the timid ones. The head of the special department, smiling, turns to the hero and says that he will wait for news from him. Now there is no smile on Yul's face. He addresses someone simply as, you. Suho holds a sword with a gloomy expression. He remembers that in his past life Yul called him just a swordsman, and could not even remember his name. In front of us is something similar to white foam. The hero remembers that all this continued until the victory over the nameless swordsman, after which Yul began to call him by name, and treat him more friendly. Suho looks at the car driving away. Lanterns are visible behind the guy. He thinks that now, thanks to the help of the Ring of Emotions, he, albeit not without problems, was able to convince Yul to help him join the Hunters Association. The hero thinks that everything is happening more opportunely than ever, since his new future henchman is now being held captive by criminals with whom he wants to deal. There are some pretty nice buildings in front of us. We see the hero's shadow. White energy jets are visible near the windows. Suho says that he has come to a snake nest. We see some very suspicious people. The system reports that the mana detector is activated. There is the back of the hero's head in front of us. The guy says that he was able to find the right place. There is a brick in the hero's hand. He breaks the window of the room where the criminals are sitting. One of them asks in fear what is going on. The second shouts that there is some idiot outside. The bandits run outside. They stop in front of the hero and ask what this moral monster wants. The blonde looks at Suho in fear and asks if he has gone crazy or maybe swallowed something. The hero, smiling, says that he is not crazy and is absolutely sober. He asks if these are the same scoundrels who steal cryptocurrency wallets in a very intricate way. The criminals look at the guy in fear. Suho calmly asks if these people are holding a man named COGI-1 hostage. The bandits talk to each other. They can't figure out who this guy is and how he knows everything. Someone suggests that he's a policeman. One of the criminals says that they need to get rid of him anyway. The question is asked if they will get into trouble because of this. The answer follows that this bastard already knows everything, and nothing worse can happen if they don't deal with him. Suho smiles tiredly. He thinks that his opponents are a pitiful sight. He mentally suggests that they try to catch him. Streams of purple energy are visible under the hero's palm. The guy thinks that if they can catch him, they will even be useful, after which he summons the ghost spear. Suho holds his weapon in his hands. The chains wrap around one of the criminals. The system reports that the shadow chain and shadow bleeding are activated. Purple streams swirl around the body of one of the bandits. His bald comrade calls out to him in fear, calling him by name, Ji-Song. The criminals rush at the hero, calling him a bastard. The guy easily dodges the blow flying at him. A blonde man with a spear flies up to the young man from the right side. He manages to land a good blow. The criminal looks in amazement at the hero, whom he just hit with his weapon. He understands that he did not cause any harm. Suho, around whom blood splashes are visible, smiles. The system reports that the bloody weapon has been activated. The hero holds a red shaft. He strikes the bandit right in the throat. He flies back and falls on his back. Suho thinks that he can't kill the guy, but no one will stop him from giving him a good beating. Another enemy rushes at the guy. He calls him an idiot. The criminal flies past the hero, having received a very powerful blow along the way. Only the bald bandit remains standing. He says in fear that all this looks like some kind of madness. The criminal tries to escape from the hero, who pierces his leg with his spear, asking where the villain is going. The defeated opponents lie next to the hero. He demands that they stop screaming if they do not want a quality supplement. Suho goes forward. Shaking off his hands, he says that he locked the bandits in the basement, and now all that remains is to find COGI-1. In front of us is a kitchen in complete disarray. The hero finds the one he was looking for. The guy is sleeping in front of a laptop. The hero calls him by name. We see the hand and face of the hostage. Suho, tearing his eyes away from the phone, asks the guy if he has finally come to his senses. One sits on the floor and asks the hero in surprise what happened. He calmly greets him. Smiling, Suho says that he is glad to meet you and introduces himself. One looks at the hero in fear and asks if this is really the same on Suho that was on the news, how he ended up here, and where are those bastards who held him hostage. One is shaking all over. The hero remembers that in his autobiography this man wrote that he was beaten and held hostage for 6 months by some bastards. Suho understands that they will not be able to have a normal conversation, while the guy is not quite in a sane state. The hero extends his hand to the guy. The system reports that the ring reacts to the strongest emotion of the target, and the absorbed emotion is black. The hero presses his hand to the young man's chest. It is reported that a complete absorption of the emotion is being performed. Suho asks one if he feels better. The guy looks at the hero in amazement. He does not understand how this is even possible, and thanks to what he stopped shaking. Suho kneels in front of the guy. He states that he saw that he was in a very bad condition and decided to help a little by using one of his skills. One gasps in surprise. The young man frowns and asks what will happen to him now, and if he will go to jail. The interlocutors look at each other. The hero asks why the guy should be sent to jail. He admits that he did a lot of wrong things. Suho says that the young man was simply forced, and for this, as it seems to him, they do not go to jail. One agrees with him. The hero, smiling, looks at the guy. He did not expect to see him in such a state. One looks at the hero with suspicion and asks how he knew that he was here, because Suho has not even joined the Hunters Association yet. The hero replies that he was able to find him with the help of a special skill that he has not told anyone yet. The guy states that he tells one about him because he really needs him. The rescued man holds his left hand and says that he is unlikely to be of any use. Suho replies that the guy is wrong, because he is the only person in Korea who has the digitalization skill. One looks at the hero in amazement. Before us is a faceless man. Suho thinks that among all the existing skills, this is the only one that is related to the cybernetic environment. It transfers the user's consciousness to the World Wide Web, and in the whole world only 2 people own it. No one in the whole world understood how powerful this skill was until Overload, the second owner of this skill, appeared. Before us is a villain with a grey face and a huge amount of computer equipment. The hero thinks that Overload was the first to understand what opportunities digitalization provides and decided to take control of the entire internet. He took a formidable nickname for himself and seized power over the world, which even after the creation of the system was too dependent on the internet. And then the one who was able to destroy this monster appeared. COGI-1. We see the back of the man in question. Suho recalls that a year after escaping from the criminals who held him here, one disappeared and sacrificed himself, defeating Overload, and people, as a sign of deep respect, further nicknamed this guy Meteor, while the details of the whole story were laid out in the autobiography that one wrote before his death. We see the face of the hero. He hopes that in this reality he will not allow either the appearance of Overload or the death of one. The interlocutors sit opposite each other. The hero tells the guy that this is exactly why he needs him. He says that this world will one day be destroyed by the gate and the system, and alone he will not be able to prevent this nightmare. Suho asks if one will help him. The guy, who is shaking again, looks at Suho in amazement. Black streams spread from the ring. The system reports that it reacts to the strongest emotion of the target. The absorbed emotion is black and a complete absorption of emotions is performed. One closes his eyes. He tries to understand if someone like him would try to take over the world. The guy thinks that he was ready to sell his soul to escape the hell he found himself in. But now he must help the one who rescued him from here. One is on his knees. We see the young man's fist. He realizes that a person with the same skills as himself can cause incredible damage, and he must stop him. One looks up and tells the hero that he does not know if he can do it, but he will help the guy. We see Suho's face. He thinks that in front of him is exactly the person described in the autobiography. He went through real hell, but remained a completely selfless person. The hero bends over the man he saved and thanks him for agreeing. Then he says that first they need to eat. One says that he has no money. Suho moves the slippers to the guy. He asks not to worry and promises to pay for the food. One asks in surprise how the hero knows everything. Suho, who has a rather strange expression on his face, says that it is all thanks to his skill. The guy says that one had to go through a lot. There are tears in the eyes of the saved man. He lowers his head and thanks the hero for what he did. The young people eat. One wipes his mouth with his fist and apologizes for attacking the food so greedily. He explains that he has not eaten properly for a long time. Suho says that everything is fine, and he is very glad that the guy can eat well. The hero orders another plate. One wolfs down the soup, thanks the hero and asks for permission to ask a question. Suho replies that they are now one team and the boy can ask whatever he wants. Besides, the age difference between them is only 1 year, so one can just call him by his first name. One, who is having another plate taken away, says that the hero can also address him as an old acquaintance. He asks why the boy chose the Hunters Association, because it would have been wiser to join a large private guild or create his own. Suho brings a spoon to his mouth. One reminds that working in the Hunters Association imposes many restrictions, because it is, after all, a government office. Suho, closing his eyes, says that no matter how big the guild is, its capabilities are still limited, and he wants to prevent the destruction of this world, and do it with minimal damage. so given all of the above, he can't find a better place to work. One says that now he more or less understands. Suho puts the spoon on the table and says that he is ready to promise the guy something right now. The hero looks at his interlocutor carefully and declares that after he joins the Hunters Association, no one will dare to do this to the guy anymore. One, smiling, looks at the hero, thanks him and declares that he will trust him. Suho gets up from his seat and offers to sort out the young man's past. He asks again in surprise. The hero puts on his jacket. He asks if the guys who held him hostage really grew up with one in the same orphanage. Suho says that it's time to pay them a not-so-friendly visit. One asks again in amazement. The guy beats up the bandit, who begs him to stop, calls him brother, and says one is going to kill him now. The guy's fist is bloody. He demands that the villain shut up. He admits he was wrong. The blonde sits unconscious by the wall. One says that Suho can already start healing the villain. The hero, smiling, looks at one of the bandits and asks how many times he has done this. Smiling happily, one says that it seems to be the 7th. Suho warns the guy that people from the special department will arrive here soon, so this lynching needs to be finished quickly. The hero heals the blonde. As far as he remembers, one suffered for a long time because of the memories of his past, and he hopes that this will help the guy heal. A gray car drives up. A man gets out of it, who immediately says hello. Yul says that Suho seems to have already figured everything out. The hero, next to whom the blonde is seen sitting by the wall, thanks the head of the special department for coming in person. Yul says that he has special feelings for the guy, so he could not do otherwise. The hero is a little offended by these words. The kidnappers are unconscious. Yul asks if these are really the criminals they were talking about. Suho confirms this guess. Yul, putting his hands in his pockets, says that the bastards are knocked out, but there is not a single scratch on them. The hero says that they resisted during the arrest, but he has already patched them up a little. Yul laughs loudly. He says that he really likes the young man's style of work. Suho apologizes and says that he really doesn't have much experience in such matters. Yul, smiling, looks at the hero. He says that he didn't scold him at all, but on the contrary, praised him. The head of the special department says that if the guy wants, he can beat the villains almost to death. The people from the association will still be able to heal them so that no traces of violence will remain. Yul says that the hero looks really promising. He puts his foot on the blonde's head and says that these bastards should be executed. But society is simply obsessed with humanity. The hero thinks that the method he just used, he learned while working in the special department. Yul pays attention to one, who is standing behind the hero. He says that, as far as he heard, the bastards used this guy in their crimes, and he sees a person with such abilities for the first time. We see the face of the head of the special department. He says that the guy seems to be quite dangerous, and he will have to take him with him. Suho and one look at Yul with displeasure. Suho asks Yul if all this is really so necessary, because COGI-1 is just a victim. The hero hands the head of the special department a folder. He says that as soon as the guy's abilities awakened, he was kidnapped by his comrades from the orphanage and forced into illegal activities. Suho expresses hope that Yul will pay attention to this fact. He says that the folder contains all the written testimony and documents. Yul looks at the guy in surprise and asks if he really managed to collect all the necessary data. He asks if the digitalization that one has can be used inside the gate. Suho understands what Yul is hunting for. The hero says that this skill is related to the digital space, and in the fight against the gate it is almost useless, but it can be useful to them in the field of cybersecurity. Yul looks at the documents presented to him with interest. He says that if one is of no use in either combat or auxiliary areas, then the special department has no use for him. Suho, meekly closing his eyes, asks Yul not to punish COGI-1. The head of the department says that the hero has become completely soft, taking care of this guy. 1, folding his arms over his chest, looks to his right. Yul says that from what he heard, this young man had a very hard time. The head of the special department turns to his subordinates standing behind him and says that perhaps Suho is right, and the victim should not be punished. He says that they will close the COGI-1 case and help him get compensation. The hero bows deeply and thanks Yul, who says that he has always tried to do justice. In front of us is the hero's right eye. The head of the special department asks how he found out about this case. Suho thinks that he has been waiting for this question for a long time. The hero raises his index finger and states that COGI-1 posted a request for help using his skill, and he decided to check if it was true and organized a rescue operation. Yul asks if it was really like that. Suho thinks that of course not. The head of the special department hands the folder to one of his subordinates. He says that the hero never ceases to amaze him and always finds a way to do his job perfectly. Suho replies that he was just lucky. Yul states that luck favors the strong and skillful. The head of the special department puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. He says that he will fulfill his promise and offer to hold a special recruitment, so the guy does not need to worry about it. One approaches the hero and asks what he should do. Suho, pointing his thumb behind himself, states that the guy will go with him. One looks around the apartment in shock. Suho takes a drink from the fridge. One says that the place is simply luxurious. The hero replies that it is not his house, but the apartment of Jo Jin Y, a reporter from PBS. Suho, pouring the drink into a glass, says that the owner is currently on a business trip, so they are here alone. One takes the glass from the hero's hands and asks if the owner will be angry that the hero brought him here without permission. Suho replies that it is nothing serious, but the guy should not talk too much. One enthusiastically says that he will be silent as a fish, then he asks what he really needs to do next. Suho brings the glass to his face and asks if the guy was really kidnapped after he reached level 50 and activated his ability. One confirms that this is exactly how it happened. The hero states that the guy will soon have to face overload, so he needs to level up, and in order to prevent the end of the world, one must reach about the same level as the hero. One looks at the guy in surprise and asks if this means that he will have to clear the gate with him. Suho works with the laptop. He says that they will pump the guy's skill differently, and one must learn to use his skill as efficiently as possible. The hero turns the laptop with the monitor towards one and asks what he thinks about going online together. One wonders if this is possible. Suho asks the guy to check the description of his skill. It does not say anything about the fact that only he can transfer consciousness to the network. The hero suggests that one can grab other players as well. The guy looks at the hero in shock. A digital circle appears above his hand. Suho asks the young man to try. The system reports the activation of the digitalization skill and that the player COGI-1 is transferring the hero's consciousness to the digital world. Suho raises his left hand. The system asks him if he allows the transfer of consciousness. The guy answers in the affirmative. The transition to the digital world is reported. The hero's face is surprised. Suho stands in the middle of the vineyards. He thinks that he has transferred his consciousness to the place where he always wanted to be. However, he never thought that he could see this place with his own eyes. One calls him. The guy runs up to the hero from behind and says that it's very strange to see someone other than himself in the digital world. Suho replies that this is his first time ever, and it's just amazing. One looks at the squatting hero in surprise. He says that they ended up on the Windows wallpaper and asks if there really was a vineyard depicted there. Suho confirms that it was a photo of a winery. The hero chews grapes. One says that it's a shame that the food here has neither taste nor smell, and only its visual image is loaded. Suho replies that he assumed this, but still decided to try it. The hero gets up, leaving the grapes alone. One asks how they are going to increase his level. Suho asks if the guy really doesn't know how all this works. He replies that the level usually increases when you gain enough experience points. Suho looks at his comrade and states that this is exactly how it is, and the system reacts to his actions regardless of where he is. The hero reports that, for example, he himself increased his sword skills in virtual reality during the hunter exam. The young people walk between the grape bushes. One asks if it is really possible to increase the level in the virtual environment. Suho replies that you can only pump up the skill level there. The question is asked if this means that this place is different from the simulator. The hero smiles. He says that in virtual reality death does not affect the real world, but here everything is real. This place cannot reproduce all the sensations, but it has a kind of physical embodiment, and that is why one could hack crypto wallets. The hero reports that he has something special for the guy. The young people stand in front of closed doors. One asks what kind of folder this is. He notices that it is titled Free Antivirus. In front of us is a computer window, which states that the program is ready to clean the device absolutely free. Suho states that this is not actually an antivirus, but a malware. The guys enter the door. One asks if he will really increase his level with the help of a virus. Suho says that viruses attack and destroy devices. That is, they behave just like monsters, so the young man needs to risk his life and fight them. One looks around. The hero reminds him that he will really die if he dies here, so he needs to be very careful. He also asks to answer the questions very carefully, since an incorrect answer can cause the activation of viruses. The girl with blue hair greets the guys, after which she asks if they want to use a free antivirus. Suho, smiling, says that the offer seems tempting. One admits that he wanted to answer this question. The hero says that the guy seems to belong to the class of magicians, and hands him a weapon. One looks at the shaft that appeared in front of him in surprise. He asks how Suho knew about his profession. The hero, warming up his right hand, says that he really knows a lot. He asks the guy to use the weapon for self-defense, and he himself will be in the role of a tank, while one must attack from behind and receive bonuses. The girl with blue hair once again asks if the guys want to use a free antivirus. We see someone's legs. Many black monsters with glowing eyes appear behind the girl. The system, instead of describing them, gives out some incomprehensible signs. One asks in fear if there are too many monsters here. Blood splashes appear near the hero's hand. He says that he and one can leave this place, but the monsters are not able to do this. The system reports the activation of a bloody weapon. The young people are ready to join the fight. The hero says that if everything goes really badly, one can escape through the door that brought them here. We see a skull with glowing eyes. Suho strikes and knocks it off the monster's body. We see the hero's face. He says that if one can't escape, he will die, so he must do everything in his power. He tells the guy to get ready to use the spell. A digital circle appears in front of one's hand. The young man confirms his readiness. The guys are surrounded by many monsters. The tip of the sword pierces a black skull. One is on one knee. He says that he is afraid that he will be killed here. Suho states that the guy is still alive. He says that he has reached level 59 and asks how his friend is doing. He replies that he is level 55. One is sitting on the floor. The hero thinks that this guy is more capable than he previously thought, and if he can make a normal magician out of him, then he will work well with the girl from the Banshee gang. Suho approaches the young man, who is shaking again, and says that they think it's time to take a little rest. One agrees with him. The hero drinks from a can. He sits on the couch and says that it's good that there is a way to level up without clearing the gate. The guy decides to test the public's reaction to the article about Swamp of Despair. Suho sees an article on his phone that says that Suho from the Nexus Guild cleared another gate. The users are delighted with the hero. One of them calls on the government to give the young man at least some kind of medal. The second asks when they will release souvenirs dedicated to Suho, and where he can pre-order them. The hero rubs his nose with satisfaction. All the comments he sees are full of admiration. The hero thinks that as long as the hunter copes with clearing the gate, he enjoys universal respect, and for this it is worth living. Suho brings the phone to his face. He thinks that everything is going according to plan, and it's time to move on to the next stage. We see a car. A man sitting in it greets Suho and asks how he can help. The hero greets the director and says that they need to talk. Min, smiling, looks out the car window. He asks what Suho wants. The hero says that, as far as he knows, there are S-rank gates in the jurisdiction of the Nexus Guild. Min confirms this and asks why the guy needs them. Suho, smiling, says that it's time to clear them, and naturally, all the trophies he gets there will be transferred to the guild's disposal. In front of us is the entrance to the portal. It is reported that this is an S-rank dungeon controlled by the Nexus Guild, the Mole Mine, where there are a lot of mana stones, but which at the same time is swarming with moles. We see the monsters in question. The hero thinks that there are so many of them that he literally has to fight to take even one stone out of this portal. Suho, smiling, declares that he is going to clear this gate. In front of us is Min. He thinks that even if the gate belongs to the guild, in the event that the mortality rate during its clearing increases, the state will confiscate the portal for security reasons, so it will be very good if Suho clears it. The guild leader says that the guy proposed a great idea, but wonders where such urgency comes from. Suho, sitting on the couch, says that he thinks that he will join the Korean Hunters Association earlier than he planned, and since he will not have time to work off the contract to the end, it will be honest to do at least something for the guild. Min says that he understands. We see the faces of the interlocutors. Suho says that he will form a team himself that will fight the moles, so the guild only needs a team of miners, and all this is not very urgent, so Min can take his time. The head of the guild says that he would be lying if he said that he was not disappointed, but thanks the guy for telling everything himself and not keeping the news about joining the association a secret until the last minute. The man says that he will contact the hero as soon as he finishes all the preparations. In front of us is the restroom in the Nexus Academy. Han extends his hand and greets the hero. Suho shakes his hand and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. He tells one, who is standing next to him, that in front of them is Kang Dae-han, who took the exam in the same group as him. The young man, rubbing the back of his head, admits that he passed the exam only thanks to the advice he received from the hero. Young people are sitting at a round table. Suho asks if Han has managed to join any squad. He replies that he is still training and passing through the gates to gain more experience. The hero looks at the guy thoughtfully. He thinks that usually after a newcomer joins a guild, he should gain experience. So he joins a squad and is pumping up his skills, and this is how guilds increase the survival rate of hunters. Suho, smiling, asks Han if he would like to gain experience in his squad. He says that he is going to clear the gates, and it would be nice if the guy helped him. Han asks again in surprise, then says that if the hero is interested in him, then he is at his disposal. The guy happily shouts that he is always ready to help the hero. Suho, smiling, says that then they will start right now. Han looks at him in surprise and asks again. The Banshee squad members are fighting a digital copy of the hero. One of them shouts that they need to come from the other side. The battle is in full swing. New commands and cries of pain are heard. Hwa stands with his fist clenched. The ghostly Suho rushes to attack. He approaches the girl. With one blow, he takes off her head. The young people are trying to come to their senses. Hwa, gritting her teeth in rage, says that someday she will personally kill Suho, who, standing behind her, declares that she is already doing much better. The bandits look in surprise at the hero who appeared out of nowhere. He declares that there is no need to look at him with completely crazy eyes. The young people cannot believe their eyes. They think that this is some kind of joke. Suho, working with the system window, says that the members of the Banshee squad have become gloomy. Hwa complains that they have died here at least 100 times already, and their mood is really bad. The hero, smiling, looks at her and says that, judging by the eyes of the young people, they have already gotten used to death, and do not perceive it as something catastrophic, which, of course, is a very good sign. One and Han look at what is happening in surprise. The hero says that new members have joined his squad. He introduces the guys to the members of the Banshee squad. The bandits frown at the new arrivals. The hero tells the guys that these people arrived here earlier, and their names are Guak Do-ho, Seo Kyo-won, Kim Hyun-min and Gu Yeon-hwa. Han smiles. One seems nervous. The hero asks the bandits if they are tired of this place yet, Hwa replies that they are tired of everything in general. The girl clenches her fist and says predatorily that she will not calm down until she blows off this bastard's head. Suho, smiling, says that this is simply magnificent, and advises the newly arrived guys to develop exactly the same killer instinct. One asks why this is necessary. Suho, smiling, replies that in order to survive inside the gate, he says that from this day on they will all train to clear the gate. Hwa approaches the hero. He tells her that one of the newly arrived guys is a mage, and the second is a tank. They do not need sword skills, so the girl needs to adequately form a squad, use clones and train hard. Hwa says that he will do all this, but asks to tell more about the gate. The hero works with the system window. He says that, apparently, he will have to change the settings of the clones. Then he apologizes and says that soon his comrades will understand everything themselves, so they should be ready. Hwa asks to say at least what kind of gate this is. Suho, looking at her, says that the gate will be the most ordinary and, by the way, it will be inconvenient to address each other with meaningless exclamations there, so they need to come up with a normal form of address. Hwa says that she has no idea what to call the hero, but she would rather die than call her brother. Suho, in front of whom the system window hangs, says that they are now one team, so she can call him the leader. The girl agrees to do this. The hero says that he needs to leave on business, and asks to tell him when the preparations are complete. Han and One look at Hwa in surprise. The digital copy of the hero takes a sword out of the ground. The guys ask what they should do, because they are here for the first time and do not know anything. The girl says that they will soon see everything for themselves. The virtual hero holds out the sword and, calling his opponents idiots, asks why they are standing still. He demands not to stare at him, but to attack. Han is surprised and says that he never imagined that Suho could behave like this. Hwa says that this bastard is always like this. She advises the guys to get ready if they do not want their heads to fly off. Suho gets out of the yellow car. The driver says that cars are not allowed further, and he is unlikely to be able to give a passenger a ride closer. The hero replies that he will get there on foot. The guy is standing in front of tall buildings. He says that it is really impossible to drive further. The ring on the hero's hand emits purple streams. The system reports the activation of the skills Primordial Nothingness and Solitude, as well as the fact that the user's presence is hidden. Suho walks along the sidewalk. He thinks that this is the neighborhood of Poju, which was previously called the Golden Land. We see two homeless people. Suho remembers that this place was once prosperous, but the appearance of a large number of gates and the lack of hunters to clear them led to the desolation of the area, and if not for these portals, it would not have turned into such a hole. The guy passes by the destitute people. He thinks that now there are only drugs, gangs, crime and hunger here, and unfortunately, it will not be possible to save all the inhabitants of this place. Judging by the expression on his face, Suho is determined. He thinks that he needs to clear the gate as soon as possible. We see the hero's legs. He says that when the time comes, this place can become quite useful. Suho looks up. He understands that the place abandoned by people, ironically attracted a certain group of people who can be useful to him. The guy says that he is almost there. A man looks out the viewing window. He asks who he is dealing with. Suho says that he would like to buy the mine. The system reports the deactivation of the skills Primordial Nothingness and Solitude. The interlocutor says that it seems that the hunter on Suho is standing in front of him. The hero, smiling, says that it is him. The man opens the door and asks the guy to come in. He points to the sofa and says that the hero can sit down. The man sits down opposite him and states that they are not officially open yet, but he has already been given instructions regarding the hero. He asks if Suho has ever been to Poju. The hero asks if his interlocutor is comfortable. He asks again in surprise. The guy says that the man does not seem very comfortable in the mask. The interlocutor looks at Suho in amazement and asks again, after which he asks how he found out about this. The hero states that nothing terrible is happening, and the man does not need to worry, since they are alone here. He takes off his mask and says that it is simply amazing that Suho has the ability to distinguish between the masks used. It turns out that there is a girl hiding under the mask. She says that one could guess that a person who single-handedly cleared 2 portals has some special abilities. The hero thinks that in front of him is Choi Yoon, one of the most famous gate brokers in the country. In his past life he often gained access to portals thanks to her, but now she is almost unknown. The girl sits with her legs crossed. She asks how the guy knew about this place, then says that it is also noteworthy that the hero uses the slang word, mine, instead of the generally accepted, gate. Suho thinks that Choi Yoon only began to gain fame after she joined the Union, the largest underground guild in Korea. The hero, raising his left hand, says that he always learns what he wants, and suggests talking about the gates. The girl asks which ones the guy needs. He asks if she has access to Twisted Forest. Choi Yoon looks at the guy in amazement. He puts his hand on his briefcase and says that he needs a pass there, and he will go there alone. The interlocutors are sitting at the table. Choi Yoon says that Twisted Forest appeared on the market less than 3 days ago, and few people know about this gate. The girl asks how the hero found out about the price and that she has access to this portal. Suho answers that he does not think he should explain anything on the black market. The guy looks at Choi Yoon and says that during deals regarding the gate, it is not customary to talk too much. In front of us are documents with seals. Suho thinks that there are two types of deals with the gate. You can buy both the gate itself and the usual right to enter it. That is, in fact, a one-time ticket. We see four hands. The right of ownership of the gate, naturally, costs much more, but the right to enter the popular gate is also very expensive. Choi Yoon apologizes a little scared and says that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest costs 100 million won, and it is incredibly difficult to clear this gate alone. She asks the guy if he is sure that he wants to access this portal. The hero has a wad of banknotes in his hands. He says that the girl has nothing to worry about, and this is completely his problem. He offers to take a deposit and says that he will give the rest when they get to the gate. Choi Yoon, smiling, says that the boy surprised her. That's why she asks so many questions. The girl agrees to take the hero to the gate. The car drives across the bridge. An emblem is visible on the car's electronic panel. Suho understands that Choi Yoon has already joined the union. He thinks that this is good, and the authority of this organization will save him from unnecessary problems. A sign is visible above the car. The hero looks out the window. The girl asks if he is surprised that they crossed the border into North Korea. The guy says that it is indeed unusual. We see horrible monsters. The hero remembers that after the gate appeared, North Korea plunged into anarchy. China wanted to take control of the country, but could not do so because of the terrible creatures on the border. In turn, hunters from South Korea were able to cross the border more freely. We see the front of the car. Choi Yoon states that Suho is a rather straightforward person. She admits that after reading articles about the hero, she could not even think that he would turn out to be like this. The hero says that he just wanted to make a good impression on the girl. Suho and Choi Yoon get out of the car. The girl, standing next to the car, says that she brought a guest who wants to visit Twisted Forest. She says that the payment has been made and the deposit has been made. The young man, whose face is covered in scars, says that he assumed that it would be some no-name, and this is none other than the famous An Suho. The hero asks the guy to watch his manners in front of the guest, and asks where his boss is. We see someone's legs. A bald man comes out of the tent, declaring that he is the boss here, and that it is a great honor for him to meet Suho. The hero looks at this man thoughtfully. He knows that in front of him is the head of the organization engaged in human trafficking, Bang Duk, nicknamed Woodsman. The face of this man is reflected in the blade of the axe. Suho remembers that for a long time the traders called their victims logs, and the head of the entire organization Woodsman, he was one of the most terrible criminals, whose actions could lead to a coup d'etat in the country. In the end, he was caught by a special squad and sentenced to life imprisonment. The back of Bang Duk's head is also all disfigured by scars. The hero cannot remember that this scoundrel cooperated with the union and even owned one of the gates. The group stands in front of a white car. Choi Yoon asks if they can enter. Bang Duk replies that the girl can do so, but a hunter who cleared 2 portals alone should not be allowed in. Choi Yoon asks in surprise. Bang Duk takes off his glasses and states that they only sell the right of passage to those who absolutely cannot pass the portal, and the hunter on Suho does not fall into this category at all. The hero frowns at Bang Duk and thinks that it is not surprising that a human trafficker came up with such a scheme. Choi Yoon, smiling, asks if this means that Bang Duk is going to raise the price right here and now. She folds her arms over her chest, wondering if he really thinks she will just swallow this insult. Bang Duk, smiling, turns away from the hero and says that he simply could not say such a thing, and it was a regular joke. Suho thinks that, as an experienced broker, Choi Yoon solves all the issues very easily, and even Bang Duk will not dare to argue with a member of the union. A black spot is visible on the guy's palm. He understands that he was not given a chance to intervene in this conversation. Bang Duk complains that he is no longer allowed to joke, after which he offers to follow him. Choi Yoon shows the way with his hand and says that Suho can go. The girl looks at the hero and says that she will watch over his safety, so there is no need to worry. Unpleasant young men look at the hero predatorily. He understands that in case of a successful clearing of the gate, an ambush may await him at the exit, and in order to prevent such incidents and protect buyers, brokers must ensure the safety of clients, so that is why there are so few of these specialists. A glowing portal is visible behind Bang Duk. The guy asks how the hero decided to go there alone, and whether he really thinks he is invincible. Suho calmly looks at the villain, who says that he is just wondering if the hero will be able to clear this gate. We see a blue portal. The system reports that they are being entered. We learn that hunters of level 99 or lower can enter here, and the maximum squad size is 8 people. Suho walks through the forest. The guy looks up. He did not think that he would get to this forest. In his past life he had not been here either, but he heard a lot about what was found in it, so he knew enough about it. The guy has a purple spear in his hand. He thinks that for now he will look for something useful. We see trees. The hero closes his eyes. The system reports that the mana detector is activated. Purple streams rise up. We see a huge yellow eye. It turns out that the trees are monsters. The system reports that they are twisted ants of level 90 to 93. The spear is pierced next to the monster's eye. Suho, who just threw his weapon, thinks that he could use an axe, but unfortunately he does not have one now. The tree makes a deafening roar. There are splashes of blood near the guy's hand. He thinks that the boss of the mole mine is much scarier than these ants. In front of us is the guy's right eye. Suho thinks that, like in the case of the nameless swordsman, to defeat this monster, you need to level up well. The hero strikes with his sword. The system reports that decapitation is activated. Suho holds the weapon with both hands. He realizes that the difference between him and the enemy is 30 levels, so it is not surprising that he cannot destroy him in one blow. The guy thinks that he will try to win using only swordsman's skills. The sword leaves a trail of blood behind it. A deafening scream is heard again. Suho stands in front of a chopped tree. The sword in his hands is shaking. The guy says that it is very difficult to defeat even one of these monsters, but he feels that his level is growing. The hero rushes to attack, thinking that it is very good that there is so much material for training around. A toothy mouth opens under the eye of the ant. Suho rushes forward rapidly. He flies high into the air. The guy strikes and says that he will turn this enemy into firewood. We see a chopped tree again. Now we see fallen trunks. The hero stands on the trees and says that he will succeed. The young man calls up the status window. He realizes that, albeit slowly, he has achieved the desired result. In front of us is a personal hero card with his characteristics. Surprise appears on the guy's face. The system congratulates him on the fact that the light of healing has reached the maximum level. The system informs that F-rank healing provides more economical use of mana to increase the effectiveness of healing and reduce the regeneration time. The system shows the hero numbers from 50 to 100. Suho thinks that he has improved his skill. He remembers that before reaching level 40 he could only use one class skill. At level 50 the rank of class skills increases to A. After level 60 the rank begins to increase again. And at level 100 it becomes possible to change the class. Suho jumps to the ground. With his hands in his pockets he walks forward, thinking that the boss should appear soon. White streams of energy are visible in the air. A man is sitting in the middle of them. Horns grow from his head. We see the closed eyes of this character. They open. In front of us is a horned creature. The system informs us that this is the ruler of Twisted Forest Malayan, the boss of the 100th level. The hero stands in front of the horned enemy, thinking that he has finally met the boss with a star. We see monsters. Suho thinks that there are many classifications of monsters, but most often those of them who have a level below 99 are not specifically designated, but from the 100th level they begin to receive stars 1 for every 100 levels, and Malayan is the first boss with a star that the hero has met. In front of us is the leg of the monster. Looking down, Malayan says that it seems that an uninvited guest has come to him. Suho looks at the boss standing on the island and says that no one invited him to this world either. Malayan asks again in surprise. The hero says that the monsters opened a portal to this world and now dare to call someone uninvited guests. In his opinion, this is just funny. Suho calls on the ghost blade and says that Malayan does not understand anything anyway. A weapon appears in the young man's hand. The system reports the activation of divine power. Suho rushes to attack, declaring that there is no point in explaining anything. A spearhead approaches Malayan. The weapon is surrounded by white streams. The boss grabs the spear with his hand and says that he feels divine power. He asks if Suho is a servant of the gods. A red sphere is visible in the hero's hand. He states that the boss was not mistaken. The hero prepares to throw what is in his hand at the enemy. The red projectile flies at Malayan. The spear penetrates the monster's chest. The hero says that he expected more from a boss with 1 star, but he turned out to be weak. Malayan takes the spearhead out of himself. A predatory smile appears on the boss's face. He states that the young man made an unforgivable mistake. Suho looks at the enemy. The system reports that the forest trembles before Malayan's fury. The hero smiles. It is reported that he is consumed by bloodlust. A purple dragon is visible above the guy's head. The system informs that the dragon's blood has been activated, and the dragon's armor protects the guy from the effects of the aura. Suho thinks that the enemy's aura is very strong, but, in fact, a battle is currently taking place between a deer and a dragon. We see the faces of the enemies. Malayan asks what kind of dark magic this is. The hero replies that it is not magic, but simply gratitude for one favor. The enemies stand opposite each other. Suho summons the ghost blade. Malayan asks if this is all the boy can do. He replies that he can do much more and asks if he needs to show everything he can do. The boy's weapon is stuck into the ground in front of the boss. Black chains begin to entangle the monster. The system reports the activation of shadow binding and shadow bleeding. Malayan seems very surprised. He puts his left hand to the side and asks if the boy really thinks that such cheap tricks will work on him. The boss promises to show the boy real power. Malayan looks up, spreading his arms out to the sides. We see bubbles. Streams of black energy are visible around the monster. Menacing-looking black formations rise up. Malayan, smiling, urges the boy to feel the difference. Suho, looking at the enemy, says that he is looking forward to it. A powerful blow mark is visible next to the guy. Drops of blood appear around the boy's hand. Suho steps back. The hero's weapon turns red. The system reports the activation of decapitation. Suho strikes. The guy says thoughtfully that this opponent really was more difficult than the ants. The hero jumps back to avoid being hit by a huge black root. Suho attacks again. He manages to cut one of the roots. Malayan, looking at the guy, says that he does not know how to handle a sword at all. Suho smiles. He admits that this is true, and you just need to wait a little until everything gets better. We see the sword that the boy is armed with. The boss looks thoughtfully at the guy, trying to understand what he is up to. Suho strikes. Malayan thinks that his opponent is simply waving the phantom sword, without cutting anything. Red cuts are visible on the roots. The monster understands that the guy has stopped using divine power. He does not understand at all what Suho is trying to achieve. There are huge black roots visible above the monster's head. Malayan thinks that his opponent's actions don't make any sense anyway. He stretches out his right hand and says that it's time to stop this circus. Many black roots rush towards the hero. Malayan promises to chop the hero into pieces. Suho looks up. Malayan, who is standing on a stone island, cannot understand what is happening. We see the right side of the monster's face. He understands that the enemy cut all his projectiles with one blow. Malayan assumes that this happened because the hero hit weak points that have already taken several attacks, while he does not understand how a person can cut the roots of such an ancient tree. Red streams are visible around the hero. Suho, smiling, says that he seems to have succeeded. We see a chopped root. The hero thinks that he used decapitation only so that the system could evaluate his strength, and if it understands that the skill has reached a certain level, it will significantly increase his strength. In front of us is the guy's right eye. The young man holds a red and black sword in his hand. The system reports that Suho's swordsmanship level is higher than anyone else's, and it has assessed his skill level. In front of us is a system window, which reports that the decapitation skill level has been improved to rank S, and now Suho can cut even steel with it. The next window reports that the will of the nameless swordsman is reacting to the level increase. The hero smiles. He understands that what he was waiting for has happened. Suho sees a series of system messages in front of him. He learns that the sword's consciousness has been activated, and it blesses him. Then it says that the sword has a new target. The system updates data on this weapon and decapitation skills, and finally, congratulations appear on the fact that the hero has become the heir to the ancient art of the void-style sword. Malayan raises his hands up and sends another cluster of roots at the guy. He shouts that the hero will not be able to reflect this blow. Suho looks up at the giant root. We see the guy's eyes. He strikes and calmly cuts the plant. The system informs that the first form of the void-style technique is used S+ level cutting steel. Malayan, gritting his teeth in anger, asks what kind of sorcery is this. Suho, who is holding a bloody sword, states that he already said that this is not magic. The guy puts his weapon forward and says that the fun is just beginning. We see a system message stating that the hero's understanding of the art of the sword is higher than anyone else. The system is impressed by this technique and will add it to its database. The hero thinks that when he created this style, he thought he had reached the pinnacle, but then realized that he is just one of many. Suho stands with his sword outstretched in front of him. He remembers that he then realized that there are monsters like the nameless swordsman whose skills surpass all human techniques. The guy thinks that the first technique he learned after that was void style, cutting steel, and in this life he achieved it much faster than in the past. The system reports that a unique achievement has been established, and the hero receives 10 bonus points as a reward. Malayan angrily shouts that he will crush this dark magic. The hero, in front of whose face a red blade is visible, asks the monster if life really teaches him nothing. The system reports that the cutting steel skill has been activated. Suho strikes. Malayan, raising both hands, asks in amazement how this is even possible. The hero stands with his sword pointed at the enemy. He wonders if the boss really hasn't understood anything yet, and if he has gone blind in his old age. Then the guy promises to destroy the monster. We see the boss's leg standing on a rock. Malayan tells the guy not to get cocky for chopping off a couple of roots. In front of us is the hero's right eye. Giant monsters appear in front of him. It is reported that these are twisted forest golems of levels from 96 to 98. Suho states that Malayan has summoned absolutely pathetic creatures. We see the boss smiling and the creatures he has summoned. Malayan says that now they will see if the hero can defeat his charges. He orders the golems to destroy the bastard. Suho strikes. The monster lets out a monstrous scream. The red blade is in front of the guy's face. The hero raises it to strike the giant enemy. Blood splashes are visible next to the guy. The system reports that cutting steel has been activated. Suho strikes a powerful blow. It is reported that he has defeated the golem. Malayan is amazed. Green stones are lying on the ground. The hero is surrounded by the enemies he has defeated. The system reports the destruction of 2 more of them. Suho tells the boss that he can cut even steel, and the creatures he has summoned are unlikely to be able to stop him. The hero, smiling, asks if this is all that Malayan is capable of. He, gritting his teeth with anger, calls the guy bad words. New enemies approach the guy. He delivers another blow. We see water flowing between the stones. Malayan, amazed, asks what is happening. Suho says that the monster boss seems to have exhausted all his capabilities. The hero jumps onto the stone. He jumps from one boulder to another and shouts that it is time to finish off the boss. Suho runs up to his enemy. He kicks him in midair. Malayan falls into the water. Streams of water flow off the monster. A purple spear appears in the hero's left hand. The chains entangle the monster. Suho says that Malayan couldn't resist even the most basic moves, which means he's tired. With his mouth wide open, the monster boss demands that the guy shut up, asking how dare some pathetic human tease him. Malayan, whose mouth is open, can't break free from the chains. Suho blows off his head with a powerful blow. The system informs that the guy has defeated Malayan, the king of the Twisted Forest. We see the horn of this creature. The system informs that the gate has been cleared. The most valuable player is on Suho, who received additional experience points, and the reward for receiving the title of most valuable player is 1 skill point. The hero also learns about the increase in his level. Suho takes the horn of the monster. The system informs that all skills have been improved and another skill point has been received. We see a green sphere. Suho says that this is exactly what he came here for. Here we see a system window describing the sphere of the cursed druid, rejected by the gods. It is reported that this sphere was intended only to subjugate others. Its power perverted pure minds, leading them astray from the right path, so the druid was expelled from his native forest. But his ability to control unstable minds gave him the opportunity to become the only druid and guardian of the Twisted Forest. The hero examines the green ball. He thinks that the void-style technique is, of course, very useful, but this thing was his main goal from the very beginning. The guy says that it is time to return. People gathered at the portal notice that the gate is cleared. Choi Yun is amazed that the guy seems to have succeeded. Bang Duk, standing nearby, asks what the hell is going on here. The villain grinds his teeth in rage, remembering his recent conversation with the hero. He thinks that this gate is S rank, and up to 8 people could enter it. The portal was almost impossible to clear, and it was a real gold mine. The scoundrel remembers how difficult it was to obtain the gate's ownership and the hell he had to go through for this portal, and some boy takes away everything that he had worked so hard for. Bang Duk is seething with anger. He asks Choi Yun, who is standing next to him, if she knows how much he invested in this business. The villain says that even 100 million won is not enough to compensate for all his losses. His henchmen smile predatory. Bang Duk orders them to skin the hero. Choi Yun, who is standing behind the villains, asks if they are really ready to do this and if they are aware of all the consequences of their actions. Bang Duk, with his mouth wide open, sends everything to hell and asks what the union gave him. He doesn't manage to finish, because his chest is pierced by the tip of a purple spear. Bang Duk looks at his own blood in amazement. The leader falls to the ground under the frightened screams of his wards. The hero comes out of the portal. Someone calls out to him. The guy approaches the scoundrels bending over their leader. Squinting his eyes, the guy asks the girl if they can leave here. In front of us are the dissatisfied faces of the surviving scoundrels. One of them looks at the hero over his shoulder and tells him to get out of here. Suho asks if they want to return the money he spent. The tip of a sword falls on the scoundrel's shoulder. The man asks again in amazement. Putting a red and black sword to the enemy's throat, the hero declares that the portal owners have broken the rules and, in his opinion, should pay for it. He demands to give them the money. The villain declares that he will give it. The car door slams. The car drives away. Choi Yun, sitting behind the wheel, thanks the guy. He says that, naturally, the girls should be grateful to him. Looking slyly at the interlocutor, the young man says that you can't put thanks in your pocket, and he would not be hurt by more substantial gratitude. The girl, looking at the road, admits that Suho is sharp-tongued. He declares that this is natural, since he is a swordsman. Suho hands the girl his phone and says that he wants to stay in touch with her, so he asks to give him her number. Choi Yun replies that it would be better if she called him first. Suho says that if a suitable gate is found, he will only be glad. The hero, having said goodbye, moves away from the car. The girl watches him go and says that the guy is much nicer than she thought. There is a car parked in front of the building. It is said that the action takes place in a few days at the Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. We see many legs. Someone asks where they are going. The hero, holding the trunk lid, says that he will explain everything on the spot. He closes the trunk and says that it is impossible to keep the leadership waiting. Siho leads his squad. He says that they are going to the mole mine. His comrades are very happy about this fact. The squad has gathered in front of the protective frame built around the portal. A car pulls up. Min approaches the hero and thanks him for coming here. The guy says that, fortunately, he was able to get there without incident. In front of us are the walls of the iron frame. Suho asks if the mole mine is inside. Min answers that a safety zone was created here to contain the energy of the gate. Behind the guild leader there are people in yellow helmets. Min says that, according to safety requirements, a team of miners will go into the portal together with the hunters. Suho thanks the guild leader. The hero suggests holding a briefing. Min says that it is high time for this event. The hero has a tablet in his hand. He says that inside this mine there are creatures that are jokingly called moles. If you manage to get rid of them, then it will be possible to collect a large number of mana stones. He says that the strategy is very simple: destroy all the monsters, collect as many mana stones as possible, then destroy the boss and thus clear the gate. Min asks in surprise, is it really that simple? Those present look very thoughtful. One of them asks why information about the portal boss was not announced at the briefing. The hero says that he will fight him himself, so he decided that this issue is not worth paying attention to. The hero raises his index finger and reminds that all income received from clearing the gate is the property of the Nexus Guild. Suho and Min shake hands. The guild leader says that he is counting on the guy. He thanks him for his trust and promises not to let him down. The hero, smiling, tells the miner standing next to him that his squad should stay behind and start mining only after the signal is given. The miner makes it clear that he understands this order. The hero turns to his comrades and asks if they are ready. He says that the young people are entering the portal for the first time, and asks if they are nervous. The hero in the guise of a monster is visible above the heads of the squad members. Hwa says that they are all just remembering how the guy tormented them during training. Suho asks the girl not to dramatize. The hero stands in front of his comrades. He tells them that this will be a long mission, so he advises them to conserve their strength. Then he says that Daehan will cover one, and the rest should stick together with the commander. He warns that the fighters must first of all ensure the safety of the miners. The hero states that, unlike the Kunlun Mountains, the dead will not be resurrected, so they need to be extremely careful. In front of us is a red portal. Suho calls everyone to follow him. The fighters happily agree. The system reports that the gate is being entered. We see a dark passage. The system loads information about the mole mine. It is reported that the maximum level for entry is 88, and the maximum capacity is 56 people. The spear pierces the head of the monster. A very strange creature stands in front of the hero. Suho holds a red shaft in his hand. He destroys another enemy. Blue blood flows from the monster's mouth. A sphere of blood is visible next to the guy's head. The hero thinks that it's just amazing that there aren't that many guards here. He understands that he'll even have time to collect the blood. One of the miners says in amazement that the hero destroyed all the opponents with one blow, and that's just incredible. Kyo-1, who is standing nearby, replies that he completely agrees with the miner. The miner looks at the guy in surprise and asks if he's really never seen Suho fight. Kyo-1 says sheepishly that it's the absolute truth. It's just that their leader usually only does what he talks. Hwa asks his comrades to keep up. The squad members try to catch up with the hero. They enter the battle. The command is given to destroy all the goblins and protect the miners. A magical formation is visible in front of one's hands. He says that he will cover his comrades. Daehan cuts off the head of one of the goblins. Hwa asks the fighters not to rush and keep in formation. The hero looks over his shoulder and smiles, thinking that everyone is doing exactly as he ordered, and there is no reason to worry yet. Hwa turns to the miners and says that they should start digging when the hunters move a little further. The miners start working. Huge crystals are visible next to them. One of the miners says that they have dug up almost all the stones and orders them to be taken to the surface. He asks to check if they forgot anything valuable. There is also a demand to get rid of the corpses that are interfering with the work. One of the miners notices something to his left. His comrade asks where the young man is looking. He says that he is simply shocked by what is happening before his eyes. The monster spits blue blood. Suho strikes again. The guy looks to his left. He pierces the goblin. The hero clenches his fist. The system reports that the bloody weapon has been activated. The guy's eyes turn white. Dead enemies are lying under his feet. Suho places his sword on his shoulder. The miners and the hero's comrades look at him in shock. They all mentally admire this man. The workers throw their hands up in joy. One of them shouts that working with Suho is a real honor for all of them. The young man notices something. He orders everyone to gather. Hwa declares his readiness. In front of us is a part of the mine. The hero asks if his comrades see a branch. They answer that they do. Suho stands in front of his squad members. He states that the Nexus Guild has abandoned attempts to clear this gate because they faced endless hordes of goblins. Someone asks if this means they will need to split up. We see the young man's hand. He says that he will go there alone. They ask him again in surprise. The hero raises his weapon above his head. He declares that there is a boss inside. Suho strikes, from which stones fly in all directions. The system reports the activation of cutting steel. Hyun Min is amazed that the guy cut through the rock with one blow. Hwa asks how strong Suho is and how is that even possible. The young man stands in front of the cut passage and states that he made it narrow on purpose so that the monsters would not be able to crawl out of it all at once. He orders his comrades to stay here and watch the right entrance, and he himself will go to the left. Someone asks if they should just destroy the goblins that will crawl out of the passage. Suho turns to his comrades and states that at first he wanted to completely block the passage, but then he thought that this way his fighters would not be able to gain experience. The young man turns away from the squad members and tells them not to try to look for him under any circumstances, and if he does not appear in 12 hours, they should just leave the mine. Hwa says that they will do so. We see the hero's profile. The young man thinks that he needs at least 12 hours to do everything he plans. He turns his head to his comrades and states that they will see each other again. Dooho thoughtfully says that Suho blocked the entrance and asks if this guy is in his right mind. Hyunmin answers that even though the hero is their leader, it will be very difficult for him alone. He is afraid that the guy will not cope. Kyo-won says that the hero will be fine. One says that they all know perfectly well that Suho will cope, because their leader was able to single-handedly clear 2 sealed gates and several other very difficult portals. Hwa, smiling, says that they all, of course, remember this, so you just need to believe in the hero and do your job. One of the fighters says that these are very correct words and they need to make sure that the guy is very surprised at how much they have pumped up when he returns. The young people clench their fists. One of them says that it is time to show what they have learned during training. In front of us are large stones. Hyunmin says that now nothing can stop them. The hero sees a countless army of goblins in front of him. He says that it is time to begin. Suho, smiling, says that there are indeed many monsters here. The hero, whose right side of his face we see, says that, nevertheless, it does not matter to him how many opponents he has. We see the creatures that oppose him. The system reports that they are goblin miners of level 72 to 74. Suho rushes to attack. The goblins, growling, rush at him. The hero deals many blows. A small goblin approaches the young man from above. Suho notices it. He raises his weapon and blocks the blow. The hero, smiling, looks at the enemy and says that these creatures, it turns out, know how to surprise, but this just adds unnecessary fuss to anyone. The system reports that the guy defeated the goblin miners. Daehan deals a blow to the enemy. He, smiling, turns to one of his comrades and says that they dealt with all the monsters. The latter replies that as long as they remain vigilant, everything will be fine. One of the miners suggests taking a break. He tells his comrades that they can cook something to eat. The miners sit down tiredly next to the crystals. One of them says that they can finally have lunch. The second one is surprised that half of the working day has already passed. A miner approaches the squad members, asking if the young people are tired, and states that they have done an excellent job. One says that at some point it was hard, but now everything is calm. Hwa stands behind one. She hears the miner praising the blonde for defeating a whole horde of goblins. The young man explains that all this is due to the fact that Suho created a narrow passage through which the monsters crawled out, and if the goblins had attacked them all at once, they would not have lasted an hour. Hwa looks thoughtfully at the goblin's corpse. She gets the feeling that Suho has been in this portal before. The girl hopes that the guy is okay. Hwa remembers her first meeting with the young man. She thinks that it did not go well, so she decided for herself that this guy is just crazy. But over time she began to worry about him. Hwa smiles. She understands that she cannot help the hero now, and then realizes that it is not yet clear who should worry about whom in this situation. We see the hero's back. The girl mentally tells him that she will wait and believe in him. In front of us is a red sword and a chewing hero. The guy is sitting on a stone and holding a sword in his hands. He reproaches the goblins for not attacking him, despite the fact that he is simply eating bars in front of them. Suho gets up from the stone tiredly. The monsters look at him angrily. The hero calmly walks past them. Smiling, the guy asks if the goblins have finally started to fear him. Then he says that he doesn't care anymore, since they don't interest him anymore. Suho stands on a high cliff. He thinks that now he only wants one thing: to find the boss of this portal. Smiling, the guy looks down. He says that it's too dark here. We see a starting pistol. The system reports that this device allows you to illuminate the area for quite a long time. Suho shoots this weapon. The cave is illuminated by many bright lights. We see a strange monster with an elephant's head. The system reports that it is Bulgasari, which is level 99. Suho thinks that Bulgasari is considered impossible to kill, since it feeds on ore, and its body is stronger than the vast majority of other monsters. The hero approaches the enemy. He knows that Bulgasari is one of the 3 most dangerous opponents among monsters that do not have stars. Suho, holding a purple shaft, declares that it is time to begin. The hero throws his weapon at the enemy. It hits Bulgasari in the head. The monster does not even open its eyes. The guy has a strange smile on his face. He understands that his spear just bounced off, like from some kind of boulder. Bulgasari finally wakes up. We see the clawed paw of this creature. The monster gets up. It throws its head back and lets out a deafening roar. The goblins cover their ears in horror. The miners look up in fear. One of them says that it seems like an earthquake has started. The second says that he could not imagine that he would die like this. Hwa sees falling stones above her head. She thinks that the source of the earthquake is where Suho went. Beads of sweat run down the girl's cheeks. She tries to understand what is happening. The hero looks up. Smiling, he says that the monster does not like being woken up. We see sharp teeth. The system informs that Bulgasari is using an advanced intimidation technique. In front of us is a giant mouth of a monster, which continues to roar deafeningly. Suho stands with his legs wide apart. The system informs that the dragon's blood is activated, and the dragon spirit contained in the blood allows him to resist the technique that the monster is using. Suho smiles. Bulgasari's eyes glow menacingly. We see the huge mouth of the monster again. The young man, holding a red and black sword in front of him, invites the enemy to attack him. Bulgasari hits the ground with his trunk. Suho thinks that steel spit fully justifies its name. The monster turns the pieces of ore stored inside it into projectiles and spits them out at its opponent. The guy understands that this is a primitive skill, but its power is simply terrifying. Suho holds his sword with both hands. He swings, thinking that steel is steel, and there is little that can compare to it in strength. A trace of an incredibly powerful blow is visible in the air. The system reports that cutting steel has been activated. Drops of blood are visible next to the guy. The hero, smiling, says that it is time to tame the monster. Suho, who is holding a bloody sword, understands that he decided to collect blood just in time. Bulgasari roars. White streams rise from the monster's body. We see the paw of this creature. The monster opens its mouth wide. The hero is amazed. He does not understand how such a huge monster can be so fast. Clouds of smoke rise into the air. The hero says that it looks like some kind of cheating. A trace of a powerful blow is visible in front of Bulgasari's head. The hero stands in front of the monster, spreading his arms wide. Suho is scared. He thinks that there is no time to waste, since the cave can collapse. The system reports the activation of tonus increase. The hero puts his left hand to the side. The activation of bloody weapon is reported. The guy holds his trusty sword in his hand. Suho thinks that he needs to use all the blood he has accumulated for the most powerful attack. The guy strikes and cuts off one of the monster's body parts. The system reports that cutting steel has been activated. Bulgasari roars deafeningly. The hero lands on one knee. He looks closely at the monster, thinking that the effect of cutting steel does not depend on the depth of the cut, and regardless of the thickness of the armor, the sword can cause maximum damage. A severed part of the monster's body lies on the ground. The hero is going to use this technique against his current opponent. We again see a wide open mouth. The hero thinks that there is a universal weapon against Bulgasari, namely fire, and in his past life this creature was defeated precisely with the help of flame. We see many raised hands. Suho remembers that this required a huge amount of flame, and he himself is not a magician, so he is unlikely to be able to use fire. The guy is standing with a sword in his hand. He says that this is why he can only use this weapon. In front of us is the paw of a monster that is growling menacingly. We see the eye of this creature. Judging by the expression on its face, the young man notices something. Powerful energy emanates from the monster. The system reports that Bulgasari is compressing its body to initiate hyper-regeneration. In front of us is a stump that remained after the hero's blow. Suho thinks that if the monster is wounded, it compresses its body and uses all the accumulated minerals to restore itself. And that is why this creature is called immortal. It is really very difficult to kill. A rather funny appendage crawls out of the monster's body. The hero, smiling, asks the enemy if he thinks that he will just watch what is happening. Streams of yellow energy swirl around the monster. The system reports that Bulgasari is activating hyper-enhancement. The monster looks very menacing. Suho understands that it uses the accumulated minerals to form an exoskeleton. The opponents stand opposite each other. The hero realizes that Bulgasari used all of its skills to defeat him, and apparently this creature believes that it needs all the power it has. Suho, smiling, declares that he accepts the challenge anyway. Bulgasari takes off. It rushes towards the hero. It is reported that the monster is using hyper-rotation. Suho stands, holding a red sword in front of him. The guy smiles. He was wondering what Bulgasari, one of the strongest monsters, is capable of. The hero prepares to strike at the monster approaching him. He is also wondering if his sword will be able to hit this monster. The opponents collide. The sword meets Bulgasari's torso. We see the hero's legs. The monster's eyes shine brightly. Suho calmly looks at the enemy. We see the lower part of his face. A huge cut is visible on Bulgasari's body. The monster absurdly spreads its limbs to the sides. Bulgasari, looking up helplessly, growls. Suho tries to understand if he has already defeated his enemy. The young man raises his sword above his head. The system reports the activation of the slicing steel skill. The hero delivers a powerful blow. A deafening roar is heard. The monster's eye glows. Suho, in whose hands a green sphere is visible, says that Bulgasari now belongs to him. The miners and members of the squad led by the hero stand in front of a stone collapse. Someone says that the shaking has stopped. Wa looks up. One standing next to her says that the goblins have stopped leaving the cave and, as it seems to him, the expedition has already collected enough mana stones. The girl lowers her gaze. One says that now they can only wait. Wa's face appears in joyful surprise. She sees a system message that the gate has been cleared. The miners are also shocked. As they see exactly the same message, the system informs that the most valuable player is on Suho. Wa and one exchange joyful glances. The guy says that he expected nothing else. In front of us is the hero. The system informs that for an amazing result the guy gets 5 skill points. Suho, smiling, looks at the green sphere. The system rewards him with a few more skill points. It also informs about the level increase, and the increase of all indicators by 1. The hero takes the shiny sphere in his hand. He looks at it, and excitedly says that he succeeded. Suho remembers the blow dealt. The guy thinks that if there was another monster in Bulgasari's place, it would have died long ago, but in fact, he did not want to kill his elephant-like opponent. The sphere emits green streams. The hero says that he only wanted to tame this creature with the help of the very control sphere that he received after defeating Malayan. Suho throws a green ball on the ground. He thinks that he has long decided to use it on Bulgasari. We see a tiny elephant. The system reports that Bulgasari, which is level 99, has such characteristics as control sphere, phantom beast, species domination, intimidation, iron color, iron absorption, iron expectoration, iron storage, hyper-regeneration, hyper-enhancement, hyper-rotation, fire resistance and ground pull. Suho thinks that such characteristics as phantom beast and species domination would already be enough for Bulgasari to be considered an S-rank monster, and this creature has both of them. The hero sits down in front of the elephant. The system reports that healing has been activated. The guy's hand hangs over the tiny creature. The eyes of the little monster are closed. Suho greets the elephant, who responds with a very strange sound. Bulgasari gets to his feet. The hero asks to listen to him. There are huge crystals around the guy. The hero says that he likes the elephant's enthusiasm, but they can't come back here, so they need to collect all the ore that is here. Bulgasari, who has huge ears, smiles. Suho asks him if they can start. The cute creature makes strange sounds. The members of the squad, which the hero leads, are waiting for their commander. They are all trying to figure out where he is stuck.